Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I was wrong for the first time in my life again. Over the page, we have a third split of Pee Wee heifer calves. So we'll have 3 splits of Pee Wee heifer calves. The top 2 from each split will return for our Pee Wee champion heifer calf drive. It gives me great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome to the show today our adjudicators of the day. We have Jay Sibbald and Madison LaFrance. So Jay and Madison are the 5th and 6th generation on their family's ranch near Jumping Pound, Alberta. Jay alongside his wife Carrie, and girls Madison, Kylie, and Kelsey run Compass Ranch, a purebred and commercial Angus operation. They've exhibited cattle at many junior and fall shows all across Western Canada. Alongside the ranch, Jay also operates a beef business, Ranch to Plate, where they have sold ranch-raised beef to over 650 customers within the first 2 years of business. Madison now lives with her husband Riley, and alongside his parents, they own and operate Wheatland Cattle Company. They have purebred Simmental and Angus cattle and host an annual bull sale every March. Madison also has her own graphic design business, Compass Creative, and specializes in graphic design and photography. Jay and Madison are excited to be back in Bashaw and judge this next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Jay and Madison.
Well, it looks like another great day here in Bashaw. I'd like to thank the Agricultural Bashaw Ag Society Show Committee for having Madison and myself out here. It's an honor to come judge today. It's even a bigger honor to judge with my daughter. So we're going to lead off the class with this black heifer today. We've just found she was the most complete. She's nice up through that front end. She's got some rib shape. She's long spined and just a real attractive look to her. That's why she comes out first. The heifer at second follows in type and kind. Just when you get in behind her, she just lacks maybe a little pin width to her, but a real nice deep ribbed, nice heifer for this young lady. Heifer in third, you gotta love this heifer for her Angus character. She's got nice head. She's good under structure. Just like to soften her up just a hair to compete with the two heifers today above her. The black heifer here, nice long spined, wide pinned heifer. Just like to expand her forerib just a little bit. The young lady does a great job showing her. And the heifers at the end there, same thing. Nice heifers, structurally correct, long spined. Just like to give them a little more substance and capacity and balance today to compete with the heifers in front. Thank you.
So in Class 1, our first split of Pee Wee heifer calves, first place goes to Ryland Lewis with LFE PS Laura 103P. Second in class was entry 5 for Alita Morrison, Brooking Beauty 6105. Third in class was Arlen Murray. Fourth to Jensen Jacobs. Fifth in class, Raleigh Fisher. Sixth in class, Clay Ravel. And seventh in class, Kennedy Deagle. We now welcome in our second of 3 splits of Pee Wee heifer calves. 8 is J.C. Walsh with W2 Darlin 610P. 9 is Hazley Lewis with LFE RS Nuge 37P. 10 is the entry from Errol Wilson, DMM Miss Essence 53P. 11 is Merritt Waltz with WT Flirton Meglicuddy 608P. 12 is Coulter Lewis with LFE BS Sheila 22P. 13 is the entry for Wasey Fisher, Evelyn Araya. The second of 3 splits of Pee Wee heifer calves. Well, ladies and gentlemen, inside the front cover of your program, I would like to recognize all of our parents and friend volunteers for making this show possible, and in particular our Bashaw Agricultural Show Committee that every year put together this wonderful show. And this year's show committee thanks goes to Janet Kerr, Dakota Hunker, David Snyder, Jalen Jacobs, Justin Bullock, Dion Young, Kirk Wildman, Jill Wildman, Don Wilson, Cecily Fleming, Ricky Fleming, and Jackie Northey. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for the Bashaw Show Committee for putting this wonderful Junior Nationals. Also, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to our 3 ring stewards who are working the ring together today. Thanks to Garth Rancier, Justine Bullock, and Scott Harvey for making the many miles they will today working the ring. So let's welcome them to the ring as well.
Am I good to go? Another really nice class in the Pee-wee heifer calf division here. We kind of have a few different shapes and sizes, and the heifer that comes to the top of the class I think is kind of the combination heifer for us. She's really cowy, maid type of female. She's got lots of ribs, she's stout, she's still good looking, she's sandwiched and she's on the move. I think just her completeness today brings her to the front of the class. The young man's black baldy heifer here in second. Another nice outlined female. She's real stout when you get in behind her. She's nice headed, nice necked. She's maybe a little rougher over her tail head and a little rougher under underline compared to our first place female, but 2 really nice heifers to start off the class. The heifer here in third, another big framed, big outlined female. She's not quite as attractive or as stout as the first 2 females, and that what lands her in here third here today, but another powerful, sound-made female to come in third. The young lady's red heifer kind of follows the mold of the third place heifer. She's big and she's long. She's still not as attractive as the first 3 heifers, but a nice female for this young lady. Rounding off the class, this red baldy heifer, I'd say a quicker maturing type of female who gets a little tighter in her forerib, and I'd like to see her move a little better off her hind legs, but a nice female for this young lady, really attractive, and she's got some cool pieces. The young lady's short horn marked heifer here at the end. She's big frame, she's long bodied, she just doesn't have the power and the rib shape to compete with the heifers above her here today. Nice class.
In Heat 2 of our Pee-wee heifer calves, first place is Errol Wilson with DMM Miss Essence 53P. Second in class goes to Merritt Waltz with W2 Flirtin Mega Culti 604P. Third in class was Coulter Lewis. Fourth Hazley Lewis. Fifth in class, J.C. Walsh. And sixth in class, Wacy Fisher. That brings us to our third and final split of Pee Wee Heifer Calves. Show number 14 is Amos Wilson. Ames Wilson with DMM Miss Essence 19P. 15, Holden Erickson with Erickson Lady 14P. 16 is Maverick Hunker with DMM Georgina 7P. 17, the entry for Dalton Doran, Doran Blackcap May 47P. 18 is the entry for Merrick Sullivan with CMS Soda Delicious 604P. 19, the entry for Raina Sullivan, CMS Sodalicious 603P. The third and final split of Pee Wee Heifer Calves.
Test, test, test. Test, test, test. It is. Well, good morning here at Basha for the National All Breed Show. I'm Mark Kelly here with my distinguished associate, Jaden Warren. Looks like we're on split 3, heat 3, the Pee Wees. We've already done a couple of heats already. We're having a little technical difficulty here, so I can't really say exactly who won those, but so far it's been a couple of very nice heifer calves come out here. Jaden, what's your take on the first couple of classes?
I'd like to start off by saying it is a beautiful day out, Mark. And, you know, the cattle are good, the kids are having fun, and I think it's just a great day to be here. And a great way to start it off is with these Pee Wees, the future of the industry.
It is a wonderful day to be in agriculture today, isn't it? Everybody's had plenty of rain and boy, great temps, and I mean everything's going about as good as it can go. Yeah, these these Pee Wees are sure doing a good job out here. It's been 2 strong classes already. Kids are doing great. Boy, early morning, but boy, they're looking good. It's been a good stout set of cattle. Really deep classes. Looks like got a class of 6 or so here, and every one of them is a very nice, stout, sound, functional female. For sure, a good start. If the rest of the day goes this way, I think we got a whole lot to look forward to.
Well, Mark, you do got a lot to look forward to because we're up here in Canada, so everything's good, stout, and functional.
We love somebody that has a little national pride. I tell you, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, the judges are making their way through this third split. They're taking a little extra time. They're giving these young people opportunity to get their cattle set up for them, get them a good strong look. I assume once we get through these Pee Wees, they're probably going to step up the pace a little bit. But you know, you got to give these young people a opportunity to get them out here and get the butterflies out of them and get them a chance to get a couple of good looks at them for sure. I suppose. You know, to me, this is a very tough class. I don't know that there's an easy bottom in this class. I wouldn't think, Jaden.
Yeah, Mark, I think it's honestly in this class and the quality we have, it all just comes down to personal preference. I'd be interested in what Nikki has to say about this class.
It's a great group of young showmen out here, and I think it's all boys. Oh, no, one girl. So I'm rooting for the girl to kick some butt out here against these boys.
Always. That's everybody's got to have a favorite. I don't have a problem with that. Looks like they're looking long and hard at these things, which they should. This is a very, very deep class. There's a lot of variety. We have a nice red female here standing in front of us. Good, sound, functional female, soggy made, lays into her shoulder very nice. Really broody fronted. Have a couple more. The rest of them are blacks. We'd have a blaze-faced one in here that for sure is representing what I assume is a Simmental influence in her. And then it looks like there's a Angus heifer in front of us here, very, very feminine fronted, nice headed. It looks like towards the end we might have something of more of an exotic influence, one at the back.
Well, Mark, I think that one's a semi-tall right there. She might even be a soda pop if I heard that right when she came in, but I don't know.
I assume a soda pop is a fairly recognizable cow family here in Canada.
Yeah, I think that'd be correct. I'd love to know for sure if I knew it, but what?
Well, Jaden's lack of knowledge here is shining through for us. Here I am leaning on my Canadian Simmental guy to give me a little bit of background here, and we're just gonna go with soda pop because that sounds about as good as anything, Jaden. And it's not what Jaden's currently drinking. He's drinking coffee. We haven't started on the good stuff yet. Shortly, I'm sure.
No soda pops yet. Maybe if it hits 9 o'clock. Well, it's already 9:30, so maybe 10 o'clock. But no, honestly, the knowledge is not always there, Mark Kelly. But I'm always there, so that's all that matters.
I'm not going to give you a hard time. My depth of knowledge and pedigrees in the U.S. is not what it should be, so I'm not going to hold it against you. Looks like we started placing the class. Looks like our red female is probably going to end up near the bottom, but everybody has a different preference. But there again, with her being down there, that's still a very good heifer to be down there, and follows up with a very nice black heifer that maybe just doesn't have quite the performance of some of the other females in the class. Looks like we're down to 3 now. Looks like soda pop's going to do her some good here, Jaden.
Yeah, it's big-time Simmental heifer there. I think she's pretty good. There is some tough competition with her and the Angus, but I feel like it's a very, very close class here.
Well, I feel as though we might have something of a culmination of a few events going on here. We got Jaden's love of Simmentals and Nikki's love of the only girl in the class might end up coming to the top for us.
It might be a winning team here today.
Oh.
Well, you have a very competitive third split here in the Pee Wee division. We're going to start off with this heifer in front. I think as far as a balance standpoint, substance, width, softness to her, teat placement, she just kind of puts all the package together, and that's why she's in first today. Heifer in second today, very nice eye-appealing heifer, great teat placement, long body, deep ribbed. Just when you get in behind her, maybe the pin width isn't as big as or as wide as the heifer in front of her, and it's splitting hairs, but a very, very nice young heifer for this young man. Heifer in third follows the second heifer as far as phenotype really closely. Nice long made, deep bellied heifer, nice teat placement, just a real nice heifer. Same as the second place heifer, just maybe like to stouten her up when you get in behind her a little bit, but very, very nice heifer. Red Blaze heifer, same thing, nice long body, deep ribbed. She's got good bone structure. Just like to maybe soften her up in that flank just a little bit. And the black heifer down here, she's a tank. She's moderate, she's stout, she's deep bellied. Just like to maybe freshen her up through that front end a little bit, but she's going to have a deadly udder when she goes out to be a cow there. But nice job, young man. Red heifer here, just like to soften her up in her total makeup a little bit. She's long bodied, she's stout. She's correct on her feet and legs, just like to give her a little more substance and capacity. Thank you.
In this third heat of Pee Wee heifer calves, first place in this class is 19, Raina Sullivan with CMS Sodalicious 603P. Second in class, Dalton Doran with Doran Black Cap May 47P. Third was Maverick Hunter. Fourth, Merrick Sullivan. Fifth in class, Ames Wilson. Sixth in class, Holden Erickson. That brings us to our Pee Wee heifer calf champion drive. We'll bring back the top 2 from each of the 3 splits. So from split 1, first place there was Rylan Lewis with LFE PS Laura 103P. Second in that split was show number 5, Alita Morrison with Brooking Beauty, 61.05. From Heat 2, first place was number 10, Arrow Wilson with DMM Miss Essence, 53P. Second in that split, show number 11, Merritt Waltz with WT Flirtin Megaculty, 608P. From our last split, first place there was entry number 19, Raina Sullivan with CMM So Delicious, 603P. Second in that heat was show number 17, Dalton Doran with Doran Black Cap May, 47P. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Pee Wee Champion Heifer Calf Drive.
Well, here we are in our champion heifer calf.
On the back of your program, we'd like to recognize big thank you to our sponsors. One of our major. Big thank you to.
So here we are in our champion heifer calf split. 6 very nice females out here. I think our judges are really starting to show kind of the type that type and kind that I think they're going to like quite a bit. Stout, wide pinned, wide based, good moving, angular fronted cattle. It seems like they're starting to fall into a type and kind, wouldn't you say, Jade?
You know, Mark, I would say they're falling into a type and kind here. And if it was for me to say, I'd say the type and kind is maybe donor cows. Cows that are going to go out and just raise bull calves that are going to go out and change the industry. And I feel like you look at this grand drive here of the little ones, and man, there is some quality here to be raised, and that is impressive.
Well, I think, for my 2 cents, I would sure say that Nikki is going to be happy here at the end, because it looks like I'd say her little girls that she's fond of is probably going to have a pretty good shot here at the end, wouldn't you say?
You know, Mark, I don't want to get too ahead of myself here
Well,
today.
the Pee Wees have sure brought the heat here this morning in this Heifer Calf Division Championship. You young people have brought a tremendous set of heifers through the ring so far today, and I'm excited for the rest of the day. I think in this class you can kind of see the type and kind we're looking for. We want them complete. They still need to look like a female, but I like when they have some substance and some capacity to them. I think we have some really good options out here, and Dad's going to go show you the one we like best and the reserve.
And so our judge is going out there to make his selection, and he's ends up making a liar out of me there, Jaden. Congratulations to our champion there.
And if I recall, congratulations to Levi Martin for fitting on that one. Maybe we can get him in here later talking a little bit.
Champion Pee Wee Heifer Calf.
Levi, he'd be too slow.
And your reserve champion Pee Wee Heifer
Yeah,
Calf
I'd
comes
say
out of
Levi's
split 2,
walking on
and that's
water back
entry
there right
10
now.
for Arrow Wilson, DMM Miss Essence, 53P. Your reserve champion Pee Wee Heifer Calf. We'll see those two back in our Pee Wee Champion Drive.
Well, that wraps up our heifer calf division here in the Pee Wees. Now we're going directly into bull calves right now. Are there yearling heifers later on, or there are? We like to keep them mixed up here. There you go. We're going to do some bull calves and some yearling heifers after that, I guess. For anybody that can't be here, one of the more amusing thing is watching our young set of ring staff trying to figure out how to get the cattle in and out. I mean, they're fairly inexperienced in the form Justine Bullock, Garth Rancher, and Mr. Harvey, but they'll get it figured out here before too long. I'm sure a couple more times in the ring, and they'll be able to get them sorted out. But they are just novices.
Yeah, a couple more times, a couple more years. Who knows how long it's going to take?
Yeah.
Sometimes this is a hard thing to get down.
It is. You spend so much time telling your kids what to do that sometimes you forget how to do it yourself.
And that's exactly true. But I got to say, I'm pretty revved up to see this bull calf classes here. That's something I can get behind, is looking at bull calves in the summertime. And this could be some of their harder times of the year. Cows are losing on milk a little bit, and calves are growing, and there's just a lot of change.
Well, you were telling me earlier this week that you were kind of excited to see these bull calves to even get a little bit of a gauge of where you stand with your bull calves.
We now move, ladies and gentlemen, to Class 2, the Pee Wee Bull Calf class. Entry 20 is the entry for Emily Richards, Crooked Creek Growth Fund, 60p. 21 is an entry for Jameson Hunker, DMM Johnny Cage, 93p. 22, the entry for Dalton Doran, Red Doran Jet, 66p. 23 is an entry for Raina Sullivan, CMS Dirty Soda, 601p. This is your Pee Wee Champion Bull Calf class.
Yep. Some. There you go. I wonder if that one would be embryo calf. Yeah. Yeah. I would almost bet. We were just talking about Dirty Soda out here and how the heifer calf. Yep, the heifer calf she showed in the last split and that heifer calf division, so they're full sibs. So that's impressive for a young lady to bring two calves out here, full sibs. That's impressive.
And you know that is impressive, and I know her older brother there a little bit, and man, just a family with a ton of knowledge and a love for the industry, and he's looking to change it and grow it, and I think the family themselves is doing a tremendous job just bringing great livestock in here.
Well, and for sure starting with young with a good little exhibitor and good little set of cattle, and that's exactly what you want to see in this Pee Wee deal. Starting a I don't know if you want to say a trend or whatever, but something that you can dang sure build on and doing it in a setting that's not easy. It's pretty deep water here,
Yeah, it's starting out young and just getting in the game. It's impressive to bring the quality and style of cattle. You can kind of see the heifer and the bull calf that she's brought in here, and they definitely have a style and quality, and I think that means a lot, and you can just grow and build on that.
Well, it says a lot for the family, not even knowing them, but I mean, it takes, obviously she's a young lady, it takes a lot of support, to get one here. I know the kids have to do it predominantly by themselves here, but I mean, there's absolutely no way that anybody can do 100% of this by itself. Jaden, at this age, do you think you would have been out here showing one?
No, I was usually pounding staples or something, Mark.
Well, fence work needs to be done too. If you're going to raise those good ones, you got to keep them in, I guess. You don't want them wandering over the neighbor and doing some breeding for free, do you?
Never, but it always seems like they're always wandering somewhere. Never keep them in.
Well, I'd say they're probably learning after their owners, so that's not to give a guy a hard time, but it does happen, doesn't it? So they're evaluating these bull calves pretty close. Is this the only split of bull calves we have? Yep, so this will be for division champion, I'm assuming also class and division. So they're going to look at them a little longer, a little harder, just to make sure they get the right call in there. And it's not an easy one. It's a fairly diverse set of calves. It looks like the calf we have starting out the class, a good structured calf, just a little on the greener side. And then we come into a big burly calf that is for sure ready and being presented well. And then we have a red calf that is no slouch himself. He's for sure in good condition and ready to be shown. Then the last calf, big growthy calf that has a lot of bone, a lot of structure to him, and in good condition. But there's a fair amount of diversity, I think, here in condition and type.
Mark, I would fully have to agree with you, and I feel like at the end of the day, it's just the judge's opinion. But man, I love throwing my opinion around, and I got to say, that black baldy bull calf, there's growth there in size, and you look at him, and he's got some bone under him, and I love that. And then you come up here to this black bull calf coming into the second place, and I love how sound he is on his leg, and just a tremendous calf, well put together. I just feel like that black baldy calf just comes to the top here for me today with the growth and just performance that calf has.
Oh, for sure, I can fully understand that, and that blaze face does a lot, for the industry right now, and so I mean there's and he ends up winning the calf, and that calf ends up winning the split, and now we're gonna hear some comments from our judges.
Well, another good class here, bull calves. Very competitive. I'm going to lead the class off with the blaze face calf here. You know, he's stout when you get in behind him. He's long bodied, he's deep ribbed. He's good in that forerib area. You know, he's got some set or some heel to his feet and everything. I'd change his hoof structure just a nickel on him. But overall, real stout, nice made calf. Calf in second, just a little narrow when you get in behind him as far as his top and rib shape go. But nice long-bodied, nice stout calf. Just need a little more heel set to him to compete with the calf above him today, but overall, real nice bull calf. Red bull calf here, moderate package. Little shorter fronted there, but you know he's got some good bone and stuff. Just like to stouten him up when you get in behind him, extend him through that front end just a little bit. A nice red bull calf here. Black calf just lacks a little power today for me to compete with them big calves in front of him there. You know, he's long body, he's a little greener in condition, but they change so much, and I think he'll develop just fine, so thank you.
Champion Pee Wee Bull Calf goes to Raina Sullivan with CMS Dirty Soda 601P. Reserve Champion Pee Wee Bull Calf to Jamison Hunker with DMM Johnny Cage 93P. Third in class was Dalton Doran. Fourth, Emily Richards. That brings us to our Class 3 Pee Wee Junior Yearling Heifer. Show number 24 is Madeline Bishop with Creekside Candy 515N. 25, the entry for Tel Harvey, CMFM Time to Shine N18. 26 is an entry for Jolene Wunsch. Peaches. This is your Pee Wee Junior Yearling Heifer class.
Well, here we are in our first yearling split of Pee Wees. And boy, talk about diversity. That is the fun thing that you get to see when you come up here to Basha is the way they do it. You know, we have some breed stuff, but right here we have a shorthorn female that leads off the class. Black, I'm guessing that's a semi-influenced female. And do we think this is a traditional semi coming in here and back, or what would we say?
Any of our juniors
Crossbred?
throughout the day, if you win a prize during the show, if you want to come over to the back after you've put your animals away, you can either just division. For division winners, if you win your first or second in your division, come over and see Deanne Young or Dakota Hunker. They have prizes over here, so you can come over and please pick up your prize if you win champion or reserve in a division.
So our judges are looking at this group of three heifers, like I say, and it very diverse set, and honestly not a bad female out here. You know, the shorthorn female, you know, which I would assume is coming in giving up a little bit of power, is still a very good female, and you know, representing her breed. The black heifer, very elegant, very nice in her lines, smooth made female, and then what we assume is maybe a influence heifer, cross heifer at the back, big, stout, burly, yellow baldy, very very nice female.
I will say, Mark, like all good females here and represent their breed and type and kind. I do got to say I take a liking to this black heifer, but she may end up being a little more moderate for me. I do like the big tan heifer. I gotta say, she comes at you with a lot of power and a lot of volume and just overall complete female.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't know if there's a wrong way to go out here. This is one of those things where you got to make some judgment calls and whatever suits you best. I can see in a diverse operation, all three of these females will sit in there and do well for these young exhibitors, I believe.
And check out the way that little Tel Harvey shows that heifer, man. I've been watching that kid the last few years. He gets her done and he sticks them. He's growing up now, but man, since he was a little boy, since I've been around, kid does a good job. Other than I called him Chick today and he didn't like that.
Well, luckily he's a Harvey, so he's thick-skinned. I bet he can take it. I've known the family a long time, very good people, and it takes a lot to get them down. So I bet he'll be all right with it. doing an excellent job showing this fame. All our exhibitors are. The young lady here at the back with the yellow baldy. Well, I mean, she's got that thing shown, doing a good job. I mean, that's impressive.
And check out her jeans, Mark. That's fashion. I bet you'd look good in a set of those.
I've got some I'm going to wear home tomorrow. I just didn't want to wear them to the show today.
Yeah, I knew it. You'd make Jade too excited if you wore those.
Well, I save that stuff for the airport. I like to really look good in the airport. So
It's always important for everybody you're flying with to know your true colors, Mark. It's okay.
well, it is. I feel like once you really dress up. Almost had a late entrant here coming in, but they got her stopped. And
A nice
yep.
class of yearling heifers here in the Pee Wee division. The black heifer that comes to the front, I think, does so when you analyze her from the rear. These first two heifers, they're both really nice outline females when you study them from the side. They're both attractive, long-bodied made females, but I think this black heifer, when you get in behind her, the width over her top and a little bit extra muscle shape is what brings her to the front of the class for us. The shorthorn heifer here second, I do like her better. She's a little neater tucked up in her chest compared to the black heifer that leads off the class. I think I'd just like to smooth up her underline a little bit and to compete with the heifer above. The young lady's white-faced heifer here down at the end, a really big-bodied, broody-made female. One I just like to change the shape about her feet and how she moves off of her hind legs. I'd like to refine a little bit of her udder or teat size at this stage in the game, but a nice heifer that's going to go make a nice cow for this young lady.
So your Pee Wee champion junior yearling goes to Tell Harvey with CMFM Time to Shine N18. Reserve champion Pee Wee junior yearling goes to Madeline Bishop with Creekside Candy 515N. And third in class was the entry for Jolene Wunsch and her heifer Peaches. We now welcome to the ring the Pee Wee senior yearling heifer class. Entry 27 is Kinsey Olson with Silverline Novaray 2N. 28, the entry for Austin Ravel with Murphy's Missy 2504. This is your Pee Wee senior yearling champion class.
Well, we just had a bold prediction from young Jaden. We'll see if it comes true. I'm not going to reveal it until our judges make their final placings here. But two very nice females. You know, Jaden. I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like the Shorthorns are more strongly represented here this year so far than they were last year. That could just be a misconception of mine, but we've already seen a few more Shorthorn females come through here than what I remember last year.
You know, Mark, for what I remember, I feel like you're correct on that, and quality females too, like really representing the breed well. And then also in this class, I'm going to say it looks like we got an Angus heifer here. Maybe Nikki would know. But, yeah, just a big broody type female. And I guess we'll see how this class goes. We only got 2 entries here.
Yep,
so
2 entries, and then soon we're going to pick a champion yearling female. And then it looks like we have a few pairs to go after that. But I actually like it. I haven't always been the strongest advocate of a Shorthorn, but without a doubt, they're a foundation breed in the beef industry from way back. And I got to admit, I think it's nice to see them making a little bit of a comeback.
I got to say, I don't know if I'm a full supporter on the Shorthorns. I got a couple cows. Grandpa bought a bull. Bull got out. Bred some of my cows. I got a handful of Shorthorn cows, and they're pretty all right. I won't lie. Big milking cows.
So you might be like a full-on breeder now, huh?
You could consider it.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. And I assume they're Shorthorn full-blood crosses?
Well, yeah, they are.
Really?
And they milk. I got one Shorthorn full-blood Solaire cross, too.
Really? Now, I would say that
and
would almost
Nikki's over
be,
here laughing at me.
It's got to be a bit of a unicorn. But we're going to get some comments from our judges on this class.
This black heifer that leads this class is just a really, really eye-appealing, really balanced female from one end to the other. She's got some rib shape. She's nice up through that front end. She's cowy yet feminine. Nice teat placement on this heifer, and just a very, very good heifer for this young man. Nice shorthorn heifer here we got. She's long body. She's deep ribbed. She's got some good bone on her. Just when she tapers off from hooks to pins a little bit, and a little flatter in her stifle, when you get in behind her and get analyze her. But really nice fronted female for this young lady. Nice heifer.
Champion Pee Wee Senior Yearling Heifer exhibited by Austin Ravel, Murphy's Missy, 2504. Your reserve champion Pee Wee Senior Yearling Heifer exhibited by Kinsey Olson, Silverline Novaray, 2N. We'll see them both back in our champion drive. We move now to our Pee Wee 2-year-old female with natural calf at foot. Single entry in this class, entry 29 for Tucker Doran, Red Allison Astor, 184M, and calf at side. Red Doran Jet, 66P, the bull calf at side. Your Pee Wee 2-year-old female class.
Now, Mark, it looks like we have a single entry into this class, but boy, does this get me revved up. Got a big cow, good bull calf standing in front of her. I love pair showing.
Well, I tell you what, with observations like that, it's obvious why you're a learned scholar with 85 hours of education underneath you. You're right, it is a single entry, and yes, you're also right. Well, it's a big, broody, powerful, stout one. I mean, honestly, I don't know. If you own this pair, I don't know where you go from there. I mean, that is literally one of them that if you can't go out there and smile every day, you got that cow in the pasture, I don't know what you do. With that being said, we're going to dive off into this a little bit about, Jaden was telling us that he has a shorthorn Solera cross cow, and was commenting on how she was probably the best milking cow he had in the pasture. And I got to admit, I'm a little bit intrigued. I would have never dreamed, but I can imagine that being something of an impressive mating. We're going to hear from our judge right here real quick.
Just a single entry here in our Pee Wee cow calf class, and I commend these young boys for bringing this cow here today. It's a lot of work, and especially when you're this little. I think a really great pair to stand alone in this class. A big tanky cow. She's got lots of ribs. She's stout. She's got a really nice udder. Feet look right, and she's got a whale of a bull calf in front of her. Just a really tanky made pair that I think could stand some competition.
The champion Pee Wee 2-year-old female exhibited by Tucker Doran, Red Allison Astor, 184M, and calf Red Doran Jet, 66P at side. They'll exit the ring and immediately return for our Pee Wee Grand Champion Drive. In this Pee Wee Grand Champion Drive, the Champion Award sponsored by O'Neill Livestock and Danes Cattle Company. The Reserve Champion Award sponsored by Harvey Crest Cattle Company.
Looks like we're getting ready to have our champion Pee Wee drive here, Jaden. I'm not a betting man, but I guess I'm going to have an idea of which way I think they're going to lean. I'm not going to say it's cut and dried, but boy, I'd sure hate to wager.
Following this Pee Wee Grand Champion Drive, we will have a short break. We'll send our adjudicators, Jay and Madison, over to the backdrop for photos with our champion and reserve Pee Wee. So there'll be just a short break for those in the open class. It'll only be a short picture break before we move into the open classes. In comes our Pee Wee Champion Drive, our Pee Wee Champion Heifer Calf. Entry number 1, exhibited by Rylan Lewis, LFE PS Laura, 103P. The reserve champion Pee Wee Heifer Calf, exhibited by Errol Wilson, DMM Miss Essence, 53P. Our grand champion Pee Wee Bull Calf, exhibited by Raina Sullivan, CMS Dirty Soda 601P. Reserve Champion Pee Wee Bull Calf exhibited by Jameson Hunker, DMM Johnny Cage 93P. In our junior yearling division, the champion there exhibited by Tel Harvey, CMFM Time to Shine N18. Reserve junior yearling champion for Madeline Bishop, Creekside Candy 515N. Our champion senior yearling shown by Austin Rabble, Murphy's Missy 2504. Reserve champion senior yearling shown by Kinsey Olson, Silverline Novaray 2N. And our champion 2-year-old exhibited by Tucker Doran, Red Allison Astor 184M, and calf Red Doran Jet 66P at side. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pee Wee Grand Champion Drive, Pee Wee Grand Champion Award sponsored by O'Neill Livestock and Danes Cattle Company. The Reserve Award sponsored by Harvey Crest Cattle.
Well, here we are in our champion drive. Boy, I tell you what, if this isn't impressive, or if this doesn't impress you, seeing these young individuals out here with a very, very good set of cattle, and you know, I mean, I guess what I was going to say is, if I was a betting man, I know where I'd be putting my money, but it wouldn't be an easy call because, like Jaden said, that bull calf. Well, what a standout for a young calf to have that much future in him right now. You know, be tied together that well and move that well and in good flesh, but by no means I think over conditioned. We have an extremely good heifer calf that wins the heifer calf division. Well, I mean, you just read longevity and future in her. You come on down the heifer that wins the yearling heifer division. Boy, you just read nice young brood cow in her. Our senior champion out here representing that little bit of a smaller senior division, but doing a good job representing it. And then we only had a single entry in our cow calf, but boy, I mean, I don't know if you could have got, if you ran 10 out there, if you would have come up with anything better. And you have us once again 2 shorthorns here in the reserve drive. I don't remember that from last year, so I mean that's nice to see that breed being represented. A nice reserve bull calf out here. I mean, for sure, a stout individual, big, bold sprung, big-legged, travels nice, and boy, a real stout heifer calf in the reserve spot. I mean, that couldn't have been an easy call in that division. Those are 2 very nice heifer calves.
You know, Mark, sometimes the heifer calf division is always the hardest division to judge. I definitely ain't going to argue with the way the judges chose it, but real tough decision there. And I was thinking while you were talking.
Well, how about a round of applause for these Pee Wees here? What an exceptional group of cattle they got in the final drive here. Yeah, they got to be excited for the future with all the offspring they brought in here today, and they're all very, very nice animals. With that being said, there's going to be a champion in reserve, and Madison is going to go pick them. Congratulations, kids.
Your grand champion Pee Wee, the 2-year-old exhibited by Tucker Doran, Red Allison Astor 184M, and calf Red Doran Jet 66P at side. Your grand champion Pee Wee receiving the award from O'Neill Livestock and Danes Cattle Company. And your reserve champion Pee Wee is the heifer calf exhibited by Ryland Lewis, LFE PS Laura 103P, and he'll receive the award sponsored by Harvey Crest Cattle Company. We'll send Tucker and Ryland over to the backdrop, and we'll ask that Jay and Madison go over for a quick picture. We'll resume in a short period here with our open division.
Well, there you have your champion. Pee Wee was a pair, and I think that's kind of unanimous. I would say I don't know if anybody would really argue with that. And
It's tough to get around a pair with that quality and just that style. And man, that's a good pair. It's hard
Oh, for
those.
sure. And I would have a real hard time at this point reading any more quality into the rest of them out there that would make you even vaguely comfortable beating that pair. And now me and Jaden were just talking. It's tough. It's a leap for some people, but that bull calf was dang sure good enough. If somebody was going to step out there and use something other than another female to be reserved, I for sure think that bull calf is one that would have the quality to step into that role. But a very nice heifer calf that ended up being reserved.
Real nice heifer calf coming in as a reserve, and I mean that pair wins very well. But I won't lie, I might have been the guy to do something different and use that bull calf because man, I might have to go try and buy that sucker.
Well, I don't blame you, and I would say if anybody would do anything different, it would be Jaden. Many times I've seen him do stuff different, and I thought, well, I don't know if I could make that work, but he did. So I'd trust you 100%. I think I wouldn't doubt you. But you're right. That is a very good calf, and I don't know a whole lot. About him. He's dirty soda. I don't know what it takes to make soda dirty, but he is dirty soda, and I guess you'd have to look at his pedigree a little bit more and see if that would work in your cows. But that is a very good calf. I agree.
Honestly, pedigree would definitely have to be looked into. Dirty soda, no clue on how you make one dirty, but I might learn. And I'd also be real interested on what you mean by me doing things a little differently.
We can delve into that later in the day. I'm just gonna say one word: Uncrustables. And
Well, shoot, we don't got to bring that up
well,
ever
no,
again.
I didn't think I needed to elaborate, but I thought I'd just go off there for a little bit. But no, we have a little bit of a break here. It looks like they're going to be taking some pictures of our champions, and then we're going to move into the open classes. Boy, I tell you what, right now it looks like it is going to be a beautiful day. I don't know. In American terms, I'd say it's about 65 degrees. Nice little breeze and all that. I don't know what it'd be Celsius-wise, but boy, it's a beautiful day. Great weather for the cattle. At this point, I don't know if the cattle are going to be getting hot. 16 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that gets up to 22. That's not a great temperature variance. So maybe the cattle stay cool and all that. See 60s. I thought we were close to 60s. I tell you what, you stand in a show barn enough of your life, you get pretty good at guessing temperature. But I tell you, I'm
If we could keep the temperature at 60 down there, Mark, they wouldn't even come in the barn.
Yeah, and good luck with that.
Well, darn.
Thank you. But I tell you what, Jaden, I am very excited to see the rest of this, how this progresses. I don't know if that might not be one of the stouter peewee shows that I've seen in the short time I've been coming up here.
You know, Mark, I feel like the quality this year is just advanced, and I feel like we're going to see some good cattle, great kids, and it's going to be an amazing day. The weather's right. It's not raining, and we're here.
Well, I tell
Maybe
you,
have a dirty soda or two.
we may. I bet we have a dirty soda pretty quick, like. Now, I gotta say, and I know Jaden, he judged a few things up here with me, and we got to see some cattle come through the ring, and in the fitting stuff and the clipping portion of it, and then in watching the bracket show yesterday, which was an amazing event. I encourage anybody that has the opportunity to come to Basha and come for 2 days and experience that. That's a unique event. But in watching that and getting to see cattle, move around here, I got to tell you, I'm flat excited to see some of these pairs show that I've seen moving around here. And I think I've seen a couple of white pairs. There's a black and white pair we're going to get to see come out here. Some black pairs, even that some red pairs. And there's a very impressive, probably as diverse a group, and when it comes to condition, size, dimension, the way they're made. I'm excited. I'm probably as excited to watch these pairs come out here later on today as I've been to watch a show in a while.
And Mark, I would have to agree with you on that. I love watching a good pair show, and there is a ton of variety, like you were saying, but I also feel like there's a ton of quality. And at the end of the day, the industry leads to having good pairs and good bulls. So.
Oh, for sure. And that's not taken away from. We've seen some very good younger females this week, but it's always exciting for me to come up here. We don't get to show as many pairs down in our country as what I would like. Some breeds, Charolais, Limousine, some of those breeds, the pairs get to show for champion female. A lot of the breeds that we deal with, the Hereford, the Angus, some of them, the pairs don't always get to show for champion female, and so it doesn't really inspire people to put the time and effort into hauling a pair, which is a lot of work. And so I really enjoy getting to come up here and see all these very, very good pairs show, and because when we show them yearling females, we get to see them when we calve them out and put them in production. But there's a lot of good ones that aren't ours that I never do get to see in production. I'm always curious about, and that's one thing about coming up here is you don't even have to guess about it. If you thought there was a good yearling female being shown, you'll see her back with a calf on her side, and maybe a couple of different years in a row as a two and a mature and all that. And so it's a very good experience. But in talking about the bracket show last night, if anybody gets a chance to come up here in the future, it's a great deal to watch, entertaining thing to be a part of, great fundraiser for this youth organization. I know Jaden enjoyed it. I hope people do get a chance to come and see that at some point.
Man, Mark, what a fun time, and great people running it and organizing it, and the show's amazing. I do gotta say, I think we need to bring back the Paralyzer Bar.
Oh, for sure. Well, that and it just proves that people have that people can be multi-talented. I mean, because one of the major parts of it, Ty Wilson and
Canadian juniors. Any of you who did not receive your pants, the swag that was from the show here, the large and medium pants are now in. They have arrived, so you can come up here and see Dakota to get your pants. Also, all of you with yearling heifers in the bracket yesterday, the prize money is up here at the announcer stand from the bracket. So you can be picking up throughout the day here today. You can pick up your prize money from the bracket up here at the announcer stand as well.
What I was going to say is for anybody that sees Ty Wilson and says, you know what, he's nothing but a muscled up heartthrob with good hair. He can also speak. He is intelligent, articulate. He's a showman. And so the bracket does a lot to bring out people's talents also.
And it seems to bring out a lot of Ty's talents. I will say after that last announcement about the pants, though, Mark, you like talking too, but could you go pick up your medium-sized pants?
I bet you I can get you some medium-sized pants. I mean, you're not ready for big boy pants just yet, but medium ought to work for you, I bet.
Any size pants for you would be cool if you'd put some on.
No mas pantalones. I think I stumped you on Jaden right there. But anyways, it looks like we're about to get ready to start. Maybe. I think we're about to get ready to start our open female show.
And it looks like we have some variety coming to us. I see black, white, and red, and all different colors.
I mean, it is a melting pot here in Basha. We welcome all creeds and all kinds. They welcomed us up here, and so I think that says a lot for them.
Well, that's exactly true. I don't know what else to say.
I love leaving Jaden speechless. I do that quite often. A lot of times just because he can't understand what I say. But anyways.
It's usually a daily occurrence, but yeah.
Oh, no, looks like we're still picturing our pairs. So it's going to be a little longer. Unfortunately for all of you out there, that means more time for me and Jaden to be on the mic. But we're going to take advantage of it and see if we can fill a little time here.
Mostly Mark on the mic. I just kind of say yeah or laugh, but I'm here.
Well, you are my setup man. Literally, he sets up all the tack when we go to a show and all that. Plus, he sets me up on the mic. So, I mean, dual role.
Dual role, dual purpose, one name.
One name. Oh, but we were talking earlier about that bull calf, and I was commenting on how Jaden was saying that he was excited to get here and see the bull calves to see how his measure up, and that is something I think is probably not I don't know what the right word is. Probably not taken into account for a lot of people. I think there's a lot of worth. I think there's a lot of people come to these shows, partly to watch, but partly to look at cattle that should be on the top end of the curve when it comes to feed and growth, and then go back home and look at their own livestock and go, you know what, am I behind? Am I ahead? Where am I sitting? As we get ready to get these calves into the fall, and then do I need to cull a little harder? Do I have some calves that are just not going to be as growthy this year, or man, do I keep a few more to develop? And so that's I think it's very useful.
Well, and that's exactly it, Mark. And a lot of places I go, I'm always looking and studying the cattle, because what I can take from here, I can take it back home, and even though it is a different breed of cow, I can judge the scale on if I need to change up my cow herd, if I need to get them more growthy, or if I'm kind of in the slot, or maybe we got to slow down a little. And I feel like it helps out a lot. Maybe we get some words from Nikki and her Pro Angus raising on how to grow calves right and get them ready.
Well, I mean, at least from a Angus standpoint, but also a marketing standpoint, because I will say I don't know if there's anybody sees any more cattle in a year than Nikki Ross, with all her video and picture and all that. Thank you. And I mean, probably a unique perspective. We've always talked about how we'd like to mic Nikki at every stop she goes to, and maybe hold her hostage on some of her hot takes, but we haven't done that yet.
It would be interesting. Sometimes she manages to drag me along to these places, and it's always a fun experience, I gotta say. But she probably does look at a tremendous amount of cattle, and good cattle all across Canada. And Nikki does do a very good job picturing and videoing, so if you need any pictures or videos done, just give her a haul, or maybe I can get 10% if you say it's, I sent you there.
I don't know. I don't know if Nikki's that desperate to go ahead and give you a cut of it, but maybe she is.
I'm always looking for a hustle, Mark. Remember them breaking donkeys?
Exactly. In the future, if anybody wants to hit up Jaden Warren for breaking donkeys, it sounds like he's going to step off in that water here before too long. I don't know how good it's going to go for him, but he's never been a young man that's been afraid to lose money, and since he's done losing money on Ford pickups, maybe he wants to lose some money on donkeys. By the way, if anybody's looking for a slightly used King Ranch half ton, I know where one's sitting. Was running when parked, ish.
It made it there. I don't know if it'll make it to your place, but sold as is.
Sure
and
looks
I
good.
do know what that means after my 85 hours of auctioneer school. So, ka-chow. But
it sure looks good sitting there, I'll say.
Oh man, it's a good-looking truck, but boy, it doesn't run.
And that's what you can expect in the future when Jaden's auctioneering a sale is honesty. Honesty. He's not going to sell you something that ain't going to work for you.
If it ain't going to work, I ain't going to sell it. Well, I might sell it, but I'm going to tell you what's wrong with it, and I'm going to tell you what I personally think about it. It might get a guy down being a little too honest in this industry, but I feel like honesty is integrity or something like that, if I knew what integrity meant.
When you go for the advanced course in that auctioneer, I think they teach you what integrity means. But
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and we'll now move into our open division. We'll begin with our heifer calf class, one class of heifer calves in the open division. We welcome in show number 30, Olivia Coots with Jasper. 31 is the entry for Keeler Eaton. Bar SK MS Jewel, 631P. 32, an entry for Ainsley Van Sickle. Red River Rock Shawnee, 657P. 33 is the entry for Colt Jacobs, DMM Miss Essence, 47P. 34, an entry for Quinn Peterson, Red Peterson Lassie, 404P. 35 is the entry for Keelan Eaton, Bar SK Heather, 601P. 36, Callan Gartner with Diamond T Bardolia, 2602. This is your open champion heifer calf class.
Well, here we are in our first split of heifer calves in the open division of this, and boy, I gotta say, you know, for a group of young heifers, I don't know if there's a single one in here that I would just sort out and go, I don't know if that one would work in my operation. This is a group of very nice heifer calves. It's going to be a little tougher group to sort because, like we said, diversity runs deep here. We have a very young female that starts the class, but I gotta say, for the age of that one, she holds her own in a group of older, more ready heifer calves. I don't believe she's going to have quite enough to go the distance today, but that is a good young heifer right there. And boy, I mean, the reds are well represented in this deal too. I'm not making any predictions, but they're, you know, they're little theatrical interlude there.
I have a great new wingman.
But you know, the reds are well represented, and of course, obviously, the blacks are stout as always in this. I wouldn't expect any different from when you come up here. You know, blacks are very strong, but boy, this, you know, Canadians like a good colored animal, and so yeah, very stout, very deep, well represented. Two very good Charolais females out here doing what a Charolais should do. I think power, ruggedness, bone. I'm going to go ahead and put Jaden on the spot here with a mouthful of breakfast sandwich. It's what I like to do.
You know, Mark's really good at that, and he puts me on the spot all the time. It's not real cool. Madison, Wisconsin, by the trailer. He might remember it. I don't know. But, you know,
Honestly,
I like
no.
this
No, I
black
don't
heifer.
remember a whole lot from Madison, but
Yeah, it was a fun time, and we drank a lot of beer, Mark. Sorry, a lot of dirty sodas.
dirty sodas, yes. A lot of dirty sodas that day.
And you made me wash way too many cows.
Oh, well, I mean, that's what you're good at. And blow 'em and clip on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
bit of
don't
all of it.
want to pigeonhole a guy right there. But no, this is a very deep set of young females, wouldn't you say?
Very, very deep. Lots of quality here, and lots of different types and kinds. And I feel like it just comes down to personal preference at the end of the day.
You know, that's the good and bad about this format is, boy, you know coming to it that no matter what breed you're showing, you're really gonna have to bring your A game because you may have what you figure is one of the better ones in your breed, but it's never as easy as just showing against your breed. You know, when you know you're going to be showing against, you know, heifer calves of other breeds that have probably won their divisions at other breed junior nationals up here.
And you know, Mark, you say that, and I actually like it. I like a little breed competition. Maybe if there was a little more breed competition down south, there would be, you know, the breeds would better themselves instead of just competing in your own breed. Like the blacks or the Anguses compete against the Charolais, and the Charolais growing a bunch up here in Canada the last couple of years, and they're really stepping it up. And then the Simmentals are competing, and I just feel like the competition just
Oh, I agree.
builds quality.
I agree. I mean, there's for sure a lot of worth in it. You know, if I'm going to say there's any negative on it, it's you know, you at this level, I always like to see an exceptional individual in their breed, you know, allowed to shine. But you know, with the format that we have, you know, we have to show them like this for the sake of time and numbers and all that. And without a doubt, you know, there's going to be one breed of female out here that is probably going to end up, you know, not coming back in the split, you know, the champion split, and it's not going to be because she's not a good female. It's really just going to be because personal preference, I believe.
You know, Mark, I feel like you're right, and at the end of the day, everything comes down to personal preference. I'm studying this class here, and I'm not getting up there and getting a great look at them, but boy, this black eye, I think she's an Angus female in front of us. Little boy, pink shirt showing her. What a broody female. Big-bellied, big-legged, soft, and I appreciate that female for her type and kind.
Well, without looking at the papers, I mean the build and type of that heifer, I have a pretty good idea where she came from. You know, I mean there's you know there it's funny, the Angus up here probably more so than even where I come from, you know, push the envelope competing with the exotics in muscle and bone and body. Probably more so up here than even in the U.S. You know, in the U.S. there are big, stout, broody Angus females, but you know they're you know, for the most part they're still having to be, you know, the maternal base, and so it's tough at times to get some of these Angus females at home as big and burly as some of our exotics, and that's understandable. I mean, you know, the exotics are supposed to be the sire base for putting pounds into the commercial calves through the sale barn, and the Angus are supposed to be there to really make that sound maternal profitable base for a rancher. And so it is interesting to come up here though and see these big stout wolfy females that you got to ask, you know, or is that an Angus, or is that thing have some semi influence in them? And a lot of times they are pure red Angus. They're just that powered up.
You know, Mark, I would have to agree with you on that. Like, that female, when you first get your eyes on her, you'd almost think, man, that's a good Simmental heifer. But I think looking at her ear tag, there's a little Angus button in there. And I could be wrong. Maybe she's a crossbred, but or a commercial heifer. But really, really nice female. Stout, big bone. I appreciate her a bunch.
I think so. It looks like she's going to win the class for us.
Another really nice class of heifer calves here. I think another class with some different types and kinds. The female that leads off the class, I guess, is just the combination female for us. You love her when you stand off from the side. You love her when you stand behind. She's really feminine made female. She's got lots of ribs. She's stout. She's sound on the move. I think just overall very complete and balanced heifer to start off the class. So we move into the Charolais heifers here in 2 and 3, very similarly built type of females. I think the heifer in 2 edges ahead of the heifer in 3. I like her sweep to her underline a bit better, and I think she's a little smoother about her joints at this stage of the game, but a really complete made female, long-fronted, big-bellied, stout-made female. I just think she lacks the overall eye appeal and balance that the first heifer does, but a really, really nice female. Same goes for the heifer here in 3rd. She patterns the heifer in 2nd very similarly. As I said, I just like to smooth her up there about her navel and about her joint work, but a really nice female to go in 3rd. The really flashy Black Angus heifer here in 4th. You love her when you study her from the side. She's really feminine. She's long-fronted. I think where this heifer falls into 4th is just when you stand in behind her. I'd like to see her a little wider over top, a little wider from her hooks to her pins, but a really nice feminine heifer to stand there in 4th. Same goes for the heifer here in 5th, this Red Angus heifer. I think the same thing, long-bodied, long-spined heifer. I don't think she's quite as attractive as the Black Angus heifer in front of her. She gets a little flatter sided, and same thing, just not quite as stout as the females here in front. A really fancy Red Angus heifer here down towards the bottom. Same thing, doesn't quite have quite the rib shape and hip structure as the heifers above her. I'd like to give her a little more bone for underneath of her. And rounding out the class, it's a hard class for this May heifer to be in. She's showing up against these big Januaries, but I think a heifer that keep working on her. I think she has some future. She's long-fronted. She's long-sided. Just gets a little outpowered here today being up against the big January heifers.
So in this open division, your open champion heifer calf goes to Colt Jacobs with DMM Miss Essence 47P. Reserve champion heifer calf in the open division goes to Keeler Eaton with Bar SKMS Jewels 631P. We'll see those two back in our champion drive. 3rd in class was the entry for Keelan Eaton. 4th in class was Callan Gartner. 5th to Quinn Peterson. 6th in class was Ainsley Van Sickle. And 7th in class, Olivia Coots. We now move to our open division bull calf class, a single entry from Liam Richards, Crooked Creek Growth Fund 60P. Your open division bull calf class.
Well, that heifer calf division in the open deal was pretty quick. A big class. A lot of heifers in there. The only place I'm going to take our judges there, if we could have moved one of them reds up, we could have had a nice alternating color pattern. You know, black, white, red, black, white, red. I like symmetry like that. I don't know that.
You would seem like somebody that forgets
Just a
about
single
the-
entry in this class. You got to appreciate this Marchborn calf. You know, he's really balanced. He's stout. He's correct. He meets his track when he's walking. He's got a nice foot structure, nice Angus head, and he's developing along just nice. Keep him going, and a very nice, attractive calf.
Open Division champion bull calf goes to Liam Richards with Crooked Creek Growth Fund 60P.
You know, Mark, you do seem like somebody that would forget about quality and structure and maybe go for a color pattern, don't you? I just see that.
Man, you know how I like patterns. I mean, you know how much I like a nice painted vehicle. And
We now move into the yearling heifers in our open division. And we have 2 heats of yearling heifers. This first split. Entry 38 is Eden Kaminsky with CSD Donna 5416. 39, the entry for Liam Richards, Crooked Creek Lucy Pride 36N. 40 is an entry for Tennessee Walter, Brooking Rose 5220. 41, the entry for Rhea Gunderson, 6S Perfect Soul 85NET. 42, the entry for Calum Hofstra, PLC Queen 411N. 43 is an entry for Michael Richards, Crooked Creek Tibby 17N. 44, the entry for Cam Davidson, Miss Prairie Cove 561N. The first split of 2 splits of yearling heifers in our open division.
Man, Mark, she is just one heck of a heifer. Honestly, I wish up here in Canada we had a little more of a fall division and more falls got showing, but I feel like maybe that's starting to come a thing. We'll see in the future.
I don't know if years ago we would have seen a fall heifer calf of that quality being shown. It's a shame she has to show against a February in here, but that's just the way that the chips fall. But boy, I mean, you know, right here, I got to tell you, I can pick out 3 or 4 females in this class pretty easy that would be division winners a lot of places, and it's impressive to see somebody bring a fall heifer calf on that much.
Very good fall, Mark. I would agree with you, and she's got some size to her, and I'd say fits in with the falls in your barn. Then we look here in front of us. There's a young lady with I'm gonna say a black Angus heifer in the 3rd mark. Real complete, cool fronted heifer. Big bone for an Angus female and big bellied, and I do like that female. And then the Shorthorns are being represented very well, and
That's a big burly shorthorn female.
yeah, I think she goes. Well, I actually don't know who she's from. I'm gonna be wrong on that.
Yeah, that's a big burly shorthorn female without a doubt. Then we have a growthy, powerful, kind of exactly what you're going to want in a Charolais female that is towards the end of the class right now. I mean, come in last. Obviously, the oldest female in the class. That's why she's down there right now. But boy, that's a good Charolais female. And you know, it just says like right here, you know, there honestly you might be looking, if you split these things up, you probably have 4 yearling champion heifers and their respective breeds right here in this class.
You know, Mark, I'd have to agree with you, and you just go down and study, and at the end of the day, it all comes to personal preference. I feel like I know which way you'd go here. That fall heifer would be your top, but
you know, she sure could. I'm not necessarily going to jump on that boat just yet because our judges have a lot better angled look at them than what we do, and we just get to see them walk in really, and when these young people get them set up out here, and I will say, that one of the worst misconceptions that anybody can make is assuming it's as easy to judge one of these things standing alongside the ring as it is standing out there. You get to see a side of cattle that everybody thinks they see standing alongside the ring, in the back ring, and all that. When they get out there, you've got the opportunity to get all the way around them, get on top of them, look down their spine, actually examine pin width, actually examine how they balance up, in their shoulder. When you look at them, from the front end, how the points of their shoulder lay into them. I'm not gonna say that the judge is always right. I'm going to say that the judge has a unique perspective on them a lot of times, and from having the opportunity to stand in that ring a couple of times, you see things that you probably miss in that 20 seconds of them walking by and all that. So yeah, that fall heifer calf hits me pretty hard, but we have judges that are out here that their job is to evaluate the entire animal and not just a snippet of them.
Mark, I take a lot of consideration into you saying that, and I think it is very cool. And you've judged many of major shows down in the States, maybe not like Texas majors, but like national shows at OKC for the Charolais last year, and
yes, sir,
and the Simmentals 2 years ago, and you know what it's like to get into a big ring and judge all day and evaluate cattle, and when you do get on them or watch them walk away from you, there's a lot of things you can see in an animal when you're in a ring judging compared to just sitting on the outside. And I've spent a lot of time sitting on the outside judging myself, but
and I will say I'd say pretty much everybody that's ever judged the show has had the same experience. You see one come in the ring towards the beginning of the class, and they hit you pretty hard, and you think, man, that is the one. And then the rest of the class gets in there, and it almost hurts your heart every now and then when that one that hits you hard in the very beginning, if you end up having to stand them second or something, because you see one that just fits your type and kind a little bit better, maybe gets it outdone just a little bit, either on structure, muscle, just the way they handle themselves. And so it's one of them things. It's a unique perspective. I lots of times I would
really
like
competitive class here in our yearling females. Again, I think a female that we both gravitated to as soon as she walked into the ring. She's got a lot of presence. She's long-sided, and with all that femininity, she still has a lot to her. She's stout. She's got lots of stifle. She's big-ribbed. Looks like she's going to have nice udder. She's got nice T-size and placement at this stage of the game. I think just a really complete female to start off this class. I think this September-born heifer very similarly patterns our class winner. Once again, a really long-fronted, attractive-made female who's got a nice sweep to her rib. As you stand in behind her, she's stout, she's sound. I just don't think she quite has as much muscle shape and through her stifle as our class winner, but two very, very competitive heifers to lead off this class. Shorthorn heifer that comes in here third, a really attractive female when you study her from the side. She's long-sided, she's really long-necked. Female that I'd just like to see have a little more, she's a little straight when you study her hind legs, and she gets a little rigid in motion through her hip, but a really nice female that I think patterns are first to in terms of femininity and eye appeal. A really big Charolais heifer here in fourth. I think for us, just one that pushes terms of condition at this stage of the game. You can see kind of about her chest floor and her throat. She has a little more than the class winners, but a really powerful, stout-made type female. I'd just like to refine her teat size and placement at this stage, but a solid heifer for this young man. Moving down to this black heifer here in fifth. Once again, a long body type female who's attractive. I'd just like to see her have a little more bone underneath of her and be a little stouter as you study over her top and through her hip. The two females here at the end, they're broody, cowy type of females. They both have a little bit of chest, and I'd like to straighten them out a little bit from hooks to pins. They get a little rounder there as they get in motion. Females that I'd like to tidy up their underlines in terms of their navel, give them just a little more eye appeal to compete with the heifers above, but two really solid heifers for these young men.
In our first split of yearling heifers in this open division, first place goes to Tennessee Walter with Brooking Rose 52-20. Second in class was Eden Kaminsky with CSD Donna 54-16. Third in class was entry 41 for Rhea Gunderson with 6S Perfect Soul 85 NET. Fourth in class was Cam Davidson. Fifth to Calum Hofstra. Sixth in class was Liam Richards, and seventh in class, Michael Richards. In our second and final split of yearling heifers in this open division, 45 is the entry for Kylie Wilms, Red Wilbar Sioux 807J. 46, an entry for Landon Brandel, BCC Miss Burgess 578. 47 is the entry for Quinn Peterson, Peterson Freja 532N. 48 is Van Hofstra with Avalon Pride 707N. 49, the entry for Quinn Peterson, Red Peterson Princess 506N. 50, an entry for Tell Peterson, Peterson Excalibur 503N. 51, the entry for Maddie Ference, Lowell Go Coco 507N. The second and final split of yearling heifers.
Well, a really stout split of yearling heifers we have come out here. Good class that just left the ring. You know, I was saying to Jaden, before our judges started commenting on them, a lot of times I wish the crowd had an opportunity in between some of these classes to get down in the ring and see these cattle at the same level that a judge gets to. Like, I'm not trying to make excuses for people standing in the ring judging them, but it is such a different, unique perspective. Anyways, with that being said, in that last class, I think you got a feeling that there's an extreme amount of diversity, and especially when we see a good shorthorn female, stand third behind two Angus, and then ahead of a big broody Charlie female, and it was nice to hear him talk condition on some of these females. We always struggle with it. I think it's something that people struggle with industry wide is getting enough feed in these things to where a judge can appreciate them, but not jumping that curve and over conditioning our females, and we all know what over conditioning leads to. Me personally on that Charolais heifer, I guess I didn't read her as being that over conditioned. I kind of read her as being one that just carries a little more mass up front. But that is a unique thing of difference of opinion in people that sometimes there are just cattle that have a little more mass up front, carry condition a little bit differently, but I do appreciate them commenting on the condition, because that is something that I think all producers struggle with.
I would agree with you, Mark, and it is tough sometimes, because you can have them over conditioned, and there is times you can have them under conditioned, and sometimes you want to hit that slot just right, but it just depends what you're shooting for or where you're wanting to be ready for.
Well, the famous words of a great cattlewoman, won't mention her name, told me one time, at least they have the ability to get fat, and I would say industry wide that is not as much a problem as what we used to have, but there is for sure. Looks like we're going to help our ring man with a little bit of dirty soda, get him tuned up. Can't have him going down on one of these hot days and being dehydrated.
Let's ask Mr. Harvey how he figures the show's going here today.
So far, it's going pretty good. I like the style they were picking, and they seem to be getting along. They haven't had their fist fight yet, so. And hearing Maddie on the mic is pretty awesome. She gets usually overpowered by her husband Riley, but she's doing a wicked job.
Well, that's impressive. I've known Riley a long time. I've never known him to overpower anybody.
There's your dirty soda for you there, Mr. Harvey.
We're going to see if we can get some hot takes from the rest of our ring crew here later on through the day. See if we can keep them hydrated too. That's the nice thing about this event is to say the least, it's a family event. Whether or not you're related or kin to everybody, it is a family event.
That is the funnest part about this place, Mark, is everybody's here to have fun, and it's a good time, and man, I don't know what else to say. I love the All Breeds atmosphere, and since I've been coming here, and man, it's fun. You make so many new friends and meet so many new people and catch up with old friends and visit. And
Well, I think this place, better than anywhere I ever go, balances the scales of competition, good fellowship and camaraderie, and really and truly, with an extremely high quality set of cattle, keep it all in perspective. You know, that is something that I admit that we fail at times. You know, we get so wrapped up in the competition side of it. At times we lose sight of you know, why we're actually out here, what we're trying to do. Looks like we're. Oh no! I thought we were going to have some comments from our judges, but we're still pulling on the class. And this place and this group of people balance that better than any place I think I have ever been. With that being said, boy, the theme of diversity continues in this class. You know, we're gonna get right down here and we're gonna keep that color matching that I like.
we got your color patterns, Mark. It goes red, black, white.
I mean, we're gonna keep her diverse here, and boy, what a high quality set of females to represent each breed out here in this yearling deal. You know, I don't know if you could guarantee that placing is going to be the same if you run 10 different people out here, because they're just such three high quality females. We're going to get some comments.
Going to lead off the class with this black heifer here. She kind of comes to the top for both Maddie and I. She kind of puts everything together that we're looking for in a female. She's long bodied, she's deep ribbed. You know, she's stout when you get in behind her. She's got excellent teat placement, really nice up through that front end. Just a high quality individual. Congratulations. Heifer in second, similar in type and kind. Would just refine her up in that crest area in her neck and in her chest floor just a little bit, just to compete with that heifer above her today. But she's long bodied, she's stout, she's a cowie, very, very nice heifer. Charlie heifer's a powerful heifer. She's stout, she's deep ribbed, she's nice fronted. Just like to clean her up a little bit too in that teat quality. Like to kind of refine those a little bit and just change the front structure of her hoof just a hair, but very high quality heifer, nice broody cow. Black heifer here, she comes in the ring. She doesn't really do anything wrong. She's very complete. She's nice fronted, nice teat placement. Just a nickel flatter made than the power heifers ahead of her today, but just a real nice complete female. Black heifer here, really nice fronted, feminine type cow, deep ribbed. Again, you know, you get in behind her to analyze her. She just maybe could use a little more lower quarter above that in that stifle area and stuff, but real nice cowy look to her, nice soft made heifer. Black heifer here, nice long made, stout heifer, nice teat placement, just a little plainer made for us today, just to compete with the high quality and more feminine type females ahead of her today. The red heifer here, nice female, long spine, nice made. I just would give her more heel and change that foot structure for her to be any higher today, but she's a really nice fronted heifer and long made. Thank you.
In this second split, a yearling heifer's first place goes to entry 46 for Landon Brandel, BCC Miss Burgess 578. Second in the split was Kylie Wilms with Red Wilbar Sioux 807N. Third in class was Maddie Ferentz. Fourth, Quinn Peterson. Fifth in class, Van Hofstra. Sixth in class was Tell Peterson, and seventh was another entry for Quinn Peterson. Moving into this champion drive in our open division yearlings, first place from the first split was entry 40 for Tennessee Walter, Brooking Rose 5220. In that first split, second place was Eden Kaminsky with CSD Donna 5416. From our second and final split, first place there was 46, the entry for Landon Brandel, BCC Miss Burgess 578. And second in that class, exhibited by Kylie Wilms, Red Wilbar Sioux 807N. The champion derive in our open division for yearling heifers.
Boy, this is a fun division to watch here because, I mean, I'm sure the judges know which way they're going to go. I got to tell you, Jaden, I could go about, I could mix up this division about 3 different ways and think that I've got the best cattle standing out there. You know, just like that last class, 3 different breeds in the top 3 holes, and I don't know that there is anybody here that wouldn't take one of them 3 females home and argue that they're gonna breed a good bull, a good replacement female, maybe even a show winner out of one of them 3 females. And so impressive, a very tough class that 2 very good females came out of. This is going to be, anybody that said that's going to sit in the stands and say, oh, I know how I do this division, without a doubt, I think they're probably lying to themselves.
Oh, we have another entry. She's like, I'm a champion too, Mark. Haha, look at her go. Charlotte and all. Don't be surprised. It's a Charlotte.
I mean, sometimes you just got to get in there and make your presence known.
And she's here and she's known. I wonder whose heifer that is.
She was 3rd in that last class, I think.
Oh, yeah. She's back. She's
Well, I'll tell you
home.
what, you're not going to question the soundness of this individual, are you?
No, look at her move.
I mean,
Moves like a jungle cat, if you ever heard that.
She does. She does. I think she may have a second life as a barrel horse.
Chick, go catch that one for us, buddy. I'm kidding.
You
How's it going today, Chick?
You got to listen to main rule. Don't listen to
pretty good.
Jaden.
I accidentally called your
There
brother.
you go. I tell you what.
Chick.
Seeing that right
He got
there.
really mad, hey?
Proud to see. We had a little bit of teamwork. Garth Rancer showing off his
Good
skills.
work, team.
I was really hoping that Garth would get out there and try to bulldog her, but apparently he's not feeling his oats today, so we'll give him a pass on that.
Our jungle cat has been caught.
But now with that little humorous interlude, our judges are discussing this division, and they're going to take a little longer on this division, as they should, because honestly, I think we have some spirited debate going on here, and as should be, because this is a good division. We're going to get some comments from our judges, and we're going to get to see what happens here.
Four really nice females here in the open yearling heifer division. Females that I think all bring a lot to the table and are all of very high quality. When it comes down to quality like this, I think it just comes to personal preference, and we're the ones that get to pick today. So Dad's going to go show you the 2 that we like the best.
The champion yearling heifer for the open division comes out of Class 1. The entry for Tennessee Walter and Brooking Rose 52-20. And your reserve champion in the open division also comes out of that first heat. Entry 38 for Eden Kaminsky, CSD Donna 54-16. We'll see them 2 back in our champion drive.
Boy, I tell you what, that was a very impressive division there, and very impressed with our judges. It's not easy to do something like that, to go out there and have the confidence to use one that much younger. But boy, I mean, it's not my opinion, but I do think they made the right call there. That is a very impressive young.
We move now to Class 11 in our open division, the 2-year-old females with natural calf at foot. Entry 52 comes from Liam Richards, Crooked Creek Lass 53M, and her calf, Crooked Creek Growth Fund 60P at side. Following in is the entry 53 for Olivia Coots with her cow Pepper and calf at side Jasper. This is our 2-year-old with natural calf at foot. Champion drive in our open division.
Here we are in our pair class. We lost my setup man. He had to go back and earn him some money, but he'll be back here before too long. Not a great big class of mature cow or 2-year-old cows, but nicely represented. Looks like we have a bull calf pair and a heifer calf pair. Anyways, back commenting on that last division, very, very good fall heifer calf to end up being reserve in that, and I got to admit I'm very excited to come back next year and see that one as a mature and maybe even they may even get her bred up early and she may have a young calf at her side.
Thank you to our sponsor who sponsors the award for this class, our Open Champion 2-year-old. It's sponsored by Royal West Galvey and Real World Genetics. Thank you to the sponsors.
After this class, we'll end up picking our. This is the only class of pairs, isn't it? And then we'll be moving on to our Champion Open female. And I'm not gonna hesitate to say I think we might end up seeing one of our first yearling females have a good shot at this. Just as good as that female is, and these are very nice pairs out here. But it's a very good female, and I'm thinking we might end up seeing something interesting here early in the show. Here comes our judge.
Going to lead off the class with this nice Angus pair here. You got to appreciate the cow. She's real efficient made. She's good footed. She's one you can turn out, and I don't think she'd lose condition at all. She's got a nice udder. She's doing a good job on her March-born bull calf here. Just a really nice pair. The pair in second, what sets us apart is the cow. Just like to free her up front on both ends. She gets a little upward in her structure and labors a little bit while she comes around. She has a beautiful little May heifer calf on her, though. She's doing a good job. And I'd just change her udder structure just a hair, but I love the calf. She's doing a great job. Congratulations.
In this open division, your grand champion 2-year-old female receiving the award from Royal West Galvey. And that goes to Liam Richards with Crooked Creek Glass 53M and calf Crooked Creek Growth Fund 60P at side. Reserve champion 2-year-old pair exhibited by Olivia Coots and her cow Pepper with calf Jasper at side. We'll see them return in the champion drive, which is entering our ring now. The Open Grand Champion Drive in our heifer calf division. Our champion Open heifer calf was entry 33 for Colt Jacobs, DMM Miss Essence 47P. Reserve champion heifer calf, entry 31, exhibited by Keeler Eaton, Bar SK Miss Jewel 631P. The champion bull calf was exhibited by Liam Richards, Crooked Creek Growth Fund 60P, and he is at side of his 2-year-old mama. Yearling heifer grand champion in this open division was entry 40 for Tennessee Walter, Brooking Rose 5220. The reserve champion yearling heifer exhibited by Eden Kaminsky, CSD Donna 5416. Your grand champion open 2-year-old, entry 52, exhibited by Liam Richards, Crooked Creek Glass 53M, and her calf, who was also the open division bull calf champion outside, the Crooked Creek Growth Fund 60P. 53 was our reserve champion 2-year-old female, exhibited by Olivia Coots, her cow Pepper, and calf Jasper at side. This open division grand champion sponsored by S4 Branding Company. The reserve open grand champion award sponsored by M&R Cattle Company. Big thank you once again to those sponsors.
Well, join us here in the booth is one of the most talented young cattlemen here in Canada. Proud to say, also I'm related to him, David Schneider, and he stepped in here to be my setup man for a little bit while my. Oh yeah, I'm still young, they say, but I'd like to hear David's take on this. He's been up here obviously way longer than I have, and I think this is an extremely deep quality set of young females out here. I truly don't know which way they're going to go, David. I'm believing we're going to be on this end of it, but boy, that heifer calf coming out here makes it a little tougher to know exactly where we're going to go through the whole deal, don't you think?
Oh, I agree for sure, Mark. And thanks for the compliments. But yeah, it's been an extremely strong open class division so far. I do believe that probably if I were to go out there and me picking, I would go with the 2 yearling heifers to win the open show. But the heifer calf does bring a lot to the table. Those 3 I think are the 3 that are kind of in the running for the open division for sure.
I'd agree 100%. It's impressive to see these young heifer calves, and I'm gonna call this yearling heifer calf, because I mean, really and truly, there's a closer age spread between our heifer calf champion and our reserve yearling than there is between our 2 yearlings. We have a September heifer calf here. I'm assuming we got a January, February heifer calf winning that class.
Yeah, I believe so.
Another
100%
really,
right.
really nice division here on the open side of things. Started out the Pee-wees with lots of quality, and we've continued right through here in this open division. Once again, I think females for us that all have some look and eye appeal, but with that, they've got some power and some maternal to go with them. I guess with that, Dad's going to go select our favorite here in the open division and then the reserve.
Looks like we're going to select us an open champion here, David. I don't know how long we have to talk before we'll get an announcement.
There we go.
There you go, heifer calf.
Yeah.
That's
Grand Champion Open Female receiving the award from S4 Branding Company goes to Colt Jacobs with his heifer calf DMM Miss Essence 47P.
Oh, we were half right.
And the
Mark.
Reserve Grand Champion Open Female receiving the award from M&R Cattle Company goes to our yearling heifer entry for Tennessee Walter Brooking Rose 5220. Your Grand and Reserve Champion Open Females will once again, ladies and gentlemen, have a short picture break and send Jay and Madison over to the photo backdrop. And we will resume then shortly with our bred and owned classes.
Well, David, I would say right there is why we show them. I mean, we can assume what's going to happen in these deals when we go to a show, and then when we get there, and even when we get them ready. But until you walk them in the ring, you really never have any idea.
No, you're 100% right. So I've been on the end of both of those. Anybody who's done any sort of showing has. Sometimes you're surprised in a good way, and other times you are surprised the other way. Nothing to take away from the heifer calf. By no means, she's a tremendous heifer calf, for sure, and she was in the running in my eyes 100%. There was something I was going to bring up more and more for people that are maybe watching online, that have noticed a trend a lot in Canada with the Fallborn being in there, being reserved in the division. Is that we are seeing a lot more Fallborns being shown up here. I know it's a little bit more common down south, but it is good to see that we have calves and cattle here. It typically used to be very January, February, March focused. Mark can attest to that from the years that he's been up here. But now we're seeing a lot more Fallborns and really, really good cattle, and some. I mean, there's a December 28th calf, I think, here this year too. She'll show in the yearling division, but it is great to see that the cattle are getting every program, every calving program is being and strong, good cattle throughout the year too. So
and I understand it with the numbers being where they are, why they can't quite split them off yet, and it makes it. I mean, you're asking a lot of a judge to evaluate an 8-month spread in a yearling division. But what we've seen over the years is the falls just add a little bit of diversity. The Charolais pair that we sent up that David and Howie took care of for us that went agribition one year, she was a fall, and it was a lot of work to get her bred up to where she could have a heifer calf on her that was old enough to show up here, and I mean, it was, like I said, it was a little bit of a leap, trying to show them in the States, and then bring them up here. But I do think it's a testament to, quality trumps age, and I'm gonna give our judges a pat on the back. It's not easy when you have good mature females to go down there and get a heifer calf, and I'm not gonna give them any shade on the fact that's I think I can evaluate parts of that heifer calf and go, you know what, I think as a mature she might be a better female, and it takes a lot of confidence to go down there and get one like that. And so I'm going to say, hey, that's impressive, and especially in the back of your mind when you're thinking at the end of the day, because we do have a Supreme here at the end of the day, and you just naturally got to think, well, that one might not be in competition for a Supreme, but your job really isn't to judge a Supreme. Your job is to go out there and get what you figure is the best one in that category. And so I'm gonna give a pat on the back. I don't believe you can go down there and do that unless you're confident in the type of cattle that you like.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with that too. Mimic the words that you just said too on the competency and going out and selecting that heifer calf. A tremendous calf for sure. And we are, seeing more of a shift. I would say in the last 5 or 6 years, typically. In Canada, it was always older is better. You didn't really have a chance doing much unless you had a heifer or a cow-calf pair kind of a thing to win overall. But we are seeing a major shift in here where judges and compliments to them, they're picking quality over age, which is great to see. So I mean, we are sort of an outlier. When I grew up, we calved later. We showed a pile of April and Mays. The divisions now have switched a lot more in the bigger shows that allow us to show those cattle. I mean, I remember showing years and years ago our Mays were up against Januaries.
Oh, yep.
They would just lump them all into one in yearling heifers, but they've divided the age categories better now, and it allows those cattle to come out and be judged fairly and equally to the ones.
Do you think, and I remember all those years of y'all showing some summers and some Aprils and which worked good for sending cattle down to our country to sell. Did you think that yes, you were probably behind the 8 ball in the calf divisions, even in the bulls and even in the yearling divisions, but do you think as matures at times you had an advantage because you just had a little more youthful look as opposed to some of the true 3-year-old bulls that were being shown?
Yeah, I fully agree with that, and that was sort of our thoughts behind it too. Is we might not have the divisions. I mean, we do now, but we continue to show our program, show our cattle that are younger, and know that maybe as calves and stuff like that. And that's why a lot of times we didn't show a whole bunch of calves. We showed a lot of matures, and especially on the bull side. Once a 2-year-old April bull or even May bull, 2-year-old going up against some January and February, he had a lot more youth to him. I mean that spread helped us then. Mm-hmm. It just didn't help us when we were calves, but it's changed now, and it's continuing to evolve, which I agree with. But I think and we weren't the only ones. There's a lot of other people that did. Wildmans were one of them. Mm-hmm. That showed a lot of younger cattle and stuff like that, and pushed for those divisions in that cattle. And I think it's opened up. It's made it a lot better, I think, as a show. A lot more interesting too, and it's switched the way that judges look at cattle now too. That they really have to focus on the quality versus age.
And it shows the diversity of the industry. To look at that's always been one of the things with agriculture and livestock, and especially purebred cattle is it's a problem solving exercise. To look at a marketing or a calving problem, and go, you know what, we're losing some efficiency, calving, just in the winter, or we're losing a little bit of a customer base if we're only able to market in a certain area, and the ability to go, you know what, we're gonna step out here and do something a little different, be it color, type, kind, age, and maybe explore a market that is being underutilized. And that is the nice thing about it, But you're right, in those younger divisions, younger classes, sometimes you just got to take it on the chin. I'll always remember we go to Denver one year, and a very good friend of mine, Hampton Cornelius, that has raised some of the most influential Hereford cattle in the breed in the last 20 plus years, and the pedigrees of his cattle are in the majority of cow herds in the U.S. And he was judging Denver one year, and we take a spring heifer calf, and probably didn't need to be there. She was green, she was behind, and she stands 7th. And we had a heck of a good Denver that year. We end up having reserve polled female and bull on some other cattle, and the first thing Hampton told me when he came back was, "Hey man, I'm sorry I beat that heifer calf." And I'm like, "No, Hampton, you would look like a fool. She is 100 pounds behind everything else." He goes, "I know she's going to come back and win Denver next year," and she did. As a yearling, and but that that. To me, that always just say, hey, don't be so hard on the judge. When it's a little tougher when you're out there and you're having to look at cattle that are ready to be shown at the time, and comparing them against cattle that have good in them, but there's a question mark. And I didn't question his knowledge or confidence then, and I still don't today. And we laugh about it every now and then. But you also don't give up on cattle.
No, for sure. That's a great way to put it. I mean, you can't, and I think with the way the industry is and the quality of cattle and people showing them and getting them ready, I mean, I truly believe it would take an exceptional animal of any breed to run the table in a whole year. Like you kind of have to pick your mark of where you want it to sort of peak and what your future and overall goals are, and it's tough to stick with that because I'm a
welcome back
person.
to the show, Canadian Juniors, ladies and gentlemen. We now move into our bred and owned division, and we start off with our bred and owned heifer calf class. 54 is the entry for Bronwyn Zwicker, Diamond B Evas Parada 20p. 55 the entry for Heidi Pass, Red H Pass Royal Rosie 71p. 56 is the entry for Chloe Robertson, Poppy's Milne. 57 an entry for Paisley Robertson, Riverfront Rose 601p. Your bred and owned heifer calf champion class.
But kind of where we're going before we got
this class champion sponsored by Bar 19 Creative.
Where we're going there before we got cut off by our announcer, which we should have been, and all that is we were just talking that if there was an ability to have another division up here to let
at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to share some of the winners from one of the past events that occurred here at our Canadian National All Breed Show, the 2026 Cattle Cup, that included 100 plus kids again this year for the 3rd annual event. There were some exciting games, including a shootout in the semifinals and bronze medal games. The bronze were the ringside Reina Teguise with team members Lee Sholigan as captain, Faith Sholigan, Merrick Sullivan, Jace Wenstop, Duncan Keever, Claire Cadu, Keelan Eaton, Ainsley Van Sickle, Raina Sullivan, Annalise Richarder. They donated their $300 prize money to Cow Camp. Team Weenus was the silver team, winning silver, $500. Team captain included Casey Adams. As team captain, Arlen Murray, Madeline Bishop, Jolene Wunsch, Sarah Jane Rizika, Carter Kamala, Colt Jacobs, Van Hofstra, Chick Harvey. Their team also donated their prize money to Cow Camp. And the gold medal winner were the Flying Unicorns. They were led by Captain Lily Howell with teammates Hayes Lewis, Arrow Wilson, Rip Howell, Calum Hofstra, Darian Rizika, Callan Gartner, Riley Kamala, Liam Richards, and Declan Richenden. The Flying Unicorns were awarded the Cattle Cup and $900, which they have chosen to donate to the Gary Latimer Herdsman Award Memorial. Also new this year was a Conn Smythe Award, received by Captain Lily Howell for her incredible leadership during this year's event. Thank you to $1,700 board sponsors who made this event possible and the numerous volunteers it takes to put on this event. The juniors look forward to this event all summer long. Let's have a great big round of applause for the organization, and thank you to Cassie Doran for organizing all of this. And
I think we have a pretty strong class. It's small in numbers, but strong class. And
Going to lead the class off with this very attractive black female here. She's good on the profile. She's good when you get behind her. She's just puts it all together. She's nice through that front end. She's got some belly to her. What really sets her up here in the front too is her foot structure. Like, they're just really nice footed female. Heifer to follow her. Very attractive up through that front end. You know, she's got some rib shape. Just kind of blend all them pieces together a little bit more uniform and as far as a balance standpoint, but very nice heifer. Heifer in third here. She's a long-spined heifer. She gets out and moves very good. She's got good feet. Just a little plainer through her makeup, and just like to soften her up a little bit. And the red heifer that follows, just a little frailer made heifer. She's long spine. She's younger, not as carrying as much condition as these other ones, but she's got some good pieces about her. Just like to add some more bone and stouten her up a little bit.
so your champion bred and owned heifer calf winning the award, sponsored by Bar 19 Creative, goes to Paisley Robertson with Riverfront Rose 601P. Reserve champion bred and owned heifer calf was exhibited by Bronwyn Zwicker, Diamond B Eva's Parada 20P. We'll see them back on our bred and owned champion drive. Third in class was Chloe Robertson, and fourth to Heidi Pass. Moving now to our bred and owned bull calf class. 3 entries in this class. 58, the entry for Mia Mackey, WBHR Prairie Struck 2P. 59 is an entry for Casey Adams, Terron Jailbird 77P. 60, the entry for Harper Deagle, Majestic Poet Editor 201P. The bred and owned bull calf class.
Boy, it looks like we have a ring help change here. I mean, is it any wonder that Scott Harvey's still going strong and little old Garth Rancer had to swap
Sorry,
out for
ladies
Rob
and gentlemen,
Young?
I should have looked up from my paper. 59 is actually a scratch in your program. So 2 entries in the bred and owned bull calf class.
I mean, we knew that Scott had more wherewithal then than Garth did, but I mean, to go back, we were talking about earlier when Dave said takes an exceptional female, we were able to witness it this year in the Herefords. Dave Allen and his boys and Bar A had a heifer that wins the bred and owned at Junior National, 2 summers ago, and then except for getting beat in the own show the day later, wins everything they show her at after that. Kansas City, Oklahoma City. Ends up being supreme at the Houston Junior Show, and comes back this year and wins the open or the own show, but that is rare. That it's probably happened before. In fact, I'm sure it has. I think way back there's a Ramsey heifer that may have done it, but I mean that it is rare. And with that being said, when it happens, it's to be commended, but it's not a common occurrence by any means. Looks like we get comments from our judges right now.
Just 2 entries here in this bred and owned bull calf division, and I think a bull calf that we both really like, the Hereford bull calf at the start. He's long-bodied, he's long-fronted, he's really sound when you put him in motion. You get behind him, he's got some muscle shape, and he's got width over his top. If I were to change this bull calf, I'd like to just give him a little more rib, but a really complete long-made bull calf to start off the class. The January bull calf here at the end, once again a long-bodied type bull. He's in really good shape. He's got good scrotal development for this day and age. Just gets a little shorter about his head and his neck, a little rougher in his outline compared to the Hereford bull calf to start, but really nice class of bull calves.
So your champion bred and owned bull calf exhibited by Maya Mackey, WBHR Prairie Struck 2P. Reserve champion bred and owned bull calf goes to Harper Deagle with Majestic Poet Editor 201P.
I don't know how long we have to talk. Looks like we got our yearling females coming in here now. We've kind of missed a class of heifer calves and division of bull calves. Have been a nice set of cattle that have come through here. We got they're a little. It went a little quick, so we didn't have a lot of time talking between. I think
we now welcome to our ring class 15, the bred and owned junior yearling heifers. Entry 61 is Darian Rizika with DPR Devada 70N. 62, the entry for Hannah Inge, IBF Nova 1N.
Relatively small class of junior yearling females here in the bred and owned deal, which you understand you it's a lot to breed one of these and bring them back and all that. Two good females, stout, powerful females. You know, the bred and owned deal is near and dear to my heart down in the States. We've had some good cattle go through there. We've been fortunate enough to be associated with families that have been able to do it. You know, buy a good young female. You know, get her mated right and bring some calves back and not only get along but turn some revenue on them. The bred and owned deal, I think, is one of those things I don't know if gets enough credit this day and age.
Yeah, no, it's a great division to have, and it is exceptional that the juniors are able to breed and own, get some bred heifers out. I mean, it's small in numbers but high in quality. The whole division is excellent and a testament to not only the juniors but to the families backing them and helping them out with all that.
You know, I can tell a little story on a very close friend of mine and a great young set of breeders down there at home, and when our first involvement with them started, the statement was made that, God dang, it's probably just easier to go out there and find that one that you want to show from year to year than it is to breed them. And I said, okay, you know, I said, we'll see about that. And that family, you know, I mean, I'm going to say they climbed the mountain this year. They had them their third overall at the Angus Year National and the Bred and Owned show, and you know, I don't know if the placing was 100% representative of the quality of the animal. You know, we go to a lot of these things and we understand that sometimes we take it on the chin and you still feel like you won, you know. But I immediately after that I just asked them, I said, how you feel about breeding them things now? And you know, the smile on their face was you know, irreplaceable. And there's just a certain amount of I don't know fulfillment that comes from you know, in investing in that young female that you think, you know, I not only think this is going to be a good one, but this might be a basis, you know, for a child of mine to build off of. And then, you know, a few years later, you know, seeing it come to fruition like that, and I'm not discounting. We sell a lot of cattle, and we show a lot of cattle.
Junior exhibitors, we need to give a big thank you to the snack sponsors, Murray Ranches, Pass Cattle Company, Bashaw Meats, and the Majestic Shorthorns. And there are some granola bars and fruit snacks back over here at the ring one behind me. Help yourselves to them. Let's have a round of applause for those sponsors.
We're just going to leave these heifers as they came in. We're going to use this black heifer over the red heifer. Just feel a little more power to her. She's long spine. She's good on her joints. I would like to both these heifers them move a little better off the front end a little bit today. But yeah, I went with this black heifer. Red heifer, real stout heifer, nice topped, but just maybe a little more flexible in her movement and skeleton today. But real nice broody heifer, nice fronted heifer. So that's how we're leaving today.
Your champion, bred and owned junior yearling, exhibited by Darian Rizika, is DPR Nevada 70N. The reserve champion junior yearling, exhibited by Hannah Inge, IBF Nova 1N. We'll see them back in the bred and owned champion drive. We move to Class 16, the bred and owned senior yearlings. Entry 63 is Nevada Murray with Murray Christina 76N. 64, the entry for Myra Murray, Murray Georgina 32N. 65 is an entry for Carson Van Sickle, Red River Rock Sedona 510N. 66 is an entry for Lila Harvey, 12 Oaks Unique ET 16N. Your senior yearling heifers in our bred and owned division. This senior yearling class sponsored by Windy Knoll Farms.
That's fine. I did not.
Well, we have my number one setup man is back from out there earning him a little coin, and Jaden, I'm gonna use the old cliche that I hate hearing. Boy, they really turned up the heat in this class. If right here we have a set of yearling females here that, man, we're gonna have a winner, and we're gonna unfortunately have one that ends up standing fourth, and it's going to be a shame because these are four extremely good females. The depth is just flat impressive in this class. And Scott just told me we have the two champions from the National Angus Show that are in this class and are overall champions. And they are very good females, and it'd be interesting to see how they shake them up. We have a very good Hereford female in this class, a nice what looks to be Red Angus female, and so it once again, I think we could have a breed champion in this class for each breed we have standing out here potentially. Unfortunately, somebody's going to end up not being able to come back out in the the champion drive, but that's the name of the game, isn't it?
Oh, Mark, that is the name of the game. It's competition here, there, and everywhere. And, I mean, what a set of heifers here. I have to agree with you. Your setup man always agrees with you, though. And, boy, these Angus heifers that win the show, they really come out here and stomp it out. I'd be interested to know which one was 1 or 2 in the Angus show. I actually have no clue.
I think
that one in the front went first, and then this one went second.
I believe you're right.
I don't know for sure. Hereford heifer, I had the great opportunity to go and help on that one here a minute ago, and
yes,
hopefully we got her right. I don't know. Angus heifer, what a big-bodied, big-time female. If you don't call her a future donor cow in the Angus deal, I don't know what you're doing.
There's big, bold female for sure. The Hereford heifer, we had the pleasure of using her in a little fitting demonstration we had here the other day, and I got to tell you, I do feel as though that right, wrong, or otherwise, we talked a lot about just preparation before you put them in the chute, and I actually think that it set in there, you know. And as far as your setup man always agreeing with you, like I tell my wife most of the time, when you're always right, it's hard for people to disagree with you, and and so it makes it a little easier for people to go along with you. They're going to look at them awful hard here, and I really don't know if there's a wrong way to go. In the top end of this class, you know, I mean, when you bring cattle out that are just flat good, that have small differences, you know, it's enjoyable to watch a set of judges work through a set of cattle like that, you know, because, you know, I don't know that very many people end up out here judging these things that haven't been successful in a breeding program, selling cattle and all that. And it takes all different types and kinds, you know, it looks like I have some comments from our judges.
Wow, you 4 kids should be very, very proud of yourselves for bringing this quality set of heifers here in the bred and owned division right front to back. I think in any other class, you could have a class winner, and this class is very, very competitive. I think a heifer at the start that we both gravitated to, she wasn't want to cooperate for the young lady as she come in the ring as much, but I think a very sound heifer. I think when you study her from the side, she's really feminine. She's long-bodied. She has a nice sweep to her rib. I think she's just kind of the overall combination heifer in terms of like freshness and presence and power. I think she puts it all together, and that's nothing to take away from the heifer here in second. She's exactly the same. She's big-bodied. She's stout. I just like to tuck this heifer up in her chest a little bit to compete with the heifer above her, but I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to switch the front 2 heifers. Very, very high quality. The big Red Angus heifer here in third, the young man's done a great job showing her. She's stout, she's big-bodied. She just gets a little shorter about her head and her neck. She's pushing a little bit of chest floor here today, but early sound heifer for this young man. She'll be a great cow for you. This Hereford heifer, I mean, you don't find many heifers like this down in 4th hole in class. A really, really complete heifer. I just don't think she has quite the body or quite the substance as the heifers above her today. Doesn't quite have as much muscle or stifle as the heifers above, but wow, a really, really good quality class of bred and owned females.
Our bred and owned senior yearling champion, entry 63 for Nevada Murray Christina, 76N. Reserve champion bred and owned yearling goes to Myra Murray with Murray Georgina, 32N. Third in class was Carson Van Sickle, and fourth in class, Lila Harvey. Moving now to class 17, our bred and owned 2-year-old with calf at side. Entry 67, the entry for Maya Mackey, WBHR Moonshine 7M with calf WBHR Prairie Struck 2P at side.
Well, that was a very, very tough heifer or yearling heifer class. Wow, you know, I mean, the 4th place Hereford heifer easily comes back, I think, in the Hereford show.
This bred and owned 2-year-old cow-calf class, sponsored by Brooking Ranch, sponsoring the Champion Award. A Reserve Award, also sponsored by Anchor D, Simmental, and Charlet. But
anyways, very easily comes
maybe
back.
Maybe Maya will get them both.
Well, a really complete pair here, just a single entry today. Again, you know, really like this bull calf in his division there. He's long, he's stout. You know, his condition's just perfect as she's just coasting along nicely there. And the 2-year-old female, yeah, nice uddered, very, very good footed cow. She's got some rib shape to her, and she's just doing a really good job in this bull calf. So congratulations, a very nice pair.
The grand champion bred and owned 2-year-old receiving the award from Brooking Angus Ranch goes to Maya Mackey with WBHR Moonshine 7M and calf WBHR Prairie Struck 2P at side. We'll see them return in this champion drive.
Well, it looks like we're getting ready to pick us a champion bred and owned female. Not a lot of numbers in that pair class, but very, very good Hereford female that ends up winning it. Looks like we're about to walk our champion drive back out here. You know, I really do feel like there's a top end in this bred and owned deal. I don't think it's fair to take away from the other females that are going to come out here because they are very, very good in their own right. Like we were saying earlier, the bred and owned deal is I think one of the more important parts of this this organization.
This bred and owned Grand Champion Drive award for champion is sponsored by Nicky Ross Cattle Services. The Reserve Champion Award sponsored by Terron Farms. And some of our sponsors that are present today, it would be great if you wanted to come forward to do any presentations. Sincerely appreciate all of the sponsorship.
Nikki just pointed out that Scott Harvey is still going strong as Garth Rancer is kicked back under the Mike's tent, relaxing, rehydrating. I'm sure he just got a little tuckered out.
I just had a correction. My program is incorrect. High Country Cattle Service is actually sponsoring the bred and owned Grand Champion here, so thank you to Robin D. And the Reserve Champion Award sponsored by Terron Farms. So if anyone from Terron would like to come forward for that presentation, would be appreciated as well.
You know, Nikki, I can only...
So our bred and owned champion drive are led in by our heifer calf, bred and owned champion. The heifer calf from Paisley Robertson, Riverfront Rose, 601P. The Reserve Champion bred and owned heifer calf exhibited by Bronwyn Zwicker, Diamond B Eva's Parada, 20P. The champion bred and owned bull calf exhibited by Maya Mackey, WBHR Prairie Struck 2P, is at the side of her mother. And the Reserve Champion bull calf went to Harper Deagle with Majestic Poet Editor, 201P. Your champion junior yearling bred and owned heifer exhibited by Darian Rizika, DPR Nevada, 70N. Reserve champion junior yearling bred and owned yearling exhibited by Heina Inge, IVF Nova, 1N. The senior bred and owned yearling champion heifer, entry 63, exhibited by Nevada Murray, Murray Christina, 76N. Reserve champion bred and owned senior yearling exhibited by Myra Murray, Murray Georgina, 32N. Our bred and owned Grand Champion 2-year-old was exhibited by Maya Mackey, WBHR Moonshine 7M, and her bull calf, WBHR Prairie Struck 2P at side, who was also your champion bred and owned bull calf. Ladies and gentlemen, your Grand Champion bred and owned drive.
So I can only assume that Garth went and found somebody that people wouldn't recognize if he switched with. He went and found Rob. He's like, you know what? They'll never know I'm not out there. It's the only thing I can assume. But we understand. You know, he does raise Simmentals, and he's probably used to the cows doing all the work for him and sitting in a lazy chair. And so I understand. That's a good thing about having a Simmental. They perform so well that you can just... Exactly. Like I said, and pretty much a clone. So, you know, I mean,
Well, congratulations to the exhibitors in the bred and owned division. It's pretty neat when you put your blood, sweat, and tears in your own cattle and you bring them in here with your own prefix, and what a high-quality bunch. So let's give these kids a round of applause for the bred and owned division. So like Maddie and I are gravitating to 2 animals today that we would surely like to take home, and we think they have big futures. So she's going to go out and pick out the Grand Reserve champion females today. Thank you.
We're fixing to have us champion and reserve champion bred and owned here, and we're going to try to add some suspense to it, but I really don't think there is much.
Your grand champion bred and owned female, the yearling heifer, exhibited by Nevada Murray Christina 76N. And the reserve grand champion bred and owned female, exhibited by Myra Murray Georgina 32N. Once again, thank you to the champion bred and owned sponsor, as High Country Cattle, and Reserve Champion Award sponsored by Terron Farms. So if those sponsors want to head over to the backdrop, we'll send Jay and Madison over for photos. And we will have a short picture break and then resume with our purebred classes.
Well, Mr. Mark Kelly, I bet you Nikki Ross sitting over here is super, super happy that Angus has swept the deal.
Well, you know, I mean, she probably is. I don't want to say that was a foregone conclusion, but those 2 heifers just rose to the top. I would say fairly convincingly. You know, with that being said, I like I said, in that yearling heifer class, I think we potentially had we show the breeds separately. I think we have a breed champion that unfortunately didn't come out of her class, but you know, when you're showing them all together, that's just kind of what happens. And so, but at the end of the day, I think we did end up with what I think was pretty much unanimous crowd favorites. I mean, I would think. I mean, that was a very good Hereford pair, but probably just got outshined today. And I would say the only debate would be is if you switch those 2 up. I like the way they went out there and stood, but I could very easily see somebody taking. You know, they're relatively close to the same age, and you know, the reserve does have a shot more growth, and so you know, I guess if you're of more of a you know, pounds bull production, you know, needing to send a bull out there to get you a few more pounds on some moderate cows, you know, I could see how you might use that reserve female as a breeding base to do that, and there again, that is, like we talked before, that is the beauty of this business is we can all agree on what works for your operation is best for you. It may not be best for me, but you know, in the end, you know, you can't really question somebody for having a little different perspective on how to turn a profit.
And you know, Mark, I would totally agree with you, and a great representation. I have a good friend, lives by Stettler, Alberta. Him and I don't always see eye to eye when we're looking at cattle, but we both know we got 2 different markets, and I always seem to impress him on my market and what I'm doing. And maybe we could have a couple words from Mr. Levi Martin on.
Well, I think we only have about 15 minutes between in this deal, and so that's probably all we get out of Levi in 15 minutes is a couple of words.
Isn't that true? Mr. Canadian slow talker over here. How fast can you talk, Levi?
Yeah,
my name is Levi Martin.
He's got a mouthful of ice cream right now, so we're just gonna have to wait a minute, because as fast as he talks without eating ice cream, I bet we don't get a whole lot of words out of him right now. So we're gonna not put him on the spot.
How was your sister's wedding, Levi?
It was good. A lot of good people. Same business. Yeah, it was a good time. Very few made it to the after party, which was unfortunate, but were you one of them? I was one of few, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Man, you actually represented. I like it. I'm proud of you.
So are you saying that the good friends you have in the industry are lightweights? Is that what you're alluding to?
What's that?
Are you saying the good friends you have in the industry are lightweights? They can't hang?
I think they just get after it a little too hard, too fast.
I like that. I appreciate that. You know, go hard, go fast, crash.
Go hard, start early, finish early, and you're up early in the morning. That's my go-to motto.
Exactly. Well, you know, this time of year the sun comes up early, so you can't afford to be slacking. But
If you're gonna keep hair on them, you got to be up early. So you might as well start
exactly.
drinking early too.
exactly. You know, well, I'll tell you. So where are we thinking we stand right now? We have a very very nice Red Angus pair. I think, or is that Simmental pair that comes out of the Pee Wee? Yep. I mean, that thing's got to be competitive at the end of the day. Obviously, we have two very nice breds that were able to win the Angus National Show here not even a week ago. We have a very very good heifer calf that exceptional heifer calf that wins the own division. You know, I mean, just if we were putting odds on it, if we were betting on Kalshi or something like that, we're going to assume that thing is going to be a little bit of a long shot, wouldn't you think?
I'm going with the Murray bred so far.
Yep. And so I mean, that's what are you thinking, Jaden? Would you have a prediction?
I very much see the Murray bred coming ahead and doing that. Personal preference, I love a good pair, and that is one heck of a pair we got out there. So I might not totally agree with you on that one, but I see both sides of the story.
Do we have a prediction, Levi?
I've been too busy back in the barns to even look at the ones that have came out yet. So.
And we're just going to translate that into sleeping. And so
Because this boy does not work.
Now,
Let's take that little bit of fake dandelion you got there, because that's not actually hair.
Oh my Lord! I thought that was a fashion statement. I thought he dyed that part of his hair. Dang, you should have left that in there.
Well, we can put it back. Do you want to put some more shavings on your jeans, Levi,
You know,
to make it look like
that
you're out
being
here
said,
working?
Scott, I know I've seen some very, very, very impressive breds and pairs walking around the facility this week that I haven't got to see out here yet. I think we have some heat coming. I'm not putting my money on just anybody yet.
No, I wouldn't either. It's going to get better. It's going to get better.
Yeah, and so I think I'm gonna hold my cards a little closer to my vest because I think we're fixing to be wowed by some very impressive cattle.
I feel like you said, term you don't like being used, I feel like the heat's getting turned up.
I sure
It's
hope
getting
so.
warmer outside. I feel like there's more good cattle coming out of the barns, and nobody truly knows what's going to happen.
I sure hope so, because thanks to Nikki Ross Cattle Services and Productions and apparel, that with the heat being turned up, she's got us plenty of dirty sodas to keep us cooled down. And I think, my day's just getting started. I mean, here we are. We're not even lunchtime yet. We went through 3 divisions of cattle, right? Pee-wees, open, bred and owned, and I don't feel like we've even scratched the surface.
Well,
yet.
ladies and gentlemen, I think we had a nice break. Everybody had a chance to get up and spread their legs. We move now into our purebred classes, and the first of 2 heats of purebred heifer calves. Entry 68 is the entry from Luke Henderson, LLB Evergreen, 330P. 69, an entry from Garrett Rizika, JLA Flame, 35P. 70 is the entry for Ty Youngman, AJA Annie, 625P. 71, an entry for Wynn Henderson, LLB Ellen Erica, 186P. 72, the entry for Madison Hamill, LFE BS First Base, 41P. 73, the entry for Hiller Gartner, Red Diamond T Sphera, 2620. I just need to mention to Hiller there that I had noticed earlier he was wearing a hat from another breed, and so I was a little concerned he had jumped ship on the Angus fraternity. But, you know, ladies and gentlemen, that's the great thing about this all-breed show, is that these kids make friendships not only within their own breed, but from the other breeds too. What a great junior nationals.
Well, we're having fun over here in the Nikki Ross Cattle Services tent, but probably not as much fun as what they're having at the announcer stand, it sounds like. But with that being said, we have a very impressive we have a very impressive set of heifers, heifer calves coming out here in this first split. Boy, to say that they stepped the quality up for this. It would be an understatement. Well, I got to admit, I'm a little bit lost for words. We need to get some of the announcers over here if they're having that much fun. Like, my Lord. Anyways, with that being said, we're going to keep our legs together, and we're just going to keep commenting on these cattle and these kids, because holy, it's a stout set of kids, stout set of cattle that have come out here. With what we've done so far, I think they pretty much set a trend. I think we're focusing on cattle that have some product in them, that are structurally sound, that but at the same time retain some femininity, some look, what you would expect in what I would consider elite cattle, at this event.
Mark, I'd have to agree with you on that one. Just they're out here, they're sorting through them. They know what they want, they know what they're looking for, and they're picking them. And the cattle are here to represent. And at the end of the day, you have quality and great people. I feel like the judging is going very well, and it's hard to pick decisions apart. So.
Oh, I mean, and they're doing it in a timely manner with some confidence, and I truly do appreciate that, and it's
Ladies and gentlemen, on the back side of your program, I would just like to go through some more of our sponsors. I had thanked some prior, but I think we need to give a big thank you to some more sponsors. Thank you to Bullseye Feeds, M&R Cattle Company, Mater Ranches, Majestic Shorthorns, Miller Wilson Angus, Murray Ranches, Nicky Ross Cattle Services, Northline Farms, and Eldom Cattle Investments, O'Neill Livestock and Danes Cattle, Pass Cattle Company, Prairie Cove Charlet, Rancier Farms, Redrich Farms, Royal West Galvey and Real World Genetics, S4 Branding Company, Sunrise Sementals and Cuss and Keeber families, Taylor Reed, Tara Boone, Makeup Artist, Terron Farms, The Associate Sale, Towa Cattle Company, Westman Farms, Windy Knoll Farms. Your support is truly appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for our sponsors.
I think I think what we've been talking about the depth of quality is really setting in with our judges. I mean, this is an easy decision. I mean, I like we were talking about earlier. I invite anybody that stands outside the ring to try to put themselves in a judge's shoes in a moment like this, when you have so much diversity, a lot of quality, but at the end of the day, you're tasked with getting out there and making a decision, and rarely is it an easy decision.
Mark, I would agree with you. That's a tough one to get up there, and you got all the people watching, judging you as well, and you're evaluating the cattle to the best of your ability, and what would work for you in your production herd and what you're doing or what you're wanting in the industry. But then you got to get up there and talk on the mic, and I feel like we're going to hear more reasons on this class. Here, maybe not quite yet, but it takes something to stand up there and speak on the cattle and give you reasons why.
Well, for sure, and at the end of the day, it's your opinion, and that's what people are hire you to do, is give your opinion. It's not gospel. I think we're going to have some comments.
A nice class of heifer calves here on the own side of things. I think two heifers that came to the class for us fairly easily. We both really liked this first place heifer when she walked in the ring. She's feminine, she's attractive, she's sound, she's big bodied, she's stout, she's hard to pick a hole in, just a really complete and eye-appealing heifer to go ahead and lead off the class. Nothing to take away here from this heifer in second. Another really big-bodied, stout-made female, one that I just like. She runs a little downhill when she gets on the stand. She's a little tighter in her heart and has a little titch of navel there compared to our first-place heifer, but two really, really strong heifers to lead off this class. Young Man's Red Heifer here in third, another very feminine, long-sided type of female. She just doesn't quite have the neck extension and the stoutness that the heifers above her do, but once again, a long-bodied, really sound heifer to go ahead here in third. Young Man's Heifer here in fourth, another red heifer, a long-bodied heifer. She probably has more body and more muscle than our heifer there in third. She just gets a little jammed up there in her front end, has a little extra throat and a little extra brisket compared to the eye appeal of those first-place heifers. Young lady's heifer here, big, powerful black heifer, heifer that I think just gets a little waistier about her front end again, has a little extra chin and a little extra brisket. She gets a little bolder shoulder than the females above of her, but a little rounder hipped, but a nice, powerful heifer for this young lady. Young men's heifer to round off the class just gets a little frailer and a little flatter compared to the heifers above her. Doesn't just quite have the bells and whistles as the females ahead of this class do, but a nice heifer for this young man.
In the first split of purebred heifer calves, first place goes to Luke Henderson with LLB Evergreen 330P. Second in class was the entry for Wynn Henderson, LLB Ellen Erica 186P. Third was Hiller Gartner. Fourth, Garrett Rizika. Fifth in class, Madison Hamill, and sixth was Ty Youngman. Moving into the second and final split of purebred heifer calves, 74, the entry for Greeley Robertson, Riverfront Royal Lass 622P. 75 is an entry for Sarah Jane Rizika, JLA Dream 27P. 76, the entry for Josie Youngman, AJA Adjestress 610P. 77 is Dana Rizika with JLA Charm 19P. 78, the entry for Sage Snyder, NLF Black Bonnie 601P. 79 is an entry for Dyson Duleger with LFE BS Cat 6P. This is the second and final split of purebred heifer calves.
Well, this is exactly what I think we were talking about really, expecting this next division to really shine. I mean, boy, I think if anybody were to make the comment that there's a cut and dried winner in this class, they'd be telling you a story or two. From the one that leads the class out, the next one comes in. Boy, you get all the way down there. We're six deep in this class, and there are six good, powerful, stout individuals in this class. Now something I'm seeing as far as a trend is going here is when people think Canadian cattle, I think at least the area I come from, the first thing they come to their mind is power. Power to the ground, power up top, big bold hip, big back. And now, correct me if I'm wrong, I think a lot of people from my country will assume that most Canadians will give a little bit on front end, not shoulder angle, not correctness, not extension, but they'll give a little bit of extra mass in the neck to accept a little bit more power to the ground, which I understand, a little bit more substance, a little bit more, bull-oriented production females. I think I'm seeing a trend from our judges where they're trying to balance that a little more. Maybe they're trying to put together a set of females that might be a little more dual purpose. Maybe not just bull production, maybe replacement females. I don't really believe they've given up on a whole lot of power, just maybe trying to thread the needle between the two a little bit.
In a sense, I would agree with you, but I also feel like if they get one out here that's stout and big and broody looking and what they're looking for, if she has a little more front end to her, I feel like they're not afraid to use that.
Well,
they're going to say she
completely.
has that, but I feel like they're not afraid to use it
I agree.
she has all the rest of the right
Yes,
pieces.
yes. But there again, that's a give and take you have when you start using more powers. Is it may not just show up in their neck mass. A lot of times you see it. They may not be as smooth jointed. They may not carry that spine quite as fluidly when they get out there and travel and I guess that's all give and take. I really do appreciate the fact that it's not an easy call on that. I think that's why we're seeing them evaluate some of these classes just a little bit longer to try to make sure that they're not missing one that might outmass a little more refined one. That they're actually making sure that the one that maybe has a little bit less mass up front, that is a little more closed in at their points and blades, that they still carry enough mass and product to be productive.
And I think with that being said, I would fully agree with you, Mark. And they're looking for a little more refined females, but they're not afraid to use something that is got some mass and some substance.
Exactly.
If they have a little bit of front end, but if they got all the right pieces, and I feel like they're doing a very good job taking their time, evaluating the cattle, giving everything a chance, and looking through everything.
Oh yeah, I mean, and that's what you need to do in a situation like this. I mean, you get thrown a few curveballs coming out here, I think, and I do appreciate the fact that the time is being taken. It is interesting how a lot of these classes have lined up where they're not having to do a lot of juggling of them. They're just they do look at them a little longer to make sure they're going to get them in the spots they need them in. But there's just so much quality coming at you that it takes a little bit of looking to make sure.
We're going to start the class with this fancy heifer in the front here. She's really nice, extended up through that front end. She's deep-bodied. She's stout enough. I really like her skull design, and she seems to travel around the ring just fine. Just a real high-quality female. Heifer in second follows her. She's really, really nice fronted. She's completely made, like balanced from one end to the other. She's got good rib shape. She gets around the ring nice. She's got excellent foot structure. Just a really nice heifer for this young lady. Heifer in third follows the second place heifer quite easily as far as type and kind goes. Nice teat placement, deep made. Just maybe when you get in behind her, just give her a little more lower quarter there and just refine her throat latch just a little bit. But nice heifer, going to be a great cow for this young lady. The big long bigger framed heifer, she's got really nice extended up through that front end. She's long spined. You just like to maybe soften her up and give a little more metal and change that hind leg structure just a hair, but she's still growing. I imagine she'll change a little bit, but she's really, really nice feminine female. This black heifer here, just in the bottom two here, just a little different made. They're similar in type and kind. They're nice heifers. They're long spine. Just maybe knock the tail head down on this one just a hair, and then deepen the flank on this one here. But very nice heifers for these two ladies.
In this second split of purebred heifer calves, first place goes to entry 74 for Greeley Robertson, Riverfront Royal Lass, 622p. Second in this split was the entry for Sage Snyder, NLF Black Bonnie, 601p. Third in class, Josie Youngman. Fourth in class, Dyson Doulager. Fifth was Sarah Jane Rizika. Sixth in class, Dana Rizika. We now move into our purebred champion heifer drive. We bring back the top two from each of the splits. From split one, first place there was the entry for Luke Henderson, LLB Evergreen, 330p. Second in that split, the entry for Wynn Henderson, LLB Ellen Erica, 186p. From class two, our split first place there was the entry for Greeley Robertson, Riverfront Royal Lass, 622p. And second in that class was entry 78 for Sage Snyder, NLF Black Bonnie, 601p. This is your purebred champion heifer calf drive.
Talk about a grand drive, or not a grand drive, but a division drive right here, Mark. Look at the quality in these. I think they're all Angus heifers, and they're broody and refined, and I'd say they're what the breed is looking for. And
you know, in all honesty, there's not a single heifer calf out here that I wouldn't take home. You know, a fun group of females to think about to come back next year. You know, the breeding possibilities on them are pretty interesting. You know, I mean, and you can see the give and take we've had. You know, both the heifers we have that have won these classes are not the highest growth. Compared to their counterparts in second, but probably add just a shot more middle body, maybe a little more presence up front. It's hard to say, you know, but you know there's one. It's another one of those give and take scenarios where you know you can see where the judges have gone and they've chose just a little more mass. You know, if I'm looking at them, you know, I can see a lot of similarities in you know the first and seconds.
4 really consistent heifers here in the owned heifer calf drive. I think these 4 heifers exemplify what we're looking here for today. All very, very nice heifers, and with that, Dad will go show you the 2 that we like best today.
Your champion purebred heifer calf goes to Greeley Robertson with Riverfront Royal Lass 622P. And your reserve champion purebred heifer calf exhibited by Luke Henderson LLB Evergreen 330P. We'll see them back in the purebred champion drive.
I will have to agree with you, Mark. I feel like here today, after watching this drive here, man, they are going for a little bit of style. Like they like to see some cow in them, but they do like to see them a little more feminine and a little prettier fronted and just like they got some style, bigger bellied, good legged, and cool fronted.
You know, without, and we're fixing to get stopped, but I think without guessing too far into it, it seems like they're wanting a little more curvature in that forerib. You know, when you come out of that navel and in the center part of their body, you know, they they want them to curve down just a little deeper in that forerib. You know, the when you go from center body back, they seem to be, you know, a lot of the cattle are pretty similar when you get in front of that navel. You know, that seems to be one of those things that is important to them, which I appreciate. You get, you know, there's a lot of actual.
We move now to Class 27, the purebred 2026 bull calf class. Entry 80, the entry for Ashton Youngman, AJA Wario 636P. 81 is an entry for Callista Chesser, KCF Outlaw 602P. 82 is the entry for Dana Rizika, DPR Pritchard 26P. 83, an entry for Dyson Dulager, LFE BS Iceman 325P. 84, the entry for Winton Brandel, BCC Hemisphere 619. Ladies and gentlemen, your purebred 2026 bull calf class.
So as we move here into the bull calf division, wow, impressive set of bull calves to say the least. You know, that we have some growth and performance. You know, we start off the calf that led these bulls in the ring. I mean, he's obviously the youngest one. The way they come in, that's a nice bull calf. You know, I mean, he might get out powered today by a little bit of age and pounds, but I can see a lot of good in that calf. You know, he carries his spine nice. He sits down in his tailhead and hip nice. We come down through it. We have some more growth. You know, we get a little different structured as they go down through their spines, but they do carry a little bit more power to the ground, and this ends up being one of those classes that we'd kind of talked about, you know, where you're going to put your importance. You know, now that we're looking at bull calves, we can maybe take a little more ruggedness to put on those females that have been a little more refined.
I would agree with you on that very much, Mark. Like, maybe we are looking for a little more like bully type looking and stout and big and muscly and burly. I will say, like, that bull calf in second, he's very pretty and tidy. And then you work your way down, like this third calf, he's rugged and big boned, and he's gonna just add some what I would consider power and something, add something to him. And same as the ones that come to follow, we got, I'm gonna say, 2 Simmentals here and towards the back, and then an Angus bull calf that still has the power and comes in at you just as big as the Simmentals.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see. You know, I mean, you know, a lot of times you watch people evaluate shows, and they'll use bulls that are very similar to females, and then a lot of times you watch people evaluate shows, and they're going to try to find bulls that can complement, you know, the females they've used. You know, maybe not be as refined. You know, that maybe they pick their females, you know, elegant and refined enough that we can throw a little bit of power at them. You know, that's one of the fun things about really watching a show is, you know, if of course when we're showing cattle, you know, we're always convinced that the type we're sending out there is the right type. You know, when you just get to watch it, you know, you try to get inside the mind of the person that's doing it and see exactly where their thought process is going.
And it'll be neat after seeing them evaluate some females here, and then come into this bull calf class and really take a look and see if they're kind of going for pretty refined, or if they're gonna go for pretty refined females, and then go for some power and some stoutness in the bull calves, and kind of try to make a happy medium, or what they're doing here today.
Well, you know, and I think, I mean, obviously they're debating. You know, they're which I think they should in something like this. I don't think it's as cut and dried in their mind as what we would probably think. You know, I think, you know, they're good cattle. I don't know if there's a bad calf out here. It's where maybe they fit into your program, where maybe they fit into the grand scheme of what they're doing today.
And in all honesty, we got 2 judges, father and a daughter. They both run different operations. Imagine if we threw you and I out there. We might not even pick one.
Oh, I don't know. I think we could come to applicable decision. Because you got to remember, I'm always right, and so
yeah, that's what you figure. But sometimes I got my own opinion.
Since you have to agree with me. Apparently, we have another minute or two here while they're placing them, and I had to throw that in there for Jaden because you know, you got to have a little fun with this. You got to beat up on each other every now and then, and or what fun would it be?
Bull calf class here with a lot of different shapes and sizes. The bull calves are all pretty similar in age. We have February and January born bull calves. I think we both kind of gravitated to the ruggedness and the shape that this Simmental bull calf has at the front. He's stout when you get in behind him and stout over his top. He has enough extension up through his head and his neck. A really sound bull when you put him on the move. He's got good scrotal development for this day and age. If you were to pick on him, I'd like to just clean him up in his sheath a little bit, but I think a really complete bull calf to go ahead and lead off this class. Another bull calf here in second that this young lady has, really big ribbed, stout made type of bull. Once again, he's long fronted. He does have a little extra throat and brisket there about him. Not quite as big framed and long bodied as our class winner. That's where I'd change him there. Bull calf here in third, a really complete bull calf. I just don't think he quite has the power and the substance that the bull calves do ahead of him. Long-necked bull calf, I think that gets out and moves really good. Once again, just doesn't have the power to compete with the first 2 bull calves there. Young ladies marked up bull calf here, a really long-bodied, long-sided bull calf. Long-fronted, he's got some shape, just gets a little shallow when you study him from his forerib through his flank. Sound when he's on the move. I just like to give him a little more body to compete with the bull calves that are ahead of him. Another bull calf here to round off the class, more moderate bull calf. Gets a little shorter in about his head and his neck, gets a little rounder when you study him from his hooks to his pins. And that's where I changed that bull calf here in that class. A good class of bull calves.
The champion purebred bull calf, exhibited by Dyson Duleger, LFE BS Iceman 325P. Your reserve champion purebred bull calf exhibited by Dana Rizika, DPR Pritchard, 26P. Third in class was Winton Brandel, fourth Callista Chesser, and fifth in class Ashton Youngman. We move now to our purebred junior yearlings and class 28, the first of two splits of purebred junior yearlings. 85 is the entry for Luke Henderson, LLB Atalanta 0293N. 86, an entry for Dayton Wilson, LLB Glenella 0100N. 87, the entry for Thomas Borison, CSD Donna 5285. 88 is an entry for Janaea Sobkow, Bardella's Mini. 89, the entry for Reese Wildman, Red Toa Lacama 431N. And 90, an entry for Joni Page, Red Line Rose 129N. This is the first of two splits of purebred junior yearlings.
Well, right there in that bull calf division is kind of the debate we were having, and you know, I think that's probably what they were looking at there is, you know, can we use a bull that's a little more rugged to go on the females we've been using, or I'm assuming now, you know, we were talking, there was a bull calf that was a little more tubular that I told Jaden, I'm like, boy, that thing could be interesting next year, you know, a little feed in him and all that. I do have a question for you, though, on those top two bull calves. Just my perception, you know, are we slightly more lax on underlines and navel skin, loose skin, you know, on the bottom side of them up here? Are we getting more that way? Because I did read that about those two bull calves is not only a little more navel in them, but just a little more loose skin, both in front of and behind that navel, you know, which is something that I think we struggle with down in our country, because we sell bulls to a little brushier country.
For all you junior exhibitors, if you have not already picked up your money from the bracket, we have the prize money from the bracket show up here. So any juniors, you can pick up your prize money from the bracket up here at the announcer stand.
And so, anyways, you know, not critiquing those bulls, just casual observers sitting here watching. Now we get into yearling heifer here division here. That, wow, you want to talk about a lot of age spread. We go from a couple of Decembers to, is the oldest one here in April. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep. And boy, big age spread. You know, not a class I'd be excited about evaluating, because wow, you have a couple of December heifer calves standing down here that, I mean, are good cattle. You come up, you have another one standing in behind them that would be a looks like we got an August standing there. That's a dang nice August. You know, then we step up into a May and then two Aprils, and we finish out the class standing here with a big, powerful, you know, red April female. A lot of product, a lot of pounds. You know, they're gonna have to get out here and maybe do something, you know, not quite as traditional in Angus shows. You know, I could see them. I could see them leaning towards something that you know, might have been hard to do a few years ago. You know, you use a fallborn to beat some Aprils. I'm not saying that's the way they're going to go. I could see them doing it, and I don't know if you see that 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
And you know, Mark, I would totally agree with you on that one. I feel like a few years back, that was if they're older and bigger, like even like it was hard to get a bred to beat a pair, and now you see it more commonly here. I know, like down in the States, like breds will beat pairs all the time. Breds are kind of what get showing. That's kind of the deal. Or calves will beat breds. You don't see that as much here, but I feel like it's slowly adapting and becoming a thing where a calf will beat a bred. I think it just depends on personal opinion and who's judging the
Well,
show.
now, do you want to step out on a limb and say it's because that judges are starting to look at younger cattle, off-age cattle, and go, you know what, we have to find the highest quality instead of the oldest, or do we think it's because maybe the quality of the older cattle is and I'm not going to say there's the breeding has lapsed, but with more availability of diverse genetics, embryo transfer, and all that becoming one of those things that's somewhat affordable to do nowadays. That each year we're getting more progressive with our breeding, so that at times the younger cattle are more high quality than the older cattle.
Yeah, I could see that, like, progressing in the breeding and such. Partly, I think we've had a lot more American judges come up this way and judge shows it lately in the early past, and maybe some Canadians that are judging have kind of opened up and been like, well, maybe this is the way we got to do it. Maybe we're progressing into more of what they have in the States. I wouldn't hold my word to that. It's just an idea I have.
I can see that. Also, always have to wonder if there's a financial side of it too. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, the high selling cattle were always mature cows, donors, 3-in-1s, and then you drop down to your breds, at least in production sales, and your heifer calves would, I remember when I was a kid, when I was 10, 11 years old, Canada Cole sold a $10,000 or $11,000 Charolais heifer calf, and we go to Louisville and we had to go see this $10,000 heifer calf. Now there were $100,000 donors sold through their sale too, but we had to go see this $10,000 heifer calf. Now, if at times if you hear of a bred heifer, selling it in a heifer calf sale, bringing $10,000, you gotta go. You'd like to see that bred heifer. It's the heifer calves that are bringing 100,000, 50,000, all that. And I guess that when I ask if there's a financial side of it, obviously it's the banker likes it a whole lot more when you turn that 6-8 month old heifer calf into dollars, before you turn that mature cow. And so, I do wonder if there's a financial side of it where people are going, you know what, maybe we need to look harder at these heifer calves and these breds because we collect a paycheck sooner.
I partly agree with you on that one, Mark. I feel like it's a slightly bit of a different market from up here.
We're going to start this class off with the December-born heifer. We just feel that she's the most fault-free female in this ring today. She's balanced. She's nice ribs. She's just very, very balanced from one end to the other in transitions. Nice. She gets around the ring nice. She's got good foot structure. She's still fresh looking. Great job, young man. Heifer in second follows her in type and kind. I believe she's a May heifer. Long-bodied, long-spined, deep-ribbed heifer. Maybe hit a little more brisket on her, but, a very high-quality female to follow that first place one today. The black heifer in third here. Nice heifer. She's deep-ribbed. She's stout when you get in behind her. I just like to clean her up through that front end just a little bit in that throat latch area, but that's getting picky. These are all real high-quality females. The tanky red heifer here, just a big, broody female. She looks really efficient. She's stout when you get in behind her. She's got a nice teat placement, just a little longer in the toes today, and like to refine her up in that front end just a little bit. The red heifer that follows her, nice footed heifer. She's long made, she's long spine. Just like to give her more softness about her. When you get on her profile in behind her, just like to deepen her up a little bit. The heifer here, kind of our problem heifer today. Love the hip and belly in this heifer. I like the extension in her front end. She just kind of goes downhill a little bit, and like to change that front foot hoof structure quite a bit on her. But nice job, young man.
In this first split of purebred junior yearlings, first place goes to Luke Henderson with LLB Atalanta 0293N. Second in class, the entry for Janaea Sobkow, Bardella's Mini. Third in class was Dayton Wilson. Fourth, Joni Page, 5th. Reese Wildman, 6th in class. Thomas Borison. Moving into the second and final split of purebred junior yearling heifers. 91, the entry for Maddie Ferentz, LLB Patricia, 256N. 92, an entry for Tennessee Schneider, Red Northline Rose, 207N. 93, the entry for Nash Hunker, DMM Blackbird, 142N. 94, an entry for Hayden Kamala, Brooking Beauty, 5215. 95 is the entry for Cassie Wenstob, Section 1 Duchess, 247N. 96, entry for Maya Aluk, WFL SG, Miss Sauter, 5179N. The second and final split of purebred junior yearlings.
So in that last class, boy, I got to commend them. There were some decisions to be made there, and even where we ended up on the bottom end of the class, you know, that wasn't an easy call. You know, that's a striking female that probably gets some winning done. You know, just with people having a few different priorities and all that. So we have the last junior yearling class out here in this division. Once again, I mean, boy, uniform, big-bodied, powerful cattle from top to bottom. You know, one more of those classes where it's going to be fun to see where they go. I don't know that there is necessarily one in here that ends up on the bottom. You land on the bottom easy. It's when you get to the top, you know, the decisions you make. You know, I mean, it's an impressive set of females. You know, me and Jaden were talking, and we were talking about those bull calves, and I think it's very interesting to see that, you know, we come out of that bull calf split and we go into a group of heifer calves, and you know, we end up gravitating towards the more refined cattle that could complement the bull calves that we used. And honestly, it seems like we're probably going to do something similar in this yearling female deal. You know, gravitate towards you know, females that are going to complement the bull calves that came out here in front of us. You know, Nikki, in the bulls which you picture and video a lot of bulls, you know, would you say that the bull calves that you know win that split are you know more typical of the bulls that end up in the top end of sales that you picture in video?
Yeah, I think so for sure. Those are some. Well, it was a really powerful Semitol bull that came to the top there, and I'm sure we'll see that one probably sell in the Lewis's bull sale coming up in 2027. It's a really nice calf, especially this stage in the game. They're just August, so some of these guys probably just weaned here recently too, because they would have calved out in January. So it is harder to bring some of those calves out to town, but the bull calves we have seen are pretty powerful.
And it's tough. You know, it's tough to bring some, you know, an extremely refined bull calf that you know, let's say a heifer bull. You know, it's tough to haul that type of cattle this time of year and really have them appreciated. You know, I mean, boldness, power is always going to be something at a young age that is more easily identified. And you know, same way with these yearling females. You know, you bring females out here that are for sure, the majority of them as ready as they need to be, and you know, they're bred, but we're still a ways away from them actually getting in production. But you probably gotta look for a little more refined female, you know, smooth out their joint structure and all that to really work on that type of bull, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know, some of these bulls that are good show bulls, there's some offsprings that you really don't like that they have. Like, you can have a bull that puts together a nice female, and some put together a really nice bull side of thing for a progeny, and it's really nice to see. Like, I know last year we had our big bull standing at Agarition, and right on the other side of our stall was a heifer calf out of him that you couldn't be happier and more pleased about to see that a big show bull has offspring there already.
Now I've heard the comments by some fairly prominent people in the beef industry arguing there shouldn't be anything referred to as a heifer bull. That if you're using the right type of bull, it shouldn't matter whether you're putting them on heifers or mature cows and all that. My immediate argument with that is, well, if we're all buying turnout bulls that are going to work on our heifers and our mature cows, we're all going to be buying $100,000 bulls. I don't know that that's exactly feasible for a lot of people in the beef industry. So it means at times that I think if you're looking at things economically, you can buy two different types of bulls to work on your mature cows and your bred heifers, and do it at a more economical rate, and probably benefit yourself sale-wise, because you're going to have bulls that you can sell to people that are going to probably push the envelope when it comes to power and muscle more than that one that might work on both heifers and matures.
I think a female to start this class that we both gravitated to fairly quickly when she walked in, and I think she just keeps better the longer she's standing here. It's hard to really pick a hole in this heifer when you stand off the side of her. She's really long-necked and feminine fronted. She's got a nice sweep to her rib. You get behind her, and she's got enough muscle shape. She's sound when she gets out and goes. I think just really easy place to lead off this class. Congrats on a nice heifer, young man. Young ladies, end of March heifer here coming second. I think for us, she's the second place heifer in here that's the least fault-free. She's probably one of the freshest in her condition, I'd say, here today. Long-bodied. She's got some width across her top and through her stifle. Just another complete sound-made female for this young lady to go ahead in second. More moderate heifer here in third. She gets a little shorter fronted, and I'd like to see her reach with a little more flexibility out of her front legs, but a really cowy, deep-bodied made female for this young man. Looks like she's going to drop a nice udder. She's got nice teat size and placement. The big baldy heifer coming here in fourth, probably the most powerful heifer in the class. She's the stoutest heifer. She gets a little rounder about her muscle pattern. She gets a little shorter up and about her neck and carries a little more chest floor there compared to the heifers above her, but a nice female for you, young lady. The big framed, long-bodied red heifer to come here in fifth is a nice female for this young lady. She's sound when she gets out on the go. She just doesn't have quite the rib shape. I'd like to clean her up there about her navel, give her a little more capacity to compete with the heifers there above. Young lady's black heifer to round out the class. She just gets a little flatter and frailer about her build. Gonna be a nice cow for this young lady, though. Go ahead and give those kids a round of applause.
In this second split of junior yearling heifers, first place goes to Hayden Kamala with Brooking Beauty 52-15. Second in class was Maddie Ference with LLB Patricia 256N. Third in class, Nash Hunker. Fourth in class was Maya Aluk. Fifth in class, Tennessee Snyder. Sixth in class, Cassie Wenstob. That brings us to our champion junior yearling drive. We bring back the top two from each split. From split one, first place there was 85 for Luke Henderson, LLB Atalanta 0293N. Second in that class was 88, the entry for Janaea Sobkow, Bardella's Mini. From our previous split, first place once again was Hayden Kamala with Brooking Beauty 52-15. Second in that split, entry 91 for Maddie Ference, LLB Patricia 256N. The champion purebred junior yearling drive.
Well, Mark Kelly, what do you think's going to shake down in this junior yearling division?
Well, I mean, for me, I think I might have to cop out and go with the older one. Not just because she's older. I think as good as that heifer calf is, and I truly did like that heifer calf a ton yesterday, and I like her today. I don't feel like the older one gives up anything in structure and build and movement to rise to the point that I thought earlier in the day when that heifer calf wins that deal, I thought she did so handily. This here, I think it's a little closer.
We're going to find out real soon.
Well, we have 4 very high quality females in this ring today. You know, we'd like to take any of them home. I think they're consistent as far as type and kind. They're fresh, they're feminine, yet they're broody in their makeup. And Maddie and I have a couple favorites in here today, so she's going to go pick out Grand and Reserve.
The Grand Champion Purebred Junior Yearling. Entry for Hayden Kamala, Brooking Beauty, 52-15. And your Reserve Champion Junior Yearling, the entry for Luke Henderson, LLB Atalanta, 0293N. We'll see them back in our Purebred Champion Drive.
Well, for me, I think that is a pretty logical place to land there. You know, I don't. There could be some debate, but not for me, and I don't think from a whole lot of people. That's a pretty good bred heifer that just really fits for a lot of people, and honestly, a heifer calf that I think probably is a pea in a pod, just a younger version of her.
You know, Mark, I as your tack man and your setup man, I'm gonna have to agree because you're always right.
It's tough being right all the time, but it's one of those things. It's a burden that I will always carry. But I do.
Dryden Robertson and Shelby Horn, we need you to ringside. Dryden Robertson and Shelby Horn, we need you to ringside.
That
Your
sounds
class
like
is up.
That sounds like some RCS stuff right there, calling for the cows because we took too much time trying to get them ready.
Oh, I promise you, that's if there's anybody that knows me, it knows we're always gonna be late to the ring because that's there's always that one little thing that you need to do. But looks like we got another split of yearling heifers, or first split yearling heifers. I get no, it'd be this would be
just had
seniors.
a split of yearling heifers.
This
Mark.
be seniors.
This
wouldn't
is a time you are wrong, and
But
I'm
this-
gonna ride on.
Would this be our senior yearlings?
Senior yearlings, intermediate yearlings,
or intermediates?
junior
this is a-
or junior, intermediate, senior.
Well, we haven't had a split of intermediates today.
That is true.
So we're flipping the script just a little bit. Hadn't ever got a chance to use that terminology.
That is
Seems
true.
how we don't-
It'd
we don't-
kind of be like if you considered it like I'd be like a junior, you're an intermediate, Ethel would be a senior.
I'd say that'd be an understatement. It is without a doubt. I guess our numbers are reflecting the fact that we're going to have to split these up a little bit more.
We now welcome in the first of 2 splits of the intermediate purebred yearling heifers. In this class 29, we have 97, the entry for Madison Daly with FSF AOV JCF 42N. Entry 98 is Ava Mackey with WBHR Noteworthy 1N. 99, an entry for Dryden Robertson, Riverfront Beauty, 579N. 100 is the entry for Callan Gartner, Diamond T. Bardolia, 2598. 101, an entry for Shelby Horn, Carp's Glamorous Nora, 518N. The first of 2 splits of purebred intermediate yearling heifers.
As we move
Junior exhibitors, we declared a bred and owned champion already.
As we move into this first split of intermediate heifers, boy, the quality just keeps getting deeper and deeper. And like we were talking a minute ago, when we start getting a few more numbers and they start breaking down a little bit more, we might not have the depth that I think we saw in the previous shows, just simply because we're splitting up a little bit more. But I feel as though you need to do that to give these young individuals a chance to, at least get the judges to get a good look at them. It's hard when we get 6, 7, 8, 10 head in this ring to really get a good look at them.
I would agree, and it gives everybody more of a chance and makes the show a little funner the more classes you have.
Well, and I think it makes it a little bit easier on the judges too. I mean, I hate it when we get at least in Texas, we get in some of those shows where you can get down there to Houston, you can have 25 or 30 in some of them heifer calf classes in the junior deal, and I'm not saying that you should, if you hire a judge, they ought to be able to do it. Well, I think it stretches it out a little bit longer than it needs to be. And a lot of times you have heifer calves that are standing fourth or fifth that could probably win another class and get out there and who knows, they may be able to get a piece of a division, if they can have a second time to get out there. So it's nice to see them break these things up a little bit where you're giving these kids a chance to get their livestock out here, get them looked at, maybe end up winning a class and maybe end up getting a piece of a division that they might not have.
Gentlemen, for your information, we have a couple of show
Mark, I would totally agree with you. I do like how they split it up and give a little more opportunity and opportunity for the judges to truly take time and evaluate every animal. When you get into them big classes, it can be tough. It was an eye-opener for me when I got to come down for the Fort Worth Steer Show. They'll run, 100 head of steers in a ring? Maybe not 100.
Generally 70.
70?
Is about top.
They'll run about 70 head of steers into a ring, and as they come in, they're either passed by or they're pulled, and the judges will come back through and evaluate the ones that they passed by. But I just think that's crazy. Is you can pull cab just like looking at them now, and it's either a buy or an in, and I feel like sometimes that doesn't give the opportunity for every animal to be evaluated exactly fairly. But it is really cool to get onto that level and see that and how it happens.
Oh, for sure, it's a very unique, very unique situation to be in, as an exhibitor, and then just to watch. To be a judge that has to sit down there and evaluate them that quick, man. It takes an extreme amount of confidence. Those better ones hit you hard, and I'm sure they're pretty certain about where they know they're going to go on the top end. But a situation like that where you're talking of tens of thousands of dollars difference between 10 and 11. It's a daunting task, especially if a judge knows that one placing means a huge financial impact on people.
Individual here to lead off this class. We just really like to balance and complete. Puts it all together. She's got a nice tee placement. She's got a good front on her. Just a really, really complete fault-free package for us here today. Heifer in second. Nice, big, tanky female. Lots of rib shape. She's extended through that front end. Just maybe gets a little outside herself when she's walking today, and maybe just refine those teats a little bit. But very high-quality individual. Nice heifer. Hereford heifer here again, long spine, nice made heifer. She's correct in her lines and her skull. Just maybe knock her tail head down just a little bit. She's nice through that front end, but just needs a little more rib too to compete today. But very nice, long, attractive female. Black heifer here, a little flatter made. She's long spine. She's cowy. She's nice made. She's deep enough. Just maybe get in behind her. She just tapers off just a little bit for us here today. And the heifer back here, same thing, long spined. This cow travels real nice. Just like to see more of her, like just give her a little more mass capacity through her whole body. But she travels real good, and I'm pretty sure she's going to work just fine for this young lady. Thank you.
In this first split of purebred intermediate yearlings, first place goes to entry 100 for Callan Gartner, Bar T. Diamond T. Bardolia, 25.98. Second in class goes to Dryden Robertson with Riverfront Beauty, 579N. Third in class was Ava Mackey. Fourth, Madison Daly. Fifth in class, Shelby Horn. We now welcome to the ring split 2 of our intermediate yearling heifers in class 29. 102, the entry for Peyton Verbonic with LLB Blue Lass, 133N. 103, the entry for Hardy Pass, Red 6 Mile GG Redeem, 122N. 104 is the entry for Bronwyn Zwicker, 6S Perfect INF. 105, the entry for Gentry Harvey, Red Harvey Crest Miss Fredo, 5130N. The second and final split of intermediate yearlings.
Man, Nick, you look at the variety here. It looks like we got us a Angus heifer and then a red heifer and we got a shorthorn and I'd say another red. There's a lot of variety here. What's your take on this?
There's definitely a lot of variety out here. I would say it's all Angus and a shorthorn.
All Angus and a shorthorn. And what's our birth dates looking like here? Are they close together or
We're
we got some
ranging
spread?
from February 14th to February 3rd, so we're pretty close in age.
That is a pretty close class, so I'd say everything's pretty right there at the start of February. And man, great set of cattle here, and the judges are evaluating them, and I don't really know what else.
Yeah, it's a pretty powerful set of females that are out here. I think this is probably one of our smallest classes of yearling heifers we've seen all day.
Only 4 so far. Like Mark was saying earlier, he likes how they split them up and make small classes. Makes it a little easier for the showmen and easier for the judges to evaluate them.
Yeah, we've definitely had some smaller classes, but there has been some big classes here today. I don't know if we just didn't have enough to make a nice split or because we had a couple of those bigger groups, and then I see there's a couple more bigger groups coming in here later on as well.
Which will be fun to see. I do personally enjoy seeing a big group of cattle in a ring and watching them be evaluated. I think our judges are doing a really good job picking what they're looking for and wanting, and it's getting a little warmer out here, but not too warm. It's still pretty nice out.
Those dirty sodas are keeping everyone hydrated on a day like today.
What would you do without a dirty soda?
Right?
It's blue, starts with a K, and it's the best thing in the world. Nutrition right there.
I think this might be one of our nicer days here in Bashaw in the last couple of years for the big show day.
Last couple of years and definitely this week, I think this is the nicest day we've had so far, so why not evaluate some cattle, show some cattle, and just have a great time.
Yeah, exactly, for sure. Thankfully, the Mark Kelly is back to take over my position on this mic.
The man that always has to be right is back, and ladies and gentlemen, I don't know why he always has to be right, but he figures he is, and you can try and argue him, but even if he's wrong, he's got to be right.
It's a burden. It's a burden I've been forced to bear all my
another
life.
heifer here at the front that we both gravitated to fairly quickly. Really functional and correctly built type of female. When you start at the ground, she's got a perfect foot. She's sound when she's on the move. She's feminine. She's big ribbed. She's bold sprung. I think just a really complete and eye appealing package to go ahead and lead off this class. This long-bodied, bigger framed shorthorn heifer here, she's really extended up through her front end. She gets out on the move just fine. She's really wide over her top. I think just a really nice package to go ahead and follow our class winner. This more moderate framed red heifer here, I think she's just pushing the envelope in terms of condition for us here today. She just likes, I'd like to see her move with a little more flex off of her pasterns. She gets a little bit of chest, but a really big-bodied, broody type of female for this young lady. She'll go ahead and be a good cow for you. The big framed, long-bodied red Angus heifer here at the end just gets a little shallower for us today. I'd like to change her foot structure and her teat size and placement at this stage of the game. Doesn't quite just have as much power and capacity as the females to round off the class.
In this second split of intermediate yearling heifers, first place goes to Peyton Verbonic with LLB Blue Lass 133N. Second in this class to Bronwyn Zwicker with 6S Perfect in INF. Third in class was Gentry Harvey. Fourth in class, Heidi Pass. We move now to the champion intermediate purebred yearling heifer drive. From split 1, first place there was show number 100, Callan Gartner with Diamond T Bardolia 2598. Second in that class was 99 for Dryden Robertson, Riverfront Beauty 579N. From our second split, first place was 102 for Peyton Verbonic, LLB Blue Lass 133N. Second in that class was 104, the entry for Bronwyn Zwicker, 6S Perfect INF. Our intermediate purebred yearling heifer champion drive.
Well, I'll tell you what, they didn't wool up on the quality here with these intermediate heifers. I think they're pushing them awfully hard and fast whenever it comes to, soggy, sound, good hip, just good quality cattle. Had to run to the restroom and unleash some of them dirty sodas and missed that last split. But I see they had us a shorthorn come in second in that class. Once again, continues that trend of that breed representing itself well this year.
Well, Mark, that is very true, and we do got some different breeds being represented here very well today. It seems like the Anguses are really, I don't want to say it, but they're coming out on top. But we do have some different representation. We got us, looks like a Schultz or a Schouts. I don't know how to say that on the tag, but heifer here, and being represented. This would be the second one I've seen here today. I think they have a sale in the fall. Mitch and Sam McCready run that.
Oh, really? Yeah, very good.
They've kind of started up their own fitting business and sale calf deal. And
very good.
I think that's really cool to see that coming up this way.
Oh, for sure.
It's something I'd love to start up here, but they went ahead and they started it, and they got the mock stocks, and Mitch runs a podcast deal, and they're starting to take on some customer cattle, and I think that's.
Well, how about a round of applause? We have another 4 high-quality individuals in the ring here for the finals there. Very all nice females, very complete females. There's 2 that Maddie and I are kind of leaning towards that are our type and kind and very high quality, so she's going to go pick out the Grand and Reserve.
Your champion purebred intermediate yearling heifer, Peyton Verbonics entry, LLB Blue Lass, 133N. And the reserve champion intermediate yearling heifer from split 1, entry 100 for Callan Gartner, Diamond T Bardolia, 2598. We'll see them back in our champion purebred drive. We move now, ladies and gentlemen, to Class 30, the purebred senior yearlings. We have 4 splits. In this first split, 106 is the entry for Sully Jenkins, Red YY Diamond Mist, 501N. 107, the entry for Casey Adams, Terron Queen, 106N. 108 is the entry for Sophie Pass, Red Rafter SJ Cover Girl, 49N. 109, the entry for GW Murray, Redu SCK Rita, 12N. 110 is Faith Scholdigan with Grilla's Empress, 2532N. 111, your program is a scratch. 112 is the entry for Owen Wilms, Wilbar Mayflower, 115N. The first of 4 splits of purebred senior yearling heifers.
We're in the first split, they said, of senior yearling heifers. Wow, I promise you there's going to be one come out of here that's going to give them a run for their money when it comes to the champion drive. We're just going to see what we got come cow-calf pair-wise, which I know there's got to be a couple of good cow-calf pairs. I'm not 100% sure how they break these things up, so I don't know which pairs we're going to see next. But wow, this is going to be one of those. Yep. The champion from the bracket last night, which Nikki and Jaden brought up to me, is in this class. I think I was telling Jaden she hits me even a little bit harder today than she did yesterday, I think.
I do think like that bracket deal is a no fit. It's a blow and go. I think they've done a very good job here today, like getting her fit up and ready, and she does. I'd almost say hold herself together better today, and does hit me harder today than she did yesterday. I also think throughout the whole class here, we got a ton of quality, and it looks like we got 2 red Anguses, and I could be wrong, but I'd bear to say we got the rest are blacks.
It sure looks that way. And when he says blacks, he's not trying to pigeonhole anything. I think he means Angus. But we're gonna
Why do you got to go that way,
we're
Mark?
just gonna give him a little bit of pass here, I mean,
I might be from Caroline, but come on. Now.
I know. I hear you're the mayor of Caroline. Is that correct?
That is negative.
Okay. Well,
Definitely not the mayor of
I heard it's the
Caroline.
biggest little city in Alberta.
It is the biggest little city in Alberta. Best Caesars at the Caroline Bar. It's a fun place.
And now,
Known for figure skaters, and not going to finish the rest of that comment, but yeah, great place to visit if you're ever bored.
And
If you want to look at some good full-blood cattle, you can always. Oh, Jade would have made fun of me there on the way I said cattle, but you can come down and tour the herds. We got a couple different herds of cattle there. There's some Angus cows and we sell a bunch of replacement heifers in a Dodge City shootout, and some full-blood bulls, and it happens at the Innisfail Auction Mart, Nikki says I have to say. And yeah, and it's the only bull sale that has ever put a parade float in the Caroline Parade. So I'd say that's dedication right there, folks. And if you have any questions, feel free to give me a call or a holler at real good candy, Nikki. Everything's got to be good. Top notch at the Dodge City Shootout. But next year, I think it's March 11th. It's going to be the second Wednesday. Come for dinner and maybe get you some replacement heifers that'll make great recips.
And if you go to Caroline before then, you can meet the most educated person in Caroline, Jaden Warren. 85 hours of college.
Full 85 hours.
Full 85
and
hours.
Don't kid yourselves. We definitely had the college experience. I lived it to the fullest, and boy, it was fun.
An entire week of it. Best week of his life. Anyways, back to the yearling heifers. Once again, I think it reflects the quality in this class, the time that our judges are taking on it. There's for sure some give and take. I'm going to go down on a limb and say they're pretty certain on their top one. But I do appreciate the fact that they're spending some time making sure they're getting the placings right throughout the class.
And Mark, I'd agree with you. They're placing them right now, and it looks like, well, the Reds are going towards the end, and they're going to stick with the black-hided cattle, which it seems like they're really liking here today. But I don't think it's exactly on color they're judging them. I think they're judging them on what they're wanting in their herd, style and performance and quality.
I think so. I mean, I think it would be unfair to paint it with under the brush.
Gonna lead off this class with this high quality black heifer here. She kind of blends everything together for us here. She's really nice extended through that front end. She's good ribbed. She's stout enough when you get in behind her, and she walks around the ring fine. Just a real nice, very complete balanced package for us to lead this class today. Heifer in second, a little fresher condition. Love this heifer for her freshness, her femininity. She gets around the ring nice. She's deep ribbed. She's nice extended through that front end. She's got just a lot of good qualities about her. She's big topped when you get in behind her. Just I love the freshness and of this heifer. So very good heifer, young man. Heifer in third, just maybe a big power heifer. She's got excellent teat placement. Maybe just gets jammed up in that front end just a little bit and has a little brisket there. But I mean, big ribs, stout heifer, big top, just carrying a little condition here today for us. Heifer, black heifer here, very nice, high quality heifer on the profile. She's just maybe a tick straighter in that shoulder for us today. She's definitely got some good qualities about her. She's nice ribbed and stout. Just you know, we're nitpicking these cattle here today, and we got to find something to put them where they're at. You know, maybe get rid of that navel a little bit, but a very high quality female. Red heifer here today, nice long-spined heifer. A lot of good qualities about this female. She's good-footed. Maybe just like to deepen her up just a little bit, expand her rib. You know, on the move, she does kind of pop top a little bit, but very high-quality female, nice-headed, and gets out and travels just fine. Heifer here, just maybe same thing, just maybe expand her rib shape a little bit. You know, she gets tapers off a hair from hooks to pins, but you know, that's nitpicking. It was a high-quality class and long-spined heifer. I think she's going to go out and work just fine for this young lady.
In this first split of senior yearling heifers, first place was 107 Casey Adams with Terron Queen 106N. Second in class to G.W. Murray with Redu S.C.K. Rita 12N. Third was Owen Wilms. Fourth in class, Faith Scholigan. Fifth in class, Sully Jenkins. Sixth in class, Sophie Pass. Moving into the second of 4 splits of senior yearling heifers. 113, the entry for Carson Van Sickle, HF Pride Lady 76N. 114, the entry for Cash Waltz, W2 Darlin 517N. 115, the entry for Ainsley Van Sickle, Red JJL Fanny 520N. 116 is the entry for Winton Brandel, BCC Lynn 576. 117 is Cordell Morrison with Brooking Rose 5077. 118, the entry for Marley Waltz, SMRT Miss Molly 7N. This is the second of 4 splits of senior purebred yearlings.
Well, Jaden, I think in this class we're going to have one of them instances where we're going to have a third and fourth place heifer that there's a majority of people going to argue they'd like to take home. You know, and that's a good thing for the program. It's a sad thing for an exhibitor, but it just it goes to the strength and depth of quality in this.
Man, Mark, for juniors to have the quality of cattle that are here and like in this class especially, man, there's a lot of quality here, and I totally agree with you on that.
I mean,
fourth place.
I can see a set of heifers out here that if you said that these young people were going to go home and start flushing these things, I said, well, it's going to be tough in a couple of years. They're that good at cattle, but there's so much diversity in it that it's, you know, somebody is going to be disappointed because of their placing, not because of the animal they're going to take home.
I would totally agree with you on that, and they start flushing on them, and then you get, we're going to go off on a little limb here, you get into the part of, what are you going to flush them to? What are you trying to build out of these females, and what do you want? And it seems like our judges here today, they're looking for a little more refined females, and then big, stout, burly bulls. But it would be neat to see how these juniors are going to go home and breed these cows or flush these females. And
you know, back a lot of years ago, we with the family that we started in the Hereford deal with, we had a very nice female that come from Barber Ranch, and the Day family ended up buying her, and that heifer had some success, moderate success. She was her name was Rose, and you know, I've always called that one of the worst lucked animals we ever hauled. Just a lot of things didn't draw up good for her, and first calf crop she lays down and they flush her, and that first calf crop of embryo calves, she ends up having a bull called Tanqueray that ends up being reserved in Denver, Kansas City, and Fort Worth and Louisville, and they sell half of him for $100,000. The Worrell family from down in Texas had bought that embryo off of Paul and Kirby, and then the basis of Kyle Lemon's herd there in Maryland comes out of that cow. The Tulia cow that Kathy Lehman showed, and I mean, tons of success with her as a donor, and that's something we always got to remember is as much as we want to win at this deal, you know, the real value in these things comes when you put them in production, and you know, it's tough because you can't be barn blind, and you can't get so single-minded that you can't see the faults in your own cattle. But at the same time, sometimes you need to go, you know what? Things didn't shake out great for this female, but I do believe in her. I do believe in the way we're going to mate her, and I believe that there is some production to come from her.
And you know, Mark, I totally have to agree with you on that one. A lot of what is happening around here is we're trying to get productional, functional females, and they may stand third, fourth. Heck, they may stand at the bottom of the class, but if they go out and work for what you're trying to raise and breed and if they go out and work in your operation, that is what matters. And like you said, there's a lot of females I've seen that sell for $80, $75 for half of them that may not go out and win a show or win their class, but they go out and they produce. And there's been females that have changed the breed. At least I know, for what I understand, in the Hereford breed, there's females that may not win what you hope they did, but they are breed changing animals.
You know, and there's such a thing as being ahead of your time. There's such a thing as having a vision, and not just in cattle and in industry. You know, I mean, to say that Elon Musk has had a vision and changed, the corporate world would be an understatement. You know, you can have a vision that nobody else sees, and if you believe in it, a lot of times it'll take you to a place you can't even imagine. And I think that can happen in anything. And the beef industry, you can probably see it come to fruition a little bit quicker nowadays when you have embryo transfer and all that. And it is dang sure one of those things that you look at and you go, there's such a diverse set of females. They're taking a little longer on this class because they need to, because there are females out here. I would say there's probably 2 females out here that they gravitate towards, type and kind, but I think they're probably looking at them going, okay, let me make sure there's not one out here that I'm missing that might be the donor dam that moves their particular breed forward.
And I totally have to agree with that, Mark. And like you were saying earlier there, it doesn't matter what it is, the beef industry, anything. If you have a vision and you can put that vision into motion and make it work for you and whatever industry you're in needs. Like everybody might have to wait here a little while, but this donkey breaking industry, I have a vision and I think I can make it work. And I guess we'll see if it does or
bred
not.
heifers here again with a little bit of variation in type and kind. I think the heifer that makes her way to the front of the class does so just find her the most complete made female. She's sound when she gets around the ring. She's got some rib shape. She's got some muscle shape when you stand in behind her. She's wide topped. I think she's still feminine enough. I think when it comes to these first 2 place females, I think they're both kind of pushing the envelope in terms of condition. But I think really nice female. She's got a good foot structure. Looks like she's going to drop a nice udder to go ahead and lead off the class. Another big, powerful type of female coming in here second. She's a big rib female. I just like to extend her up there through her front end, clean her up a little bit about her chest floor, and I think comparatively to our first place heifer, she just gets a little flatter when you study her from the rear view. The young lady's Red Angus heifer here coming in third. Really long-bodied, big-framed heifer. Really good-footed heifer for this young lady. She gets around the ring just fine. Maybe just doesn't quite have the bells and whistles and eye appeal that the first 2 heifers do, but a really nice female for you young lady. Young man's Black Angus heifer coming in here fourth. I think a really complete made female. She's big-bodied. She's got enough shape through her hip and through her top. Maybe doesn't blow you away in any area, but I think overall a really complete female to go ahead and stand there fourth. The young man's heifer here in fifth. When she's on the stand, I really, really appreciate this heifer. She's long-fronted. She's got enough ribs. She's stout. When you put this heifer into motion is where I have a few problems. She just likes to roll on her front legs a little bit and gets a little stiff about the flexor and her pastern, but a really nice female for you, young man. Young ladies heifer here to round off the class. Another big framed kind of rugged built female. I'd like to change this heifer's foot structure a little bit and lengthen out her front end to compete with the heifers that are above her. Nice class.
In this second split of purebred senior yearlings, first place goes to Winton Brandel with BCC Lynn 576. Second in class was 117, the entry for Cordell Morrison, Brooking Rose 5077. Third in class was Ainsley Van Sickle. Fourth to Carson Van Sickle. Fifth in class was Cash Waltz. Sixth in class, Marley Waltz. Moving to the third of 4 splits of purebred senior yearlings, 119, the entry for Lee Scholigan, KT Countess, 5106. 120 is Peyton Hagel with HF Evening Tinge, 16N. 121, the entry for Nakabi Stone, Stone CS Lynn, 128N. 122 is an entry for Kiefer Morrison, Brooking Uonda, 5045. 123 is Stella Mater with Mater Rose, 71N. 124, the entry for Aubrey Fraser, CML Wren, 532N. 125 is an entry for Riley Kamala, IRCC AHF Rose, 508N. The third of 4 splits of purebred senior yearling heifers.
So my setup man left for a minute. We're I think we've drafted David Snyder to come back. Turns out most of my family are mutes, so I don't know if we can get any of them to come and help us out here. But Nikki, I think this third split here represents a ton of power. It's going to be fun to see all 4 of these splits come back out for the champion drive. I can't imagine what the 4th split has for us, but wow, they're setting up this division drive to be easily one of the toughest ones.
Well, definitely. It seems like the senior division is always the toughest one here in Canada because that's when most people calve. So when you get all these breeds together for a senior division, it makes for a pretty powerful and powerful set to sort through.
And we have a very special representative coming here. We have Dwayne Martin from Martin Cattle Services. And are you a Simmental field rep now, Dwayne?
Yeah, I'm the Canadian field manager for the Simmental Association, yeah.
So besides that being awesome, and I'm sure you get to see the majority of these Simmental cattle throughout the year, wow, what an impressive set of cattle it's been so far.
Yeah, it's great. The cattle that they get out for these deals, this junior deal's just exploded, and the quality here is phenomenal.
And Dwayne's son, Levi, has come down and helped us in the past. He's been pretty busy here today. He hadn't a whole lot of time to come by and visit with us. He's been pretty busy helping other juniors with the cattle. That's a nice thing about this operation up here is everybody kind of pitches in and helps everybody. I don't know of a single junior, if they're willing to reach out to another that gets told no. Everybody pitches in, helps, and because at the end of the day, that this is the next generation of it. This is the only way that this sort of thing keeps going.
Yeah, no, I would agree. That's the great thing about this deal, and watching Levi, especially here, he's kind of gravitated towards just coming to these deals and helping out kids. He's been busy enough that he, to get his own cattle ready, has been a bit of a stretch, but he can come here, and I think he's probably on the 3rd or 4th different string of cattle he's helped here today. So it's really great to see, and where he can help the next generation of kids come, and some of the skills he's picked up from being down at your place has been great, and he can pass all that knowledge on.
Well, yeah, and boy, the worth of somebody to look up to that may not be 20 years you're older, but just a few years and a little bit of experience. I know when I was growing up, I was lucky enough to have a family that was very involved with it. But even with that, there were steer guys that were kind enough to take a little bit of time out of their day and explain things that my family didn't know. And there's just so much value in that, and just taking that little bit of time. You know, I don't think we ever quite know just what it means to that person, that it may be their second or third year doing it, and to have somebody that can calm their nerves and give them the peace of mind that you know, there's somebody here that can just give me a, you know, even if they're not necessarily doing the work for you, giving you the confidence that, yep, you're on the right path there. You know, just kind of keep going, you know, keep working at it. And boy, what an incredible set of females we've seen out here. You know, one of the more diverse sets of females, you know, from the red pair that wins the Pee Wee deal to the heifer calf that wins the open deal, and then we get into, I mean, it's rather unique, isn't it, to be this far into it, and we have one pair that's won. I mean, that's not typical for Canada and for this show.
No, I think it's phenomenal. We were here last night watching the bracket deal, and we're just a straight bred heifer deal, but you know, we start getting some pairs and calves in here today, and yeah, like you said, just a real deep set, and I think it's going to be really interesting when we get down to the end here. I think it's the set that's going to walk in the end here is going to be phenomenal.
You know, especially, and I you know, not knowing how all these cattle are going to be shown, not being from up here, you know, I was talking about the exceptional set of cow-calf pairs that I knew were going to come in the ring, and you know, the sad thing to me is we're going to set them up, and they're pretty much all going to come in about 2 splits, I think, you know, and so we're, you know, it would have been a little more entertaining for me if we could have split some of these pairs up in some of these other divisions, you know, in the bred and owned and the owned, but you know, we're gonna have a couple of classes of pairs that come in that it's gonna be tough to really sort them. I think, you know, we're gonna go 3 deep in a couple of those splits, and you're going, man, I'd take that third one home. You know, and I don't even know how they're going to be placed yet. But much like, you know, some of these bred classes, you know, where they started sorting on this bred class here, and I mean, depending on the sector of the industry that you're aiming for, you know, there's a what looks like a full-blood female that's going to round out the bottom end of the class. And I would say there's a lot of full-blood guys who would love to own that female and be flushing on her, and that's impressive. I don't. It's not a detriment to the breed. To me, it's a nod to the depth of quality at this deal.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. You know, we were watching some of these classes, and there's, like you said, some of these females that are rounding out these classes are very high quality. It just, you know, depends how these guys are looking at them today here, but you know, yeah, a lot of these females can go home and, you know, within their respective breeds or programs, they'll be pretty influential females going back home for these juniors.
You know what I was saying to Jaden earlier, and I commented this on probably too many classes already, but you know, I think we have 2 females standing down there rounding out the bottom of the class that if we have a breed show, we could be looking at a couple of breed champions. You know, if we split them down into breeds, and it's to me, it's a testament to the quality up here. You know, it's also one of those things that, you know, it's a format that we have. You know, you can always tweak on stuff, but you know, I don't think it's a slight to the breeders. You know, that those are good quality cattle. You know, it's just the format that we have. You know, you got to have a bottom and you got to have a top, and you know, you shake this thing up. You bring judges that have a little different perspective, and those cattle could stand 2 or 3 places higher, maybe win a class.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You know, as we talking here and watching some of these classes, you know, it'd almost be nice if, you know, if we could split some of these cattle, if we could do them by breed divisions almost. But I guess that is the beauty of the way we do it here is at the Junior National is they all get thrown in together. But yeah, definitely, and especially as we get into those pairs where, just like you said, Mark, you know, there's going to be 3, 4, you know, 3rd, 4th in class that are going to be pretty phenomenal females that could, you know, come in there a little different. They could absolutely win a breed division, but yeah, it's great to see this caliber though.
we were talking earlier. Oh, we're gonna have some comments from our judges.
Sorry, took a little extra time there. You know, we got some high quality females in here, and you know, there's some differences in them, and just kind of sorting through that. So, anyways, going to lead off the heifer. We thought this was an easy class winner for us. She kind of blends everything together as far as rib shape, femininity, structure, teat placement. Just a high quality individual, and she, you know, you did a good job, young man. Congrats. Heifer in second, big power heifer here. You know, she's stout. She's a little rounder muscled. She's stout made. She's big ribbed. You know, would just like to maybe free her up on the front end on the move there a little bit compared to the other heifers in this class today, but just a beautiful big power heifer. Heifer in third, maybe a little, she's deep ribbed, you know, she's nice cow, or nice heifer, she's got great teat placement, just maybe a little, when we get analyzing her, maybe a little frailer in her bone work compared to the front two heifers there today, but you know, she's going to be a great cow for this young man. Heifer here in fourth, again, nice long spined heifer. She's deep ribbed, you know, maybe just gives up a little bit of that eye appeal up through that front end and chest floor than the heifers above her, but you know, she's a very sound, easy moving heifer. Big white heifer here, lots of length. You know, she's long spine, she's deep ribbed, she's nice through that front end. Again, you know, when we get analyzing these cattle, you know, we just like to clean her up in that navel and the teat placement and structure a bit on her. But nice female for this young lady. Black heifer here, again, a little frailer in her bone work compared to the ones above her. You know, she's going to have a beautiful udder. You know, maybe she's deep ribbed, maybe a little straighter in that shoulder, but you know, still got to appreciate the head and neck on this female. More traditional red female here, just gives up a little eye appeal compared to the heifers above her. You know, she gets around the ring just fine. Just like to freshen her up in that front end as far as we're concerned. Thank you.
In this third split of senior yearling heifers, first place goes to Riley Kamala with IRCC AHF Rose 508N. Second in class, the entry for Stella Mater Rose 71N. Third was Kiefer Morrison. Fourth in class, Lee Sholigan. Fifth was Aubrey Fraser. Sixth in class, Peyton Hagel. Seventh in class, Nakobe Stone. That brings us to our fourth and final split in Class 30 of our senior yearling heifers. 126 is the entry for Sienna Stone. Stone CYA Pearl 116N. 127 is the entry for Garrett Glutz. Belvin Georgina 128.25. 128 the entry for Tinley Harvey. Red BCC Lassa 509. 129 the entry for Duncan Keever. WF Darlin 252N. 130 the entry for Dallas Sailor. PLC Ladybait 708N. 131 is an entry for Sawyer Pole. PLC Tinge 65N. The fourth and final split of senior yearling heifers.
Once again, it looks like this final split in this division comes out, and honestly, I got to say I don't know it's going to be quite as easy for them as what I thought it was going to be when they walked in, because there's so much give and take out here. Once again, one of the fun things about the format that they have is when they first walk in the ring, I think everybody thinks, oh, that one's going to be the one, and they get out here and you start balancing power and bone and mass and condition, and boy, it gets a whole lot tougher. And you gotta give a nod to the judges, because you know they're out here, I think, using the type of cattle that I think they could probably market and turn a profit on. You know, everybody has a little different perspective. That's why we have multiple different breeds. You know, that's why no one breed dominates the market. And I think that's really on display in a class like this, because you have you have refinement and femininity. You have power and broodiness. You have growth and volume. All kind of wrapped up in one class. And that's why we get out there and try to market the type of cattle that we have to different people, because there's such a diverse group of cattle that in the role that Dwayne has, he probably isn't going to a whole lot of commercial Hereford breeders trying to sell Simmental cattle to, but I would bet there's a lot of herds that have females like these guys have been using that are refined or Cali and all that need a little more punch that a Simmental is going to add to them.
Well, that's exactly right, Mark. And that's the great thing about shows like this, is it really showcases the diversity of the industry up here. And you get into the Simmental deal, and say that last class that these young lady rounded out the class. Well, that's a female they're going to take home, and they're going to make a lot of money off a female like that. They can sell $10,000 or $15,000 bulls off a female like that. She's maybe not ideal for the show ring, but there's a whole market out there for cattle like that. And contrary to what like these full blood females, there is quite a market for those full blood semi bulls back on Hereford females. They color up nice, and they kind of match in, and there's a lot of those semi Hereford cross females up here, and some big programs up here, and they complement each other quite nicely here. But maybe some of those females, they just don't fit into the stereotypical show heifer program. They may be a little rounder hipped and bolder skulled, and just a little ruggeder made cattle. But I commend these kids for coming out and exhibiting what their programs look like here.
And that's something I guess I hadn't even thought of, with all the pigment that we want in these Hereford cattle anymore, for multiple reasons, without getting into it. There's we make a living off of Hereford cattle. They have their shortcomings, every breed does, and I never even thought about how a full blood female could, or full blood bull could complement them cattle, and keep them traditional colored. You're keeping your color pattern intact, as opposed to going on with an Angus bull or something like that where you're changing up the color pattern. Yeah, I mean, I'm always super impressed when I start hearing about bull sale averages on full blood cattle up here, and it to me it says the openness, the wisdom of commercial guys. I do think in our country, I think commercial guys get bullied into an Angus, every now and then. It's safe. It's what the majority of people do. Get bullied in, and nothing against Angus, but you have a smaller cow that needs growth, but your three neighbors are running Angus bulls. You buy an Angus bull because that's what they're doing. It says something to the open-mindedness of the commercial producer up here that is willing to go, you know what, I need performance, I need pounds. I don't need refinement. I'm probably gonna go with something more traditional, a little full blood. Get a little more power back in them, get me a few more pounds at the market, and I do think you see a little bit more of that up here than I do at home. People willing to truly evaluate their cattle and go, you know what, I really don't care what my neighbor's doing. This is what I need to do for my cow herd, and that is what lends to having a very diverse market up here, I think.
Yeah, for sure, and I think that's something we all need to understand, is the differences in the needs of commercial producers, from up here, say down into Texas, or even central states and stuff, and where we have to deal with cold, and these cattle have to survive, and we need them a little ruggeder, and we might get beat up a little bit. They're pushing a little chest, or they're a little coarser made, or whatever. But when you get into these winners here, but we're going to take some comments here. So
a little more challenging of a class, I think. There's maybe one or two things we'd like to change about everyone in the ring, but I think this Red Angus heifer comes to the top of the class for us today. She's sound when she gets out on the move. When you study her from the side, she's feminine. She's extended up through her front end. She's got enough rib. Looks like she's going to have nice udder. She's got nice teat placement. I think just a very functional type of female to start off the class. The black female with this young man coming in second, a really long-bodied, big frame female. She's again extended up through her front end. She just gets a little straighter off both ends of her skeleton for us today comparatively to the Red Angus, but a really nice stout-made female for you. The young man's heifer here in third, a really long-bodied heifer. She's got enough rib. She's got enough shape when you stand in behind her. Maybe just like to give her a little more bone, a little more foot size up underneath of her to compete with the two in the front of the class here today, but a really nice, complete female. The young lady's heifer here next, another long-bodied type female. She just gets a little shallower in about her rib shape for us today. I'd like to change the front foot shape on this heifer, but a nice heifer for this young lady. Young man's heifer here next, really long-bodied, big outline type of female. She gets a little jammed up there in her front end, carries a little bit extra chest. Another heifer that I'd like to just adjust her front foot shape, but nice heifer for this young man. Young lady is doing a great job with the full blood marked heifer here coming in last. Once again, a heifer that I just like to extend up through her front end. She's a really sound-made female, one that just doesn't quite have the bells and whistles as the ones above her do here today.
In this fourth and final split of purebred senior yearlings, first place went to Tinley Harvey with Red BCC Lhasa 509. Second in class, Duncan Keeber with WF Darlin 252N. Third was Garrick Lutz. Fourth in class, Dallas Sailor. Fifth, Sawyer Pole. Sixth in class, Sienna Stone. We now move into the purebred senior yearling champion drive. From split one, first place there was 107, Casey Adams with Terron Queen 106N. Second in that class, 109 for GW Murray, Redo SCK Rita 12N. From split two, first place there was Winton Brandel with BCC Lynn 576. Second in that split was 117, Cordell Morrison with Brooking Rose 5077. From split three, first place there was 125 for Riley Kamala, IRCC AHF Rose 508N. Second in that split was 123 for Stella Mater, Mater Rose 71N. From our fourth and final split, first place there was 128 for Tinley Harvey, Red BCC Lhasa 509. Second in that split, 129 for Duncan Keeber, WF Darlin 252N. Your purebred champion senior yearling heifer drive.
You know, I know there's only so much time, but Dwayne, if we could add another day to this, we'd probably add another 2 days. You know, it'd be so much fun to be able, and I know we had the bracket deal last night. It'd be so much fun for me to be able to see, you know, the yearling champions out of this compete directly with the yearling champions out of the bred and owned deal. You know, we may be able to see that, but I think there might be some pairs coming in here that might not allow some of these yearlings to be out there. We don't know, but wow, there's just such a depth in here. I mean, and I think some people would argue there's a uniformity of color. I think there's a uniformity of type more so than color out here. And I mean, you know, at least from my perspective, I could probably go out here and pick any one of 3 to 5 females standing in the first and second line and be happy. And I think they're probably going to go out here and pick 2 females that fit for them that would work for the majority of people. But there's going to be somebody that go, you know what, I'll take those 2 that got left standing. And I think that is pretty impressive. It speaks to the quality and depth of the cattle here, I think.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think you can definitely see a type out here, and I think when they get down to their top 2 here, you know, they'll be coming from different programs, and they're going to type in real close. And but we've got 3 different breeds out here representing this championship class, and you can go down the line quite a ways here and have one that'll work for anybody.
And 3 different breeds, but I mean, I would say we have such a depth and diversity. There's a female standing as second place in the first class and I would think was the epitome of refinement. If somebody says, I'm just looking for a good, safe, cow to go out there and make me replacements to go back in it, I would say she is your cup of tea. And then we come down to our second place in the third split, and you go, you know what, if you want one that's going to raise you a bull and put you pounds on the ground and be put on a bull that go on that female that's second in that class, I mean, she's the easy go-to female for me. I think it's impressive that you can have that sort of diversity and wrap them up in sound, functional cattle.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think it's great here. Just the diverse programs here and what these kids are bringing in here, and like you said, there's just something here that can work for anybody, and but still fit in a pretty tight group as far as type and kind of what these judges are looking for here today.
And it's super impressive. It's I would think because of the type and kind they've set in on, I would think they're fairly certain with where they're going to go on the top end. But I don't know how easy it is because I think we have a heifer coming out of the first class that obviously has already done some good, and that's a very good female. When we come down through our class winners, we add a little more bone, we add a little more muscle. Do we take away enough refinement that it makes it a slam dunk? I don't know that we do. It's a very, very impressive, very, very fun set of cattle to watch. I've always thought it'd be fun, a little bit awkward, if we could put a hot mic on our judges every now and then and just see what their train of thought is. I know when me and my wife sort shows, boy, it's about like when we're trying to discipline our kids. The last thing you want is anybody to be listening in because it could end up getting a little awkward at times. But sometimes you got to have those tough decisions and just body language from our judges. I don't know if this is exactly how it's going, but I think we're maybe trying to do a little educating on the youth right there. And thing is, I think the youth is probably a little strong-minded.
Yeah, definitely. If you know them at all, it's dad isn't going to push his daughter around a whole bunch. But that's the great thing. I've had the opportunity of judging with my kids too, and just this year, and it's a thing. You come out and they'll have their opinion, and you'll have yours, and you say, well, you don't like this one because of this. Well, what it's like. It's kind of the lesser two evils it gets down to when you get into you get a group of females that are that good. It's where do you really lie your priorities at, and but yeah, it's great to see and father-daughter deal like this, and where the kids have come up through this exact same program and went on to very successful programs themselves, and yeah, it's good to watch them work it out here. So.
We're going to get some comments from our judges, I believe, before we pick a champion.
We apologize for taking a little more time here in this senior yearling division. I think give these kids a round of applause. This is an exceptional set of heifers. For those that know me, I typically like to argue. I think my dad and my husband can both attest to that, but when it gets down here to the two we like best out of this, I wouldn't argue if you put it any other way. I think all these heifers are really, really good quality. I guess with that, I guess we're the decision makers today, and Dad'll go show you what two we like best.
The champion senior yearling from Split 1, the entry for Casey Adams, Terron Queen, 106N, your champion senior yearling. And your reserve champion senior yearling from Split number from Split number 3, yes. Your champion, reserve champion senior heifer is the entry for Riley Kamala, IRCC AHF Rose 508N, your reserve senior champion yearling. We now move in our purebred division to Class 31, the purebred 2-year-olds with calf at foot. This is the first of 2 heats. And 132 is the entry for Josh Pittman. DMM Leah 176M with her calf. DMM Leah 115P at side. 133 is the entry for Heidi Pass. Red Pass Rosalie 71M and her calf, Red H Pass Royal Rosie 71P at side. 134 is the entry for Ainsley Van Sickle, Red River Rock Chiefayette 4209M and calf, Red River Rock Gretzky 699P at side.
Well, that was a super impressive lineup for that yearling champion. And
135, the entry for Sydney Van Sickle, Red River Rock Marigold 484M and calf, Red River Rock Marigold 694P at side. This is the first of 2 splits of purebred 2-year-old pairs.
And like me and Dwayne were discussing, well, I don't think there's a bad one in that lineup that you could take home. I mean, it just depends on where your priorities lie. You know, we were talking about, Dwayne being able to sort a few of these shows with his kids, and I never had the opportunity. I guess I'm glad I didn't have the opportunity to sort one with my dad, because I don't think there would have been a whole lot of debate. That's why I always joke with Levi and Jaden about always being right, because until my dad passed away, there was always one person that was right, and I never questioned it. And so now I get to be right majority of the time. But with that being said, I think the debate that they went through there is how this ought to work out. Those are 2 high quality individuals. I think if you're sitting at home and you go, you know what, I might be able to go back and get that one that was second in that 3rd split. I do think one like that works in your operation, and you end up looking like a superstar. But there is nothing wrong with somebody going out there and using the type of cattle that they think they can turn into a profit quicker than the other one.
Yeah, that's right, and that's just the beauty of the way it is up here. And they're just, when you go from southern Alberta to southern Saskatchewan, or central and northern part of the provinces here, there's even a bit, there's a pile of difference on the needs of those commercial cattlemen and the type of females that you need to run in those different areas. So, and you definitely see that when you get into these shows, and you see that the differences. And but when you get a set of judges out here, and I think within those differences, I think there's enough similarities too that you can end up with some females that really hit the mark.
Yeah, and I mean, there was not a unsound, a bad structured female in that lineup of 8 females. It's a debate on mass and muscle and refinement and all that. I always remember back a lot of years ago, there's a young lady from Scotland, Shona McLaren, that helped us in Denver and came to Fort Worth with us, and her family has the oldest Angus herd book in Scotland, and she had the opportunity to watch the majority of the shows in Denver that year, and she rode home with me. We had 3 different vehicles up there, and she brought up how she watched some of the shows, and that if guys did that dishonest a job judging a show where she came from, they wouldn't be allowed to judge a show again. And I said, well, I asked her, I said, Shona, I said, describe the environment, where you guys raise cattle in Scotland. And she did. And I said, well, what about on the opposite end of the country? It is a pretty similar environment. And I said, what about on the East Coast and West Coast? And what it eventually came down to is in their country, the environment is so similar, there's not a lot of diversity in the cattle. And I said, we're just in the U.S., from the desert Southwest to the rainy Northwest to, the Southeast where you have, one of the bigger herds of cattle in Florida, or beef cattle in Florida, till you get up in the Midwest where, there's corn taller than the cattle. I said it takes a different type of animal, hence Bramer cross in the South and English cross, in the North, and exotic cross in the Northwest. And I said, with that being said, it's hard to paint this industry with such a broad brush. And she said, well, I guess I never thought of it that way. And I've always, since we had that conversation, I've always thought about that.
Well, very nice pair to lead off this class. You got to appreciate this female for her femininity, her deep ribbed. She's got the best udder in the class, just a really, really functional type female. She's doing a great job on her heifer calf. You can see she passes on some of that femininity and rib shape, and just a really, really nice pair to win this class. The cow in second here, very nice functional cow, second best udder in the class. I like her feet. The bull calf, he's long, stretchy. He's going through a phase right now, but you got to appreciate him for his length of spine and his testicle development. And just really, this cow is just efficient. You can turn her out, and I think she'll hold her condition just on pasture. So really, really nice cow to be second here. Third place cow, she's a real pretty female. She's up-headed. She's got some presence about her. I just honestly would like to see a little more calf in front of her today, but she's doing a good job for a young cow. And the cow at the end there, I really like this heifer calves that she's raising. Very correct, very balanced. I would just change the cow a couple ways, maybe switch around that teat structure or change the teat placement on this cow a little bit and stuff, and her front feet. But I mean, just again, a real easy, efficient, easy doing cow, and you can tell she's going to pass that on to her calf. So nice pair as well.
In this first split of purebred 2-year-olds, first place in class goes to Josh Pittman with DMM Leah 176M and calf DMM Leah 116P at side. Second in class to 134, Ainsley Van Sickle with Red River Rock Chiefette 4209M and calf Red River Rock Gretzky 699P at side. Third in class was Heidi Pass, fourth to Sydney Van Sickle. We now move to our second and final split of purebred 2-year-old pairs. 136, the entry for Casey Adams, Red Terron Jaybird 64M and calf Terron Jailbreak, Terron Jailbird 77P at side. 137 is Winton Brandel with BCC Miss Burgess 426 and calf BCC Hemisphere 619 at side. 138, the entry for Hawken Mater, Mater Violet 84M and calf Mater Jose 167P at side. The second and final split of purebred 2-year-old pairs.
Well, Dwayne, this is what we were talking about earlier in the day, by knowing that there was an exciting set of pairs that were going to come out here. And this is also what we were talking about earlier about being a little bit sad that I mean, we have what, 1, 2, 3, we have 4. I mean, I don't know how you describe them as anything. Or no, 1, 2, 3 pairs out here that easily win the show. and somebody's got to stand third, and that is it's impressive. It's sad, but holy man, what an impressive set of pairs, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, this is quite a deal. When these three walked in here, yeah, exactly like you say, all three of these could win this class and justifiably talk all three of them into winning this whole deal. They've all got, real powerful bull calves that are going to go on. We got one here that's a little younger, but definitely one that's going to go on. And yeah, this is what it's all about when you can get them to this point and showcase what these females can do. They've all dropped a great udder and got a big time calf in front of them. It's great to see.
It's a class like this that we were joking earlier today about. I'm always right. It's a class like this that made me eat my words when I first came up here and helped a gentleman named Walter Polachuk a lot of years ago, and I went home and I made the statement to my family. I said, you know what? One year we're going to take a bred up there to that Agribition and have Supreme Female, and then reality smacks you hard in the face. And we were not able to do it to this point. We did send a pair up that Dennis and his family helped us with, and my father-in-law and David and their family took care of, and all that was able to win Agribition. But it's the reality of this quality that brings you back down to earth and goes, you know what? No matter how much of a badass you think you are, facts are facts, and it's tough for anybody to go, you know what, you're going to use a bred to beat something like one of these. Now, I'm not saying it ain't going to happen today because they haven't come back out here, but boy, what depth and power, I mean, and the thing that I'm going to say, and this is just my my few years of coming up here, way back, for these females to be presented like this here in August, and the majorities are going to be at Agribition or Edmonton, and I've seen them go from this stage of, I mean, I don't know how much more ready you could get one of these right now, but then see them at Edmonton and Agribition and still look fresh and sound and powerful. That's a tremendous job of management.
That's exactly right. Well, from here on in, it's there's a pile of man-hours that got to go into these cattle to keep them going, and like you say, the top side of these, you're definitely going to see them all fall at all the majors here, and honestly, there's nothing more impressive when you get you get to the end at Agribition and you watch that top 10 roll out there, and like you say, you coming up and wanting to win with a bred heifer. I don't know, like when you walk those 10 pairs out there, and it's truly a sight to see, and when you get them out there, it's impressive. You got these cows that are presented about as good as you can, and got big time cows in front of them. I don't know how you can overlook that.
Well, I mean, anybody that knows me knows that I like a fight more than I like an easy path, and I do think back in my impetuous youth, I like to fight more than what I probably should have, and that's probably more than what it was about. Like I said, I did eventually give in and go, you know what, maybe we just need to go with maybe not a safe bet, but something that might appeal to everybody, and I mean, it was easily one of those things that you can't come up here and look at these pairs and ever hope to say it. You're gonna get around them with a heifer calf or a bred heifer. Are we get some comments from our judges?
These kids brought 3 incredibly high quality pairs here to town. Give these exhibitors a round of applause. Showing pairs is my favorite, and I know it's not easy, and when you get in a class of this depth of quality, it gets really nitpicking hairs here. The cow that leads off the class for us today, you just really got to love this cow. She's long-bodied, she's stout, she's beautiful uddered, she's sound, she just has a young March bull calf in front of her. I think just a really nice complete pair to go ahead and lead off this class. The cow here in second has a January bull calf, and when you compare sizes, I don't know if she's quite outperforming the cow that leads off the class, but a really, really nice pair again. Really beautiful cow. She's long and extended up front. She's really deep-sided, tremendous udder, good-footed cow. She just gets a little outside of herself when you put her in motion, and that's what sets her there into second. I mean, not taking anything away from this pair in third. You boys should be proud of this one. Really nice cow with a nice bull calf in front. Again, tremendous udder on this cow. She's got really good foot structure. She just gets a little out-horsed here today. She's a little shallower when you study her about her rib, and she's just a little flatter when you study in terms of her muscle. But, I mean, 3 incredible pairs for that pair class.
In this second split of purebred 2-year-old pairs, first place goes to Hawk and Mater with Mater Violet 84M and calf Mater Jose 167P at side. Second in class was entry for Casey Adams, Terron Jaybird 64M and her calf Terron Jailbird 77P at side. Third in class was 137 for Winton Brandel, BCC Miss Burgess 426 and calf BCC Hemisphere 619 at side. That brings us to our champion purebred 2-year-old drive. From split 1, first place there was 132, the entry for Josh Pittman. DMM Leah 176M and calf DMM Leah 115P at side. Second in that split was 134 for Ainsley Van Sickle, Red River Rock Chiefayette 4209M and calf Red River Rock Gretzky 66P at side. From our last split, first place there was 138 for Hawk and Mater with Mater Violet 84M and calf Mater Jose 167P at side. Second in that split, 136, the entry for Casey Adams, Terron Jaybird 64M and calf Terron Jailbird 77P at side. Your purebred champion 2-year-old pair drive.
Well, here we are in this cow-calf champion, and wow, I mean, impressive set of females, and hey, I got to tell you, I think they explain themselves very well. You know, to me, when you have a class like that, and you have those 2 impressive females at the top of it, you know, you have to be spot on your your reasonings on why you're placing something, and the reason that they stuck that impressive cow in second, they are spot on. She does get a nickel outside of herself, and you cannot be hard on somebody for their priorities.
Well, congratulations to these juniors. You know, it's like Maddie said, there's no easy task dragging these pairs out yet in the middle of the summer and stuff like that. But very, very high quality class of individuals here. You know, we're gravitating towards 2 pairs that we really, really like. And so Maddie's going to go pick out the Granite Reserve. And congrats, kids. You guys did an amazing job getting them here.
Your grand champion purebred 2-year-old pair, Hawk and Mater's entry, Mater Violet 84M with calf Mater Rose 167P at side. And your reserve champion 2-year-old pair from that same class, the entry from Casey Adams, Terron Jaybird 64M and calf Terron Jailbird 77P at side. We now welcome to the ring Class 32, our purebred mature cows with calf at side. 139 is the entry for Callista Chesser, KCF Miss Empress 1L, calf KCF Outlaw 602P at side. 140 is the entry for Paisley Robertson, Brooking Rose 3030 and her calf Riverfront Rose 601P at side. 141 comes to us from Scarlett Fowler, Miss Prairie Cove 306L and her calf Miss Prairie Cove 627P at side. 142 is the entry for Sage Snyder, Goodview Black Bonnie 54J. Her calf, NLF Black Bonnie 601P at side. This is your champion, purebred mature cow-calf class.
So here we are in this mature split of purebred cow-calf pairs, and this is the stuff that I was talking about, seeing walk around here the last couple of days, and we're sitting here in the tent here. When we get done with this, we're gonna invite a celebrity on the mic for a little bit. I roasted him a little bit for showing off other skills other than just being, a Atlas-like figure. He has other skills. He can actually speak and has some good ideas. Not just a workout celebrity, but we'll get him on the mic here in a little bit. This split of cows. Wow. Once again, it's a shame that there is going to be there's going to be something that stands last in this class. There is not, in my opinion, there's not a last place female in this deal. In their respective breeds, the uses they have. We were just talking. We could very well be looking at a female in this lineup that could be supreme at a couple of shows this fall. That may not win a class, and not saying that she needs to win the class, but there's so much diversity, there's so much quality. It is truly a shame that there has to be one that wins and one that doesn't. But that is why we come, and that's why there's more than one of these. That's why there's more than one breed. I know Dwayne is. When I first met Dwayne, he was working for a few different operations up here. I was coming up helping Dennis Sarenko, and then ended up with Northline and all that, and man, I mean, just it seemed like we were always butting heads, different types and kinds, different colors, and every once in a while we'd get beat down, and you're like, well, I guess that's the way it goes, and then we ended up on top, and we go, whew, well, we got out of that one by the skin of our necks. And that is the fun part about this.
Your next guest was a gardener, honestly, from his Facebook profiling.
I thought he was a convict for a while. Weren't you wearing an orange suit and a lot of that? I had to ask my wife. I'm like, has there been a situation change that I don't know about the tie? And she's like, no, it's a wardrobe decision. I'm like, okay. Orange suits in my country are not necessarily flattering, but it works out for him. Like I said, he's what we refer to in our country as a heartthrob, and
those were the couple videos he was wearing clothes.
Yeah, well, I didn't pay for the other ones. Oh, he's not necessarily loving our setup. He's going to have a little bit of rebuttal when we get done with this class, and I think we'll have a little bit of time because I don't think this the champion drive is going to be quick enough. I'm going to go ahead and put him on for a little bit because I don't think we're quite done with the placing. I think they're. Oh nope, we are. I'm not going to put him on the spot just yet. It looks like we're going to start pulling him, it is. We're going to see this is fun. This is one of those classes that I've truly been waiting for all day. Yep, and it looks like we're going to use a Angus pair to win. I assume it's an Angus pair. And
again, another strong class of mature females here. You get analyzing them. I really like this Black Angus pair here. The cow's deep made. She's looks like a brood cow, and you can tell she's passing it on to her heifer calf. You know, she's stout yet feminine, and just kind of puts it all together. And that's a really, really nice heifer calf in front of her with the same attributes she has. Really like this Charlet pair in second. You can tell she's very long spine, very nice made cow, and she's passing that on to her calf. Just a real pretty heifer calf, long spine, good hip shape. You know, get picky in these classes like I talked about. You know, maybe change your udder structure just a nickel, but really, really nice pair to be second. Pair in third, nice big frame, long cow. She's got, you know, you can tell she's passing on her bull calf too there. Just with the pair, I'd like to just give them both a little more rib, soften them up a little bit to compete further up today. Angus cow in the back here, just a real efficient, easy doing cow. I like the heifer calf in front of her. You know, they both maybe taper from hooks to pins just a little bit, and you know, changes the udder on that cow a little bit. But she's doing a great job on this calf of hers too. Thanks.
The champion mature pair is 140, the entry for Paisley Robertson. Brooking Rose 30-30, and her calf Riverfront Rose 601P its side. The reserve champion mature pair goes to Scarlett Fowler with Miss Prairie Cove 306L and calf Miss Prairie Cove 627P its side. Third in class was Callista Chesser. Fourth in class was Sage Snyder. That brings us to our Purebred Grand Champion Drive. The champions sponsored by Doran Cattle Company.
Today we got to give our Try Hard Award to Scott Harvey. I mean, this young man's been out here from start to finish. I mean, he's endured. He looks like he's withering just a little bit, but
we now welcome in the Purebred Champion Drive. We start off with our champion heifer calf, entry 74 for Greeley Robertson, Riverfront Royal Lass 622P. Followed in by the reserve champion heifer calf for Luke Henderson, LLB Evergreen 330P. Our champion bull calf, entry 83 for Dyson Duleger, LFE BS Iceman 325P. Reserve champion bull calf, entry 82 for Dana Rizika, DPR Pritchard 26P. Our champion junior yearling heifer, entry 94 for Hayden Kamala, Brooking Beauty 5215. Following in, our reserve champion junior yearling heifer, 85, the entry for Luke Henderson, LLB Atalanta 0293N. The intermediate yearling champion heifer, entry 102 for Peyton Verbonic, LLB Blue Lass 133N. Reserve champion intermediate yearling heifer, entry 100 for Callan Gartner, Diamond T Bardolia 2598. In our senior yearling heifer division, our champion there was 107, the entry for Casey Adams, Terron Queen 106N. Reserve champion senior yearling heifer 125, the entry for Riley Kamala, IRCC AHF Rose 508N. Our grand champion purebred 2-year-old, entry 138 for Hawk and Mater, Mater Violet 84M, and calf Mater Jose 167P its side. Our reserve champion 2-year-old pair came from Casey Adams, Terron Jaybird 64M and calf Terron Jailbreak 77P at side. Our mature champion pair, entry 140 for Paisley Robertson, Brooking Rose 3030 and calf Riverfront Rose 601P at side. Reserve champion mature pair, the entry for Scarlett Fowler, Miss Prairie Cove 306L and her calf Miss Prairie Cove 627P at side. Ladies and gentlemen, the Purebred Own Division Champion Drive award sponsored by Doran Marketing.
Well, obviously this is the lineup that I thought we've been talking about all day. I'm not going to go out on a limb and say that we've got a Supreme Champion coming out of this. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, wow, this is an impressive set of cattle. Only man, I'd take any one of the reserves home and be certain that you're going to make money on them. And that's a compliment to the division champions, because the division champions are truly incredible cattle. We were just talking about how condition and going down the road and all that. And as a judge, you got to sort the cattle the way they come to you today. And I think I truly do think that is what they've done. If some of us want to read a little more future into other cattle, that's your prerogative. But that's your choice to do on that day. On this particular day, I think they've read the cattle pretty consistently. I think I could say I don't think they've deviated hardly any from the type and kind and the readiness of the cattle. Man, I don't.
Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the ring. We're about to do the Gary Latimer Memorial Award. And we have the Latimer family here to give out this great award in the memory of a great gentleman. I'll pass the mic over. I pass the mic over to the granddaughter Lily Howell, who will do this great presentation.
Hello. Oh. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lily Howell. So Gary Latimer suddenly passed away from cancer coming 3 years ago this fall. Gary Latimer and his family owned and operated Remitol Farms, and the Remitol name still has influence on multiple breeds in the purebred industry today. Gary raised Shorthorn, Hereford, Gelbvieh, and Black Angus cattle. His passion for the purebred industry was very evident, and that has been passed down now through his children and his grandchildren today. I am one of Gary Latimer's 12 grandkids. Standing beside me today is only a small portion of our family, but family truly meant everything to him. He was a true family man and loved raising and breeding purebred cattle alongside his family. He would have loved to see the top quality purebred genetics showcased in the ring right now, so it is only fitting to present this award during the Purebred Supreme Drive. Papa was a unique herdsman who had a passion for raising cattle that he was so very proud of. This Herdsman Award is beyond just having a clean and tidy stall, because as Papa always believed that the cattle came first. He stood behind what he believed in as a cattleman and a businessman. He stood up for what was right and what he believed in, and always had his friends and family's back. He was a fierce competitor and continually strived to succeed. It is no coincidence that each family we have given this award to has been in the hunt to win the Supreme or this Supreme Grand Drive each year. My papa was so heavily involved within multiple breeds, serving on many association boards and councils. He believed that if you wanted to change for the better of the breed and the business, you needed to contribute to achieve those goals. Family, cattle, competitive, loyal, fair, and understanding. Those are the pillars that Gary lived by for his life. With that, I am honored and proud to announce the winner of the 2026 Gary Latimer Master Herdsman Award. This individual is a fierce competitor at each show he attends while being involved in various breed boards. He is very well respected and unwavering for what he believes in. Congratulations to this year's well-deserving winner, Keed Rancier.
Well, very fitting tribute to a great individual. The effects of the Latimer operation are still felt strongly today in the U.S. Through 20X and online and all that, which are bulls that are 20%.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have some comments on this purebred champion drive, Judge Madison.
Let's give these kids a big round of applause. It's impressive to see this lineup of purebred cattle. I know coming to Bashaw as a kid was always one of the highlights of my summer, and it's pretty awesome to be able to judge today alongside my dad. He's the one who drug me around to all these shows, so I really appreciate that. I know everybody says in the big picture of things that in this ring, we're raising the next generation of youth and the kids on the halter. And obviously that wouldn't be possible without all the sponsors and all the family and the friends that go in and organize this event. I think sometimes what we forget is the cattle. And I think, whether this is your first time showing a heifer, or you went into your family's replacement pen and picked out a heifer, or you've now calved her out and have a calf at side, I think these cattle have the potential to teach these young kids a lot. I know from showing that hard work is always something that you have to learn. Ranching is a 365-day-a-year job, and if you don't get up in the morning, your cattle don't get fed, so you got to work hard. I think the cattle also teach us resilience. Whether you were in class today and didn't quite do how you wanted, or whether your heifer maybe didn't stick to her first AI, or the first calf didn't quite turn out how you planned, I think you got to kind of strategize and move forward and be more resilient, take on the next challenge. And I think they also teach us to be humble. I think it's definitely important to be humble when you lose, but I think it's even more important when you win. Because this ring is just jam-packed full of quality, and what we do today might not be what somebody does tomorrow, so be very humble in your winnings and know that your competition is knocking on your doorsteps. So while we're raising these kids, and these kids are raising these livestock, I think that the livestock is also raising the kids, and that it's teaching them a lot of very important lessons. With that, sorry it's kind of hot out here. Dad's going to go show you the two that we like the best out of this purebred drive, and congratulations.
Grand champion, purebred female, the 2-year-old entry from Hawken Mater, Mater Violent 84M, and calf Mater Jose 167P at side. And your reserve champion, purebred female, the 2-year-old pair from Casey Adams, Terron Jaybird 64M and calf Terron Jailbreak 77P at side. We'll ask that Hawken and Casey go over to the photo backdrop, and we'll send Jay and Madison over there for a quick picture break, and then we will shortly resume with our commercial show.
So just before we get going again, I wanted to continue on with what we're talking about with the whole impact of Gary Latimer on the beef industry in the U.S. and we still see cattle down there today that carry the Rimetol pedigree in them and all that. And so what an incredible tribute to an awesome individual and a super family and all that. With that being said, holy man, you want to talk about a stout set of mature females that are walking out of the ring. I mean, my Lord, they're. I'm going to be honest here. I don't think there was a wrong way to go. I think it all comes down to personal preference. What you plan on doing. With your bull sale, your female sale, and where you want to go going forward, and just management. For the rest of the year. Obviously, like we were talking about, Dwayne's been a part of probably as many Supreme Champions as anybody I know, and sometimes you take a few lumps this time of year, and you go, you know what, I'm all right with that. We'll get them in the end, and you just got to keep that positive mindset, don't you think?
Absolutely. With our kids and up and down the road here, we've had you have your ups and downs, and it kind of makes me chuckle here because Hawken Mater that just ended off winning here today. He is able to win the Supreme out of the Synergy show here, and they did a little interview with him there after the show, and I chuckle because in that interview he said, well, we showed her a bit. He didn't really mention that he showed her as a calf, and then showed her as a yearling, and I said, well, we did okay, and then I laughed with his mom because I said, well, didn't he win both divisions at Farm Fair in Regina with that heifer? Well, yeah, but it just wasn't good enough for him. So as we come, and I know he is a little down, and because she got bred a little later and had this bull calf, and of course, when you look at them calves early on, they're tough to look at, compared to these big Januaries, but. Man, those kids have done a pile of work. I'm good friends with that family, and I've got a lot of videos. And those kids are always in the barn, and it's unreal how much that pair's come on here in the last couple months. And those kids have done an unreal job with that pair.
Well, and I think Dwayne's sandbagging a little bit here when he says he's good friends with him. I don't know anybody that Dwayne isn't good friends with. We always laugh that if Dwayne isn't your friend, then he must not know you. And so, but the Mater family are incredible folk. I mean, some of the first people that I met when I came up here were Dennis Sarenko had known him before then, but Lee and Don Wilson, the Maters, Garth, and probably what I would consider Mr. Congeniality, Chubb, and Chubb was one of those people that boy, if you get along with Chubb, you can get along with about anybody, and I remember when Chubb and Garth were kind of running together, and Lord, it kind of seemed like a little bit of an odd fellowship, but it is amazing the kind of the family community that you get in this deal up here. It's hard to describe because I see it firsthand down there in the States how intense a set of competitors people can be up here, but at the end of the day, it seems like everybody still has that family camaraderie. And I know that may be painting it with a little bit of a broad brush, but I just don't know that you see that as much in our neck of the woods as what you do up here. And yes, that ability to be humble whenever you have one that is dang sure being competitive. but you just feel like you can get a little bit more out of them, and that I tell you what. Me and Jaden were talking, and even David brought up that how unique it is to have one that can be competitive as a heifer calf and a bred and as a pair, and that is so impressive to have one that can compete at that level and be managed that well, because I don't care who you are, it is not easy to keep one right there on the edge, on what I would call that razor's edge of being ready but not being overdone for 3 years. That's impressive, and it just goes to, you don't learn that your first year. You got to be a good cowman to do that. You got to have some knowledge of the bloodlines and all that to bring cattle all the way to that point without ever jumping the curb, and that's impressive, But it's not unexpected from not just that family, Like I said, the Rancher family, the Bullock family. There's so many families up here that it's a smaller network than what we deal with down at the States. It's no less competitive, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the great thing here, is the camaraderie between these families. And I think the great thing is, we can be competitive, and our kids are competitive, and then we can all go back and have a beer and talk about it afterwards. And and I've had the distinct pleasure of, where our kids are just a tick older than some of these other families, and I'd come back and got labeled as the grumpy old guy and being hard on the kids, but now we kind of come full circle, and I actually joke a bit with the Mater family, and where their kids are just a little behind us, and they're seeing some of the struggles that dealing with these kids, but teaching them how to manage these cattle, and but it's great to see. I think the great thing is, if we can learn from each other, we're all trying to work in the same industry, as far as we're competing for these banners, but we're all trying to work for the same thing here. So I think we can pass the knowledge on between each other, and it's all friendly competition.
It is a fine line, though, right? Like, what's spanking, what's abuse? At what point, are you teaching them a life lesson? At what point are you just venting and taking out your angers of all your failures as an adult on your children?
Oh yeah, you can definitely cross that line.
This is Ty Wilson.
What are you
Welcome to
saying,
Pirate
Ty?
Radio. Mark Kelly has slipped off for a nature break, and sorry, I just stepped in to Dwayne giving parenting advice, and I agree fully. I think I don't know, man. I've seen a few different worlds and a few different industries, I should say. This one consistently seems to turn out people that just, it doesn't matter what they go into, they do well. It's a tough business, or it can be. And can you speak to that? Why do you think it is that so many of these kids go on to find success, even if it's not in the cattle industry? What is it about the cattle industry that instills in them values? Which values are they that then they take into the rest of the world and just seem to crush?
I think a bit of it is just we're surrounded by so many good people, and I think we can teach these kids as they're going through and to work together, and and give them the ability, or teach them to be competitive but be a good human being as well, on top of it. And I think that's our advantage, going in, compared to a lot of other industries or
what was interesting, though, too, about this part of the game specifically, yes, it's a competition. Yes, you want to do well. But also, it's kind of a cooperative industry in that the show ring is marketing. But that's not necessarily where you make your living. And so, yeah, you can come here and you can do well. But if you burn your bridges, you got to go back into the industry thereafter and work with these people. And if you can't because you've done something silly, so I think it speaks to what you're saying, in that, yeah, number one, be a decent human being, because ultimately we're kind of all in this together. You know, it's the beef industry, especially the purebred industry, is not big on the world scale. And so I agree with what you're saying. It's an absurd amount of time that you put into this endeavor. And you can look at it and say, well, you know, at the end of the day, you come to a cattle show like this. Financially, did you come out on top? But really, when you look at what it puts into these kids, yeah, I would say so. I would say there's no money better spent than what these junior programs have done.
I would agree. You know, for someone that's just freshly kind of come full circle, where my kids are just kind of freshly out of the program, is worth every cent I spent. You know, you can grumble about it when it's happening, but now I look at where my kids are now, and yeah, it was absolutely worth every cent and every mile and every tank of fuel that we spent. And you know, I've just married off my first daughter, and married a great kid that she met through. I shouldn't call him a kid, a great guy that she met through the junior program, and they're just crushing it. And you know, with Levi, he's still just on the cusp of being able to compete here, and he's here helping kids. But he's at a stage where he gets more enjoyment coming and helping the next generation. You know, like I said, he's in third or fourth or fifth stall that he's been helping kids get ready here today, and yeah, that fills his cup more than bringing his own heifer here and competing. So I think that's the bonus of these junior programs.
So Ty, could you tell us a little bit, since how you're on the board and your involvement in this, like if somebody's listening to this broadcast, if they're thinking about in the future, getting their children involved in this, where are the parts that they can come and bring their children, let them participate, but if they feel like, hey, I would like to contribute, where are the parts that you feel like they could step into? I mean, I know there's always a financial role, but like a volunteer role, how do you become more active in the Canadian National Junior Organization? If you're somebody that's never participated in it.
What a question. And there's so many. It's like the old saying goes, many hands make light work. The people around here are industrious, and they would never say no to help in any capacity. So as you noted, yes, there's always a financial portion. They run some really cool, it's not exactly sponsorship, but fundraising. We've had some competitions with the Poker Chip Rally and a bunch of other things. They're actually in pretty decent shape financially because this community is so supportive. Of course, this is a large physical endeavor. There's a lot of setup that goes on here, and just extra hands in that regard would be massive. But maybe the biggest thing is in supporting the program is just showing up and attending in any capacity. And as we look around here, Dwayne, what do you see? We're taking a quick break while the cattle get up to the ring, but you're seeing people, and more than that, you're seeing camaraderie. You're seeing people laughing, you're seeing handshakes, you're seeing people catch up. Well, what is a cattle show without spectators? But if you're lucky enough to have little ones who are prime age for this, you would be surprised. You actually don't even need cattle. And we've had, through the Cow Camp program, we've had kids that they were living in town. And they came and they attended Cow Camp, which was designed for the really little guys. I think you can be as young as 2 up to 6 or whatever it is. And that's an introduction into agriculture and purebred cattle. And we've had kids that have come through that and then had such a good time, they just stayed. In fact, and there's one guy in particular, I'm going to name him because he's very impressive, Max Burris. He came, and when they were first coming, he was living in town. Well, I'm going to fast forward to now, and they are out on a farm. He does have a small herd. He's attending school. I think he's going into vet medicine. And it makes you wonder, like, would that path have been the same if they hadn't have come and, taken in the program and kind of got the bug, and here we are.
So I, last night I thought was one of the more impressive things I'd say. When we get done with the bracket show, we had a sumo, Bullseye Feeds had a hot dog cook, and we had a sumo wrestling pad and a whatever you call a bounce ball deal. And I told everybody, I said, that didn't happen last year. That was a great addition. And do we think we have opportunity? I think there's opportunity for more stuff like that. If somebody wants to come and say, you know what, on this particular night, could I sponsor something like that? Could I, could I have a kid event? Could I, is there something? There's opportunities for that, is there not?
Oh, absolutely. And Bullseye is a prime example because those guys are industry leaders.
Canadian Juniors,
field.
And ladies and gentlemen,
we'll
welcome back to our
minute.
show, and we move into our commercial classes. In Class 19, the commercial heifer calf, we have 2 splits. This first split includes...
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I thought the announcer was piped in. No, Tommy and the boys at Bullseye, industry leaders in their field, and they said, hey, we want to be a part of this. So they did put some support together, but more than that, they came, and this year was just incredible. They had the sumo wrestling mats. They had the blow-up soccer field with, I don't know what you even call them, Mark. They're like a great big blow-up ball you wear, and you effectively become a huge soccer ball. And the kids went, man, they were going nuts. They would have stayed out there till 3 in the morning if we'd have let them. And you know what? I don't think it would have cost $1 billion. It just took somebody who cared, who came forward, said, hey, we got an idea, and they made it happen in such a capacity that we've never seen before. Incredible. Thank you, Bullseye.
And I think it was a one of those things that it was a huge I think a huge improvement, and an improvement I don't think anybody ever really talked about doing, on that particular night, and it as much fun as we all have the bracket deal, a lot of our little exhibitors don't get us into the bracket deal, and it was something they did, and parents had a great time watching them. And so if you're out there and you're thinking, well, how can I become more involved with this organization? If I have a young child and I want them to show, but I also want to make an impact. I encourage everybody to contact anybody on the board. Heck, contact anybody that's exhibited here, and they'll get you in touch with somebody that will be able to make something happen for you. That will be able to, you're obviously welcome to come in and enter. But if you want to do something a little bit more, if you want to brand something, if you want to, have an event that everybody wants to be a part of, they're so very open to any idea and any contribution, so please contact anybody on the board, anybody that's involved in this, because this is something that the only thing I see going forward is we're gonna have to find space for more cattle. We're probably what 30 or 40 head away from capacity right now, and if that. And so we're gonna have to start looking at things going forward to see where we can put more cattle and I think that is it's a testament to the organization.
Hey, let me ask you something, because we only know what we know, and I'll be honest, I don't get out of a 300-mile radius from here very often. But in Texas, which has got to be, well, you tell me, the largest cow herd in the States, as far as by state?
I think if not, it would be close.
It would be real close, right? What do they do for their juniors? How do you guys get it? How do you keep things fresh and involvement high? And you're not leaving, are you, Dwayne?
I'll be back.
Okay. Before he runs off, we do want to say congratulations. Just married off his only daughter, too. Yeah, great guy. I asked him on Facebook.
We're going to go with the youngest heifer in the class here.
Did you cry?
She's, green in her condition, but you can still look at see she's got all the right pieces and parts to her. she's got a nice front end. She's got some belly to her, some shape and stuff, and just a really nice heifer calf, fresh in her condition and shows real well. Heifer in second follows her in type and kind, maybe just a hair flatter made, when you get analyzing her, a little plainer up through that head. But again, she's long spined and just a real nice heifer for this young lady. Black heifer, a little plainer. I'd like to make it a little more feminine. She's got length of spine and she travels good. Just like to pretty her up a little bit in that front end. And the white heifer, nice big topped heifer, lots of bone, lots of hip shape, just a little rounder muscles, and maybe tapers off from hooks to pins a little bit for us today, but I'm pretty sure she'll do a good job for this young lady. Thank you.
So
First place in this first split of commercial heifer calves goes to 144.
So picking up where we left off, I asked Dwayne on wedding day, I said, don't lie to me. Did you cry? And he said, no, I didn't cry, but it was mighty dusty that day. The wind was getting sandblasted in the face. How many years do you think until we see Grandpa Dwayne Martin attending this show? I would bet, I'll give you the over-under, 4 years. Will you take the over or would you take the under?
148. Oh, I think we're on the over on that one.
Oh, this is an announcement?
A little breaking news right there, maybe.
Okay, play your games, Dwayne.
Well, thank you, Dwayne. I hope you come back for the Supreme Drive. We're going to need some good insight on that because it looks like we're going to have some Simmentals in there, and we're going to need some insight on that. We appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely easy to plug on the Simmental deal here today. It's yeah, they're where it's at, boys.
Oh, so we're gonna quit stealing the mic here for a minute. When they're not talking, we're gonna go ahead and sit in here and give our 2 cents. Right now we're at a spot we're back in. I think with commercial heifers we're starting to. We're second split in them, but just what we were talking about with the Ag Society here, the Canadian National Association here, and all that.
Well, we kind of cut it off though. We sort of left on, like in Texas, how do the young people get their start? Because you get largest cow herd, massive shows, tons of juniors.
Personally, I don't think it's fair to compare. There's so many different avenues at home as to how people become involved in this. I would like to say it's 100% about passion for the industry. It's the same everywhere. Sometimes people have I don't know what the right terminology is for it. So sometimes they're trying to relive their youth. Sometimes they've got a little bit of an axe to grind. But I think the majority of people get into it because they're looking for a better way to develop their children. And I think up here it's so much more generational. The amount of people that are involved in it up here have a closer connection one generation back. I think where I come from, there's a lot of people get into it that are a couple generations removed from the farm.
That is a beautiful thing, though, because if I had to be honest, what we're seeing right now, and this is where something like Cow Camp was so instrumental, there's a barrier to entry in agriculture here.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, when land is the price that it is and equipment is the price that it is, and it's just hard for somebody who has no attachment to get a start in any capacity.
And it's the what I think is we need to have a ease of entry for people, because I think there are a lot of people that are really wanting to have that approach, wanting to have a way to get
a
their
really
children
nice
involved.
class of January-born heifer calves here. I think the one that wins is one that we gravitated to as soon as she comes in the ring. I mean, you look at her standing there. She's so up-headed about her head and her neck, and she's really pretty-headed, feminine-headed. She's got a nice sweep to her ribs. She's sound. When you get in behind her, she's got enough shape over her top and muscle down through her stifle. I think just a really complete and eye-catching female to go ahead and win the class. Nothing to take away here from this young man's heifer calf here in second. I think she patterns the heifer in first. She's really elegant and feminine about her head and her neck. She too has a lot of rib and a lot of muscle shape. I think where our class winner excels is she just has a little more bone and footwork underneath of her, but two really, really nice heifers to go ahead and win that class. The young lady's star-faced heifer here coming in fourth, a really big-bodied, a really long-sided, big-framed female. I think she just gets a little flatter-sided and a little flatter when you study her and through her hip when you get in behind her, but she'll be a nice cow for this young lady. Rounding out the class is this young lady's black heifer, one that I think just gets a little jammed up there in her front end. She gets a little rounder muscled compared to the heifers above, but a nice heifer for that lady.
Mark, do you want a scorching hot take?
In this second split of commercial heifer calves, first place goes to 149 Abby Rancier with RF Beauty 644. Second in class 147, the entry for Carson Van Sickle, River Rock Airline 606P. Third in class was Blake Fisk. Fourth, Peyton Verbonic. We now bring in the champion commercial heifer drive from split one. First place there was 144 for Janaea Sobkow. Baby Jane's Little Jane 101P. Second in that class was the entry 146 for Adrian Denchikoff to Whimsy. From our last split, first place there was 149 Abby Rancier with RF Beauty 644. Second in that split, 147 for Carson Van Sickle, River Rock Airline 606P. The commercial champion heifer calf drive.
We got a very nice group of commercial heifers out here. I know what's really interesting is the uniformity, which, I mean, you know, we are in our championship class, so you would hope for that, but here's my scorching hot take, Mark Kelly. In theory, not necessarily in practice, but in theory, shouldn't every commercial heifer be better than every purebred heifer? And here's why.
A really nice set of heifer calves here on the commercial side of things. Makes us excited for what's yet to come into the ring. Once again, I think you can kind of see the type and kind we've been going for today. With that, Dad's going to go pick out the two that we like best.
The champion commercial heifer calf, entry 149 for Abby Rancier, RF Beauty 644.
And the theory there is
reserve champion 147 Carson Van Sickle with River Rock Airlines 606P. We'll see them back in our champion commercial drive.
the theory being that the commercial breeder has the advantage of using any piece of genetic from any breed that they want to. So in theory, shouldn't you then be able to have the absolute best of every breed and just create freaks, genetic freaks? In practice, that's not the case. Why is that?
So I'm going to pause here for 1 second because they're going to announce the cattle coming in, but I'm going to give you an emphatically no. And I will explain that in a moment.
Now welcome in Class 20, the commercial bull steer calf class. This is the champion drive, single class, 151, the entry from Blaine Burkhart Perry. 152 is an entry for Gracelyn Robar Peter. 153, the entry for Sadie Howell. Fairland sold out 1P. The commercial bull calf, steer calf class, sponsored by the Donalda Colony.
Maddie and I really like this bull calf to start off this class. Like phenotypically, one of the better standouts we've seen today. You know, you got to love him for his character up through that front end, his head and his crest. You know, he's stout when you get behind him, and he's got a good foot on him, just a real nice character type bull, and he's got some growth to him, and just a very, very nice calf for this young lady. Congratulations. Calf in second, long spine calf. You know, just lacks the overall muscle and mass that the calf in front of him has. You know, these calves change a bit when they grow, like I said, so just give him some time. He'll come around, and excited to see what he turns out like. The youngest calf in the class here, yeah, just same thing, just got overpowered today. You know, he's nice, quiet calf for this young man. He does a good job showing him. He's got some length of spine, just needs a little more time to finish out. Thank you.
Your champion commercial bull calf, entry 153 for Sadie Howell. Fairland sold out 1P. Reserve champion commercial bull calf goes to Graceland Robar with Peter. And third in class was Blaine Burkhardt. We now welcome in Class 21, and this is the first of 4 splits of junior commercial yearling heifers. 154, the entry for Darren Walker, CDME 5301. 155 is the entry for Kessler Watts. 156, Alexandra Coots with Oakley. 154 is London Matthews with Lucky Strike Pearl Jam. 158, the entry for Wynn Pittman, WJT Marigold 906H. 159, an entry for Keston Holman, CCS JS Summer 42N. The first of 4 splits of commercial junior yearling heifers.
So to recap, you're saying that the reason that in practice the commercial is not dominating is because of inconsistency.
Yes, and I might have had my mic shut off, or maybe I'm recapping what I already said. But no, I mean, just the basics of genetics. No, the purebred breeder will always have a spot because I think anybody that's ever dabbled in crossbreeding realizes that you lose consistency. You do get maximum growth when you get into heterosis, but you lose consistency, and as a purebred breeder, you're breeding consistency, performance, edginess. I think anybody that's ever paid any attention to percentage shows, can see the inconsistency and the ebb and flow, and realize that one year the percentage cattle are very competitive, and another year they're not. And so,
that's true. But to play devil's advocate, wouldn't you agree that the mean has risen over years with the percentage cattle? And we can look at let's use the Simmentals.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen and juniors, I'd like to thank the 4 sponsors for sponsoring the snacks for all of our junior competitors.
So no, I'm going to disagree with you there a little bit. I think the quality of cattle in the percentage cattle has always been there. It's only been in recent years that we've been able to take them down and compete with them. So no, I don't think it's risen. I think it's probably stayed either level or decreased, in my opinion, because you got to think of how many commercial producers do not bring their top end to town.
Well, that's what I wonder, because again, just in theory, and this isn't the case in practice, but in theory, if I could take any base I wanted, any cow base, pair it with any bull, times that by multiple generations, like in theory, I should have a flawless animal. You can grab the best characteristics of each breed, but that doesn't seem to be the case, does it?
That's a great thing about theory. That's what keeps everybody in academia, and yes, that's what keeps everybody in academia, and very little of those people actually in actual practical application. Theory's great. Putting it into practice is a completely different thing. With that being said, we're in our commercial side of it right now, and Ty, when you want to talk about diversity in this class, whoa, mama! I mean, we have a Charolais cross female in here that I would say. Would you say 95% of the female would love to, or people here would love to own.
And this is what I live for, Mark Kelly, is this diversity in a class like this. There is something for everybody. And yeah, this Shar female, sensational. Paint her any color. Every single breeder is going to want to take her home.
But with that being said, we have people out here evaluate them that need to evaluate what would work best in their herd.
Now here's what I wanted to ask you. So it's a two-part question. We talk about a cattle show. What is the point of the show? Is it to try and select the epitome of the perfect animal? Or is it what you said? Just, well, here's what I need in my program right now. This is what I'm looking for. This is ideal for me, even if that's not necessarily the overall ideal.
I think it's pretty cut and dried. If you're asking two people to give you their opinion, it's what's going to work in their program. You know, this is a profit-based industry. You know, I mean, yes, what me and you were talking about developing youth and all that is 100% what we're here for. But when you ask somebody to evaluate cattle, the only way to truly evaluate cattle is on a profit-based margin. And so they know how they're going to sell their cattle. They know the type of cattle they're going to market to their customers. So they should want to come out here and use the type of cattle that they feel are going to turn them a profit. That's the only thing. That's the only way I think you can truly do it in your heart. Trying to guess what somebody else is going to do is not financially sound. You know, we're not gambling on a roll of dice here. You know, we have generational breeders here evaluating the show, and much like I've watched your parents judge many a show, and they don't get out there and guess. They get out there and they do what they know is going to be fundamentally successful in their operation, and that is really the only way the only true just way you can do it.
Okay, but counterpoint. So in our program, we've always valued shape and muscle, sometimes at the expense of tidiness and extension. Now, in the last couple of years, we've aimed to add a little more extension. But when selecting a show, they seem to track on the type with shape and muscle.
Once again, I think a class that we have a few different shapes and sizes. We have a few different age range. The heifer here in second is in August, and then we go all the way up to some April-born yearlings. I guess the heifer that starts the class for us, I think, just does the most things right. I think she's the most complete. She's feminine when you study her up through her head and her neck. She's got enough sweep to her rib. She's sound when she gets out on the go. Just a nice, really complete and eye-appealing heifer for that young man. I really like the extension up through the heifers in second. I like the extension up through her head and her neck. She's got a lot of sweep to her rib. She's stout when you study her over the top and through her hip. When this heifer is on the stand and when she's in motion, she just likes to push to the outside with her hocks just a little bit, and that's what lands her there in second here today. A really functional type of female here in third. She's long-spined and big-framed, one that I just don't think has quite the eye appeal and the body capacity that the two heifers above of her. Same thing goes for the black baldy female here, another long-sided, bigger-framed female. Same thing as the Charolais, just doesn't quite give you that attractive feminine look and give her a little more rib shape to compete. I guess this heifer coming next is probably the problem heifer in class for us. I mean, you stand behind this one, and she is Mongo stout and Mongo big topped. I think just for us, she just gets a little terminal in her look for us today. She gets a little straighter up about her shoulder and likes to toe out a little bit when she gets on the move. Rounding off the class, this red heifer, another long-bodied heifer. She just gets a little rougher over her top, a little rounder out of her hip. Doesn't quite have the look and balance that the females above her do.
In this first split, a commercial junior yearling heifers first place goes to 159, Keston Holman with CCSJS Summer 42N. Second in class, 154 for Darren Walker, CD Emmy 5301. Third in class was Alexandra Coots. Fourth in class, Wynn Pittman. Fifth was London Matthews. Sixth in class, Kessler Watts. Moving to the second of 4 splits of commercial junior yearling heifers, 160 is the entry for Joni Page, Red Line Ruby, 44N. 161 is the entry for Bryn Burkhart, No Frills. 162, an entry for Kayla Hansen, Cinnamon. 163 is the entry for Morgan Page, Red Line Lady, 122N. 164, an entry for Erica Hansen, Ginger. This is the second of 4 splits of commercial junior yearlings.
So, wow, if you want to talk about diversity and crossbreeding and all that, we have an entire class of what I would say Hereford influenced females, do we not?
God damn it, Mark Kelly, I have a confession to make.
I know. And we don't need to go that far. I'll keep it under wraps, but yes.
I love the Hereford breed.
You love a red baldy, don't you?
Iconic, honest to God.
I mean,
everybody up here came from them. Everybody had them at one time.
A few people had shorthorns.
The West were won on
by Hereford.
They were.
Did you ever see John Wayne with Angus?
No, I never saw John Wayne with Angus. Every Western has a Hereford in it.
I mean,
how can you not respect it? And
and
one of these days,
I'm a big fan of Bonanza.
Me too. And one of these days,
Bonanza is all Herefords.
And one of these days, a Hereford is going to win this show. Swear to God.
It'll be a minute. I'm gonna take this bet. I bet
those Harvey girls are close.
I bet
been
we're
in the mix for a long time.
I bet we're 5 years down the road from that. But I do believe, and hey, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a Hereford guy. I'm a Charolais guy. Herefords have paid for our lifestyle, but I'm a Charolais guy at heart.
Well, Charolais has won this show though, so that's
multiple times.
Check the box many times.
Yep.
And it just seems to me that they're rebounding.
Boy, I mean, if you look at participation, at least in our country, they have completely rebounded. They are, number wise at all the major shows, they're dominating and all that.
And they're exceptional.
And they're very good cattle. We still need to do some work on cutability and carcass weight, and all that. On the actual production side of it, I do think on growth. I think we're excelling. The breed, we're putting pounds on the ground. We're keeping them sound.
If I can step back for 1 minute, what has spurred that? Like, did it just not? Okay, I would say this historically. Up here, 50s, 60s, everybody had Herefords or Shorthorns. To your point,
for sure. Yep.
From there was a lot of transition.
You see, we had a switching ringman with the real Tim Shady stand up.
Hey, I like it. We have a Snyder in the ring for the first time all day.
Doesn't have a kilt on or anything this time.
Well, we still, Garth is still laying back. Like, I'll tell you what, he's like 2 hours on, 10 hours off. I tell you, I don't know what it is with these Simmental breeders these days.
When you look that good, though, you can get away with whatever you want.
I guess so.
My wife's hall pass. Don't tell him that.
He's got his glasses on. He's feeling dapper. Sitting there with Lee Jansen, his bodyguard.
Oh, Lee, the funnest guy
in
cattle, maybe.
I mean, I tell you, I'll fight a lot of people. I'm not fighting Lee. I guarantee you. That old boy done rocked me 1 year in Denver. Woo!
He gave it to you? Really?
Oh, man. I mean, he laid me on the ground.
It's that Mormon blood, brother. They want it more.
I tell you what, he's as dense built as he is intelligent.
Yeah,
I mean,
if he was born in the States, he'd be playing O-line for the Cowboys. As we speak.
Or just bowling ball for everybody. It's a stout, smart individual right there.
Okay, sorry. So going back. So
we're going to have some comments from our judges. We're still placing, so we can go there. But with
recap.
what you're saying.
So then, a lot of people in this country stepped out of Herefords, and then they've slowly rebuilt. Did that not happen in the States, or what do you attribute the prominence?
Going to lead off
of
the class with this red heifer. She's really long made. She's nice headed. She gets around the ring. When we're looking at cattle and they got to go out and graze. As far as the structure standpoint, she's got good feet. She's fluid in her movement. She gets around the ring just fine. Nice heifer. Heifer in second place follows are good. Very, very long made heifer. She's got an extra rib, but that doesn't affect the way she moves. She meets her track, and again, very good as far as the structure goes and foot quality. So nice heifer, young lady. The other red bald face heifer here, long body, deep ribbed. I'd just like to maybe change that hind leg set just a little bit for me today. But she's got probably the best teat or udder quality today in a bred heifer and teat placement. So very nice heifer, young lady. heifer here, just nice long-made heifer again. I know I'm saying long lots, but you know they're all nice stretchy heifers. Just like to see more of her and expand her rib cage a little bit when you get in behind her, and just expand her a little bit, give her a little more capacity. But she's really nice up through that front end. The Hereford heifer here today, you know, character Hereford, you know, head on her. Love that head and stuff and skull on her. Just like to maybe change her from hooks to pins a little bit, and that hind leg set a little bit today. But nice made heifer as well.
In this second split of commercial junior yearling heifers, first place goes to Bryn Burkhart with No Frills. Second in class, 164, the entry for Erica Hansen, Ginger. Third in class was Kayla Hansen, fourth Joni Page, and fifth was Morgan Page. Moving now to the third of 4 splits of commercial junior yearling heifers. 165, the entry for Bo Bishop, BF Drama, 512N. 166, an entry for Madison Daly, Camp Stu Freja, 11N. 167 is Andy Cox with Delilah Rose. 168, Hiller Gartner with Diamond T. Marion, 25-125. 169 is Kirby Wunsch with Black Betty. 170, the entry for Lillian Daly with Rory. This is the third of 4 splits of junior yearling commercial heifers.
So Ty asked before that little interlude, you know, what do I think is responsible for the, you know, the Hereford breed and their uptick? It's the breeder, Ty. It's 100% the breeder. I do believe the breeder realized the shortcomings in their decision making earlier on in the decade, previous 2 decades. There is absolutely nothing that association can do that a breeder can't have more power over. And so it is a wherewithal of the breeders to decide, you know what, we believe in our cattle. We knew they had shortcomings. We focused on traits that were not necessarily desirable by our customers, and we're going to fix it. And so, you know, much like we're talking about in this today, do not underestimate the power of a breeder to go, you know what, I believe in these genetics, I believe in this breed, and I'm not going to give up on them. And so that's 100% what I think it is. Past that, you know, if you make enough right choices as a breeder, you're probably going to have somebody that's going to look at them and go, you know what, I can tie into this. You know, I can make some profit off.
All right, now this is a fun adding to that. When you look at the lay of the land, what's going to be the next breed? The next breed that's on the cusp, but maybe isn't quite. And we've seen it in this country in the Limousin in the last 15 years. Full bloods, Simmentals. Jaden says full blood Simmentals. That would be an interesting renaissance.
But it's up to the breeder. You know, it's up to the breeder that decides. You know, that can open their eyes to what the market wants.
So, you specifically, like, where do you see potential?
I have no idea. I'm
the
not.
The mains have made a little bit of a resurgence.
I'm not a fortune teller, and I'm not breeding a lot of these cattle. You know, so I don't know. You know, there have been passionate breeders in every one of these breeds. You know, the Limousin breed is an incredible breed. They bring so much to the table.
And they've gone to the highest heights in Canada. And I don't know about the States much. Apologies. I don't get out much. But in Canada, they've reached the highest heights in the last 10 years. They've won everything there is to win. They've kind of been the epitome at times of the perfect specimen. Mm-hmm. They did it, you know, so.
It's up to the breeder, you know. And so, I mean, I'm a passenger on this train. I love seeing where it's go. With what we do, you know, we become heavily involved in the breeds that are profitable for us at the time. You know, I'm not that passionate about any one breed. I'm more passionate about the industry, and you know.
I gotta tell you, I agree with you, and like we are an Angus operation, so
for
obviously
sure,
always going to have love for the Angus, but I can give props when props should be given. If you come to the ring with just a bad mamma jamma, yeah, I'm going to give it up to you. And it's cool to see somebody that comes out with just a radical Hereford.
We've talked about, different stuff, but they're in sports, they talk about a super fan. Well, I'm a super fan of the beef industry. I would like to be breed specific. I would like to be club calf or purebred specific. I'm not. Like I said, the smoke female that was second from the bottom of the class a few classes ago. I'm not even gonna go out. I'm gonna say that female is gonna produce revenue for that family.
Look at this. We got a smoky blue roan on the top right now.
Exactly. That far outseeds what a lot of cattle are. Just because
shorthorn base. Right?
Yep.
And just tremendous in any color. You would take her home.
And so that is, to me, that's being a fan of the business.
Another nice class, yearling heifers here on the commercial show. I think the heifer that wins does so for us fairly handily. A really broody and cowy type of female. She's really feminine. She's got a lot of rib shape. She's really sound when she gets out on the go. She's got really nice teat placement at this stage of the game. I think just a overall really complete and really cowy female to go ahead and win that class. Female in second, another broody cowy type of female. She's got lots of ribs. She's sound. I think she just gets a little opened up there about her shoulder comparatively to the heifer in front, but another nice heifer for this young man. The blue roan marked heifer coming here in third is a moderate maid, another cowy type of female, really big bodied. She's stout when you get in behind her. I just like to see her flex with a little more ease out of her pasterns here today to compete with those two above, but a really nice functional female for you there, young man. The speckled park mark heifer here, probably the freshest heifer in the class. She's long-sided. She's nice fronted. She gets out and goes. Probably just doesn't have the width and the overall capacity as the heifers above her, but a nice project for you, young lady. Really big framed, big outlined red heifer that comes next. One that I just like to clean up there about her throat and her chin. She's really long-bodied. She's wide over her top, but yeah, like I said, like to just clean her up there about her chest floor and her chin. Heifer that rounds out the class, another long-sided heifer. One that I just like to change the angle from hooks to pins as she gets out and goes. She likes to duck underneath of herself a little bit, but nice teat size and placement on that female. She'll go and make a cow for you.
Marion 25-125. Second in class 169, the entry for Kirby Wunsch, Black Betty. Third in class was Bo Bishop. Fourth in class Andy Cox. Fifth in class Madison Daly, and sixth in class Lillian Daly. We move now to the fourth and final heat of commercial junior yearling heifers. 171, the entry for Gracie Borison. Oakpie RJ Lizzo 5314N. 172, the entry for Wyatt Kroll 99N Nancy. 173 is an entry for Zoe Kroll 158N Nelly. 174 is Wyatt Wunsch with Drama Queen, and 175 the entry for Lily Howell Fairland Glamour 2N. The fourth and final class of commercial junior yearling heifers.
So I'm going to stay online as long as I can. My little blonde-headed terrorist has come in here and demanded I leave, but
the Great Bear.
I'm going to fight him as much as I can.
Hey, buddy.
As much as we love him, but
Bear Stone is about 3 foot nothing with cool long blonde hair. He looks like he could be a surfer dude.
He's going to be as close to a Ty Wilson child as we'll ever have.
Mixed up at birth.
He's buff. He's blonde. He's built. I don't like his genetics. It goes forward because, little buddy, you're gonna have to wait just a little bit longer, son. Brother Jaden, that might be your problem, or Brother Levy.
Anyways, visitors in the booth.
Oh,
Mark, I've been meaning to ask you, what is your hierarchy of traits when judging? And I'm gonna give some props to the breeder because in our industry, it's really easy to get caught up in the fitter, the guy that gets them to the show, as they should. They deserve their props. But sometimes I think the guy who threw the straw in the first place gets a little bit forgotten. And it just does seem to me that some traits are much harder to breed for than others. What do you value in order?
See, I'm gonna be a little bit of a politician response here, because I truly do believe this. It really does not matter what I want. It matters what can pay the land note for your family, what can pay the feed bill. Me personally, we have to walk a pretty fine line, because I love a certain type of cow, but I also realize there's another type of cow that sells great for us, that wins shows, that ends up paying the bills for us. With that being said, I don't think you ever go broke starting at the ground and working your way up. I've never seen anybody lose money on pin width, pelvic width, udder quality, hip structure. I've never seen anybody that regretted volume, length of spine, depth of forerib. And then if you can tie all that together with less waste, I don't know how you lose money doing that.
Well, and that is our commodity, right? Is pounds on the
With
rail.
less waste.
Right. And so we've always been biased towards shape, added muscle. Of course, you start to look at the operator side of things, and if they can't travel and they can't cover some country, well, that's not going to equate well.
You never have anybody call you and say,
Gee, she moves too good.
Yes, my there again, because it's all a balance. My calves were 10 pounds lighter, but I used that bull for 3 years. Now.
But versus, and I will say, and this is not going to make me popular in the show world, but we seem to have found that in one generation you can clean up a brisket.
You can.
Mighty tough to clean up bad feet in one generation.
It's awfully hard, isn't it?
Mighty tough to fill in that heart girth.
Joints.
In one generation.
Well,
Joints,
if we want to talk from the bottom up, it's awfully hard to fix them feet. It's awfully hard to clean the joints up in them. Going up from if we want to go on the parts that are tough, it's harder to fix a good udder. If you got
really hard to fix
if you got a bad uddered one, I generally.
Where do you put head shape? We've heard that here today a couple times. Head shape, where do you rank that in? Can you clean that up in one generation? One good bull comes in and rocks some awesome heads into them.
I don't know. To me, I think it's a finer. I think it's a finer point because I think it's accepted in pretty much every breed that has horns in them. A lot of times, if you have a horned individual, you're going to have a little more bone and mass. And
that's interesting. Okay, hold on. I got to pause you there because we have never dealt with horns. I have no idea. I love the aesthetic. So typically, a horned animal has more bones and mass.
In breeds that have horns in them.
Interesting. Why is that?
I think it's just pure structural. When you start refining their skull shape, you start refining the bone mass out of them. Now, it's not impossible. I think there's a happy medium there, but we can also take a horned one and make them look as fine-headed as any polled animal has ever been. So I don't know that is necessarily a trait that we
have two very high quality females in this class here. You get analyzing them side by side, and you got to appreciate lots about both of them. The heifer in front, we just thought, we had a little more overall dimension when you get in behind her, just a nickel bigger topped. I love that heifer. I love her head and skull and her muzzle, and she's deep enough, and she's got a very good foot on her, nice T-plates, with just an overall really balanced, complete heifer. not taking away from this heifer in second. She's got some swoop to her belly. She's really pretty fronted, nice headed and skulled as well. You know, maybe just a nickel flatter when you get in behind her, but you know, overall you can't take anything away from this high quality individual. Very nice heifer, young lady. Going to the Blaze heifer, you know, again, a very long made heifer. You know, would just like to maybe soften her up, give her a little more rib shape to compete higher today. Same as the Brockle heifer here. You know, she's got a nice head and skull and muzzle on her as well. And, you know, I'm pretty sure you turn her out, she'll be efficient and just maybe lacks a little more lower quarter today and a little femininity up through that front end. But, you know, very nice long made heifer. Heifer at the back here, like I said, just nice heifer as well. Just lacks overall dimension and maybe a little shallower built than the heifers ahead of her today. And she had a tough class, but overall a nice heifer.
In this fourth and final split of commercial junior yearlings, first place, 175, the entry for Lily Howell, Fairland Glamour 2N. Second in class, 171, the entry for Gracie Borison, Oak P. RJ Lizzo, 5314N. That brings us to our junior yearling heifer champion drive. So we welcome back from split 1. In first place there was Keston Holman with CCS JS Summer 42N. Second in that split was 154, the entry for Darren Walker, CDME 5301. From split 2, first place there was Bryn Burkhart with No Frills. 164 was second in that class from Erica Hansen, her heifer Ginger. From the third split, first place there was 168, Hiller Gartner with Diamond T. Marion, 25-125. Second in that split, 169 for Kirby Wunsch, Black Betty. From our last class, first place there, 175 for Lily Howell, Fairland Glamour 2N. Second in that split, 171, Gracie Borison with Oak P. RJ Lizzo, 5314N. Your champion commercial junior yearling heifer drive.
So we've been off in the weeds for a little bit, and we're going to talk about these females here in this commercial junior yearling drive, and I think we've been remiss not talking about some of these females. Wow, what an incredibly deep set of females, especially when we get in this last class. Like, if you can't be impressed, much like what you're talking about, you know, should the commercials be better? No, they shouldn't. But the last two in that class make a really good argument as to why they could be.
Well, do you know what I see when I look through this class, Mark Kelly? Is every animal going to be the epitome of a showing animal? No. But every animal in here is going to make those producers money, which is the idea of the commercial cattle.
They're functional. They're profitable, and I do think, you know, when you look at this deal, there's heck, 3/4 of these females in this drive are going to get up there and be able to run with the purebreds, and they should be. You know, am I generally going to lean to a purebred female in that regard? Yes. It doesn't mean these are lesser quality females. It means these people should be extremely proud of what they've been able to produce. We're going to have some guest interviews when it comes here later in the day. We're gonna get into it.
Another great final drive here for this division. You know, we really like all the females in this class from top to bottom. Hopefully you can follow us what we're doing. You know, they got to be feminine. You'd have some capacity and be structurally correct. So Maddie and myself are leaning towards a couple females today. So congratulations, kids. You did a good job. She's going to go pick the Grand and Reserve champion.
Your grand champion commercial junior yearling heifer, Lily Howell's entry, Fairland Glamour 2N. And your reserve champion junior commercial yearling goes to Gracie Borison with Oak P. RJ Lizzo, 5314N. We'll see them back in our champion commercial drive.
Mark Kelly, I've taken enough of your time. With that, I'm going to turn the mic over to the great Lee Jensen. Thank you for having me, brother.
Thank you, Ty.
Always good to have you here.
I hope to have you back right when we get rid of the Supreme deal, because we're going to need a little bit of insight back in there. We're going to Lee Jensen sit down in here, and for y'all who don't know Lee is a great human that came down to help my family back years ago. They're to say it at least, they're decent sized potato farmers. Here in Alberta.
We move now into Class 22 of our commercial show, and the commercial intermediate yearling heifers. We have 2 splits. In this first split, 176, the entry for Chloe Robertson. XSK Miss Butterscotch. 177 is the entry for Olivia Coots, Millie. 178, the entry for Claire Cadu. The patches O'Hulun. Houlihan. How about Houlihan? Yeah, how about Houlihan? I should have looked a little clearer at that. Oh, Houlihan. Yeah. 179, the entry for Sydney Carlson. Boss Lake Miss L, 525N. 180 is the entry for Max Burris, Ellie. 181, the entry for Keston Holman, GHGF Nika 200N. The first of 2 splits of intermediate yearling heifers.
So I want to bring Lee Jensen in on this, because Lee is a gentleman that doesn't necessarily adhere to any one breed. He's fairly passionate about the club calf side of it, and we do have a female in here that represents the club calf side of it to an extent that I don't think has been expressed here so far. And we're not gonna get out on a limb and say how she should do or will do, but is this not the type of female that appeals to the sector that really inspires you?
Oh, absolutely. You know, when you see a heifer like this, you know, it's funny because you look at both sides of it. It's, you know, they're always hard to place, and you say, you know, you don't want to tell them exactly where you think they should go, but it's hard because there's so much heifer there, but at the same time, there's so much heifer there. You know, that's where you still got to be real world, though. When I think of it, is I say, you know, I'm happy to have one like that on my pasture, but at the same time, is she going to raise steers for me that look like that? And so, you know, there's one up front or one at the back that might raise just as good a one or better for what I want. And so, at the end of the day, I'm glad I'm not out there, because it's hard to say where to put these things. But no, this is exactly, I get excited when I see ones like this, though. Like, you know, you see a little girl who can put all that time and effort into it to make the one look like that. That's impressive. So.
And it's fun to come here and even as a guy that I mean, I got to admit, you saw that Charolais cross heifer that stands down there next to the bottom. I mean, as a breeder that's looking at it from your perspective, you're going to walk up to that family and go, you know what? Would you guys be willing to sell a flush in that one? You know, same way with this one, right?
Oh, absolutely. Like, you know, I guess I should be careful what I say here, but, you know, they called her terminal, and maybe she will be. But at the same time, if she's out there and she's bred now, who say she's not? You know, you see some nice Charolais pairs in here today that they call it a terminal breed, but you still see the bull calves and the heifers that they breed out. And especially I can say on your side of the family with what you raised and your in-laws with Tyler Bullock, you know, he raises some tremendous Charolais that go onto people's herds and do wonderful things for that, where they call it a terminal breed, but I mean, you see those things coming around for years. So
and that is the fun thing about this industry is we have some very good friends in the Phillips family that are traditional Charolais breeders, but have found extremely deep revenue streams in producing club calves. Yeah. And even though they may not stand at the top end of a class today, you know, doesn't mean that there's no revenue in there. They might be some of the more revenue dense individuals sitting out here. And so I want to bring Lee in here, partly because I haven't seen Lee in a lot of years. Lee is a very good pal of mine. We had a lot of good times, and the fact that it's a little different perspective, because not every time is as cut and dried as the one that won the show. You know, a lot of times we have to bring these females out here and show them in the contemporary group that they're placed in, but it doesn't necessarily mean that is their value in the industry.
I know, absolutely, and like, I mean, we see it in all types of breeds and types, but you know, she's one of those ones that you have to put her first or last. Like, You know,
Exactly.
It depends on the judge.
Most complete female starts out the class. I think a heifer that when you analyze her, she's feminine enough. You get behind her, she's got enough width and muscle shape. She carries that over top when you set her into motion. She's really good that way. I think just as far as the most complete and eye-appealing heifer, that's a really good place to start. The female here in second is a really long-bodied, bigger outlined female. I really like the extension up through her front end. She maybe gets a little bit longer there about her skull. I'd like to clean her up there a little bit about her navel, but another really nice heifer to land in second. Young man's red heifer here in third. Again, a long-bodied, extended made type of female. I just don't think has quite the body shape and rib capacity as the females do above her. And that lands her here in third. Red and white heifer comes in fourth here. I think, again, kind of the problem heifer in class for us when you stand in behind her. She's really stout. She's long and elevated there about her front end. When you set her in motion, I think she gets a little rigid there in motion of her hip between her hooks to her pins, and that's what lands her there in fourth. Young lady's black heifer here comes next, another long-bodied type of female. I think one that just gets a little straighter on both ends of her skeleton. She kind of gets a little bit up in her back there as you set her into motion, and that's what lands her there. Rounding off the class, this young lady's tan-colored heifer, really broody, big-bodied type of female. One that I think just gets standing outside of herself a little bit when you put her on the stand. Gets a little bolder in there about her shoulder and in her hip shape, and that's what lands her there today.
So in this first split of commercial intermediate yearling heifers, first place goes to Sydney Carlson with Boss Lake Miss L, 525N. Second in class, 181, the entry for Keston Holman, GHGF Nikita, 200N. Third in class was Max Burris. Fourth was Claire Cadu with the Patches O'Houlihan. Fifth in class, Olivia Coots. And sixth in class, Chloe Robertson.
And so it looks like we're going to take a little bit of a bathroom break for our judges, which is well deserved. Holy man, they've been out here for a long time in the sun, but I do want to say that is why you bring your livestock here and exhibit them. Or to any show, I promise you that there are people standing around the ring that watch that class and said, "Yep, I can understand what our judges are doing, but I think I can make a profit off of this one that's not winning the class." And I personally, I can read into what our judges' comments were on that. I can also see how they're going to be. I'm going to say there's a majority of people that are going to stand around the ring and go, you know what? I'm going to bet on this outlier.
Yeah.
And this outlier is probably going to be one that I can make money off of other than the safe bet.
Yeah. It's interesting, like Susie said, that it actually reminds me of a conversation we had back when going to junior nationals together. I remember, I won't say names, but you talked about someone who they clipped them all exactly the same. And that's what they wanted to exhibit, and that's what we do. And I remember growing up, you say, okay, this person's judging the show. Do we take this big, stout heifer with a little more jam, or do we take the refined heifer with a little more pretty front end? And I remember actually Leah Wilson always said, you just bring what you think is your best one. And that's where you sell to your customers out in the crowd. And so that's another thing that I love about the show cattle industry. You might stand third, you might stand last, you might stand first. But there's someone out there who sees your animal for what it is, and they truly believe in it, and that's where you market them, and that's where you make your profit and some friendships.
And that is a true worth in exhibiting cattle. I mean, I'm going to say the majority of us come to these things knowing that there could be a less than ideal outcome.
Yeah.
But there's going to be somebody that is going to look at your livestock and go, you know what, that one fits into my program. And so, it's constructive criticism is what we get, out here. We have next split coming in. So we're going to get interrupted here for a minute.
We now welcome to the ring the second and final split of commercial intermediate yearling heifers. 182, the entry for Carter Vermette, DDF, L's Mistress, 506N. 183, the entry for Shannalee Fancanel. Tides Rosie, 200N. 184 is the entry for Emily Daly. Camp Stuo Penny, 2N. 185, is Emily Skippen with Golden Rose Raspberry. 186 is an entry for Brantley Horn. DL Gentai Chicklet, 192N. The second and final split of intermediate commercial yearlings.
So with that being said, I think after the first 4 classes I watched today, I could draw on your roadmap for the type and kind that our judges are using. I think they've stayed pretty consistent.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we always need to remember this is the time they're judging.
Yeah.
The next time it's going to be a different person. It's going to be a different perspective.
Yeah.
And please, I would say to everybody there, please don't ever give up on a passion. You know, if you believe in your animals, if you believe in your program, you know, the moment that you quit pushing them out there in front of people is when you lose.
Yeah.
Not in the ring.
And with that, going along with that too, I always say, don't be afraid to ask questions. You know, like one of the best pieces of advice I ever got was actually in school, but I try to apply it to life is, you know, you can ask a question, sound stupid for 5 seconds, or don't ask the question and feel stupid the rest of your life. You know, there's
100%.
There's so many people in this barns or these grounds right now that, you know, I've learned from and talked to on a weekly basis and say, hey, I did this. Why is this happening? And you know, I think the second you stop asking, the second I think you stop progressing.
You know, one of the greatest individuals I've ever come a part of. We probably never were that close. I consider the gentleman a friend. His name was Bob Bruns, and when I was 11 years old, I sat in a set of bleachers in Kerrville, Texas, and asked him how to clip one and how to twine one, how to fit one, and because he was the greatest there's ever been, in my opinion, at getting one of these ready, he sat there for hours and explained to me exactly how to do it, because he was confident that he knew that he was the best there would ever be. Yeah. And that is something that I think we need to remember in doing this when we're talking to youth is you can't be scared to share your knowledge. If you're confident in the knowledge you have, then you need to share it, because if you want that next generation to excel what you do, and that's something I always truly believed in. That whether he knew he was teaching me that lesson at the time, I don't know, but he did. He there was nothing held back. He told me full well everything that he knew, everything that you would do to get one ready, and it probably set me on a different path. Yeah. You know, set me on a path that there are no secrets. You know, if you're confident enough in your knowledge and your ability, you share it.
Yeah.
Because you know there's if you think you're that good, you'll always be able to outdo somebody else. I do believe that is something that we need to instill in the next generation, that breeding, preparation, fitting, and all that. You know, if you think you're that good, then you need to.
I'm going to start off the class with the heifer we thought was most structurally correct and soundest, you know, traveling around the ring today. You know, she's cowy, she's long made, she's got enough muscle, she's got enough rib shape. Just a really, really nice heifer to win this class today. Heifer in second, same thing, real cowy, nice headed, just maybe laboring off that front end a little bit more today than she needs to compete with that heifer in front of her, but overall a really nice heifer. The Baldy heifer, similar to the second place heifer in type and kind, just, you know, again, a little straighter in that shoulder, having a little trouble getting around the ring today, but you got to appreciate that heifer for her eye appeal and stand still, her rib shape, and you get in behind her, she's quite attractive. The black heifer today, you know, gets around the ring just fine. Just like to see, she's a little plainer in her makeup, but just like to see a little more overall capacity and eye appeal to this heifer. But you know what, she looks like she's gonna be just fine for this young lady to go out in the field and be a cow. The red heifer here, just kind of a plainer made heifer. You know, she's long spined and stuff like that, but just really would kind of change her teat structure a little bit for me today and expand that rib and hip just to make her compete with the heifers above her today.
In our second and final split of intermediate yearlings, first place 186 Brantley Horn with DL Gentai Chiclet 192N.
And a very tough split there. As we progress into this, we're going to interrupt our announcers a little bit every now and then because I think everybody's following along pretty good. Kind of we were talking about going into that. You know, there's so much that can be learned from doing this. We're going in our commercial yearling drive, and while these are some very exceptional females, females that I think pretty much anybody would be happy putting into their herd. You know, I mean, there's, like we talked about earlier, there's cattle that have come that probably appeal more to certain people. I don't think that's outside, you know, the realm of what can be said. With that being said, you know, I do think our judges have been extremely consistent.
No, absolutely, and go along with that too. Like I can sincerely say on being the commercial side of this, if you're not happy with these heifers that are standing in front of you, I'd like to see your commercial herd, because I would take these things in a heartbeat to go home and replace some of our commercials at home and make good cows, especially on the clubby side. I'm always looking at good commercial females.
So with what Lee was saying there, we're going to pick our commercial yearling female here. You know, we're debating about who could possibly be our supreme judges. That is one of the exciting things. We're going to have some comment from the judges.
Another nice division of commercial yearling heifers here. I think the 2 out of the first class really impressed us, so we're going to go ahead and use our first and second of our first class to be Grand and Reserve. Congratulations.
So we're going to go into our 2-year-old commercials. Is that where we're going next, Nikki? Senior yearling, I tell you what. Here we are falling down our job. Too many of them dirty sodas. On a side note, Lee Jensen has not had one soda that I know of yet. Amen, brother? It's all water. All water.
In class 23, the commercial.
Well, Lee, I'm going to take a chance to jump in here right now and say, God dang it, it's been a lot of years, few snakes since Lee was at my house.
We don't talk about those.
I know, but it did happen, and what a good yearling class we have here. I mean, man, I tell you what, I do realize that we're getting later in the day. And our judges are looking harder at them, and they should, because wow, the quality just does not dip, and that's something that I'm so inspired about the cattle up here.
You know, like it's impressive too. I think we were talking about a list about it yesterday. It's crazy how, you know, you grow up and I showed against all these kids, and then you're like, well, man, we're going on past juniors. Who's going to replace us now? Like, you know, there's a lot less kids, and all of a sudden you go to the next show and here's 20 kids here I've never seen before that are bringing out good animals that you're like, I don't know where you came from, but you're killing it.
And from my perspective, I'm thinking, well, I'm glad we weren't showing against them. Because I mean, I tell you what, I truly do think I showed against some of the. I mean, I'm not going to be afraid to mention their names. You know, the Matt Scastas and all that. You know, the brothers that I grew up with, and I thought I showed against the most badass guys that are out there. And then I grew up and I met guys like, you know, Tim Schaefer and Jared Arthur and Brandon Horn and all them guys. And I'm like, holy man, you know, I mean, you know, the just when you think you met the best, here come 25 other people, you know, that end up being not only friends, respected competitors, but people that you look up to, you know, and I'm so happy for the kids up here because so many of these young people are competing at such a high level, and they have such a wealth of knowledge to lean on, and a lot of it is 2 to 3 years older than them, and I, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I've told everybody since I've been up here, I need about 95% of these guys to come down and help me, because the labor pool and the ability in our country is getting so much more restricted. You know, we need all these people from up here to come down and help us to keep us competitive. Now, we don't need to tell DHS, INS, all that. We're going to keep that on down low.
Well, that's one that I can say, Mark, is going off back to that passion. The best piece of advice I can give to any kids here is any kids listening out there, if you have a passion, don't be afraid to ask someone to help either. You know, I can say if there's 3 people that really got me to where I'm headed today. I'm not saying I'm where I need to be, but you know, Raymond Gunnett, Garth Rancier, and Mark Kelly here. I'll say Mark and Jade. You both were so good to me.
You got to throw Jade in there because I'm not the PR guy. She's the PR.
I still remember. I laugh about it. I still remember I did a leg for you. I think it was Fort Worth. And I was like, okay.
I think 2 really nice heifers here at the start of the class. I think for both of them, there may be pushing their condition just a little bit, but I understand some heifers are easy doing, and that's just the way it is. The heifer that leads off the class, I mean, just looks like she's going to be a cow. She's long fronted. She's got a lot of sweep to her rib. She's got a lot of rib shape when you stand in behind her. Looks like she's going to have a nice udder developing. I think just overall very complete and powerful female to go ahead and win the class. A little bit more moderate framed red heifer coming in here next. Again, another big-bodied heifer. She's really stout when you get up behind her. I think comparatively to our first place heifer, she just gets a little shorter in there about her neck. But yeah, once again, a really nice heifer for this young man. Bigger framed, longer bodied black heifer coming in here next. I think comparatively to our first 2, she just gets a little flatter in terms of her muscle shape and her rib capacity, and that's why she lands here in 3rd. Young man's heifer coming in next, a really broody type of female. She's got lots of width over top. Female that I just like to refine the shape and size of her front back feet, but she'll be a nice cow for that young man. Rounding out the class with a really big frame, long-bodied red heifer. I think one that just gets a little more rugged in her build, doesn't just quite have the look and balance and eye appeal that the heifers above her do. Congratulations.
The champion senior yearling heifer, 191, the entry for Abby Rancier, RF Beauty, 525. Reserve champion, commercial senior yearling, goes to Chick Harvey with Harvey Crest Sharkey, 5119N. 3rd in class was Kenna Vermette. 4th in class, Carter Kamala. 5th in class, Lindy Novotny. Move now to our commercial 2-year-old pairs, class 24. We have 2 heats. In this first heat,
So yeah, sorry to continue where I was going off, but yeah, I remember Jade telling me the leg I did looked like crap, but I was thankful because you guys taught me, and it was you guys put me in my place. But what I'm trying to say is, all three of those people that really taught me what I know, I think all I did was ask. I remember I talked to someone that you know, and a week later Mark called me and said, yeah, if you want to come down to help, we're happy to have you. Garth, I helped him. He helped me on a steer. I just asked him to help me on one of my club cast steers at Calgary, and then I returned the favor helping him at his bull sale, and then ended up working for him for a couple falls. And then Raymond, same thing. I just asked one of the owners of Competitive Edge, and I got to go down there for a few months. And so if you guys have a desire to go and learn, just ask. 90% of these people will give you that opportunity. So.
Oh, for sure. I think in this industry, you know, there are two things that are constant. You always want to help the next generation, and you need the next generation. You know, I think everybody that I've ever dealt with realizes that we have a short amount of time that we can do this. You know, we a long time that we can participate in it, but a short amount of time that we can do it at a high level. And we need those people that are not blood but family that we need to rely on. And you know, we get out here, we're looking at a set of mature cows, I think, out here in this split. And once again, we're looking at commercial stuff. And you know, Ty was asking earlier, he's like, how can purebred stuff compete against commercial stuff? I can understand when you're looking at these females, how you can ask that question. You know, and then that's great. You know, we need to have these females out here. I guess from my end of it, I'm always going to believe when you're in a you know, year after year production standpoint, there's always more safety in purebred cattle. But it doesn't mean that these commercials can't get out here and look, I mean, top notch, great uddered, big producing. And they're going to be competitive in the end. You know, that's the beauty about this deal. You know, we're going to, here towards the end of this deal, we're going to have to talk about a few things that I guess I've been putting off because, you know, in this year we've lost a lot of great people, and just everybody that knows me knows that I don't like to confront the really tough situations, and the cow side is the easy part of it. You know, you can, that doesn't matter where life goes with you. The cow side is always constant. You know, it's always foot structure, leg structure, hip structure, volume, soundness.
We're going to lead off this class with a very high quality pair. You know, start with the cow. She's moderate, she's tanky, she's got a nice teat placement, or udder structure, I mean, and a good foot. And then she's excelling when it comes to this bull calf. Like, he's just a rip. He's stout, he's masculine, he's got long body, and just a really, really nice pair. Congratulations. We'll go to the pair in second here. You know, real cow. She's long made. She's big topped. She's doing a really good job on this fancy heifer calf. I just like to change her udder structure just a nickel to be any further ahead today, but very nice pair. She's doing a great job. The red cow here just gets a little straighter in her shoulder when she moves, you know, and change that udder just a little bit, but she's doing a great job on this long made calf there. This cow does have an excellent foot. You know, she's going to be in this young lady's herd for a long time. I'm going to go with the Baldy pair at the back there. You just like to change this cow a little bit as far as foot structure. She's a little rougher over her tail head, but, you know, she's got the youngest calf in the class and the greenest pair in the class, but she seems to move around the ring just fine, but just a little greener today to compete any higher.
Well, we've had them turned off for a while, so we can go ahead and talk about whatever. Yeah, they've been off for a while, so we can go ahead and talk a little whatever we want. Wow, the quality of cattle just keeps getting better and better. I mean, like, wouldn't you argue that a guy that's not necessarily breed specific, there's been a lot that can inspire a guy like you to get more involved in this industry. I mean, the pair walking out here right now, whew, I've seen that thing walk around here. That's an incredible pair, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Like
97.
You know,
the
I had a
entry
friend
for
the other
Maddie
day ask
Ferentz.
me, like,
LFE
what do you think
Pearl,
of Charolais?
37M, and
I said, well, if they're
Sable
good, they're
at
good.
side.
You know,
198,
I don't
the
care
entry
what
for
breed it
Erica
is. If they're good, they're
Hansen.
good.
Lily,
I like a good cow.
Reese at
If I
side.
can put a cow in my pasture, I'm
199
happy to go
is the
wake up in the
entry for
morning to go
Cade
see her out there on that green
RF
grass.
Scream,
I'm happy, man. I don't care what
41.26,
color she is.
and Calf
Show me how to
RF
make a dollar offer,
673
and we'll run her,
at
right?
I actually had a good talk with Tyson
Second
Hertz
of two
about that. He was
splits
listening to
of
a
commercial
podcast,
2-year-old pairs.
and he asked someone, the guy who was doing a podcast, he said, what's your favorite cow? It's probably that cow that's, you know, beautiful uddered, real fancy fronted, big bellied. He's like, you know what, my favorite cow
Once
on my
again,
farm is?
juniors,
He said,
just a
it's a cow that makes me the most money.
the Grand
Exactly,
Champion
and
commercial drive,
in all
there will be a
honesty,
25-minute
when our
break
first pair
before
walks out
moving
here,
to the Supreme
I think
Quest.
that's what I'm going to tie on. The neatest thing is and as I said at the beginning of the day, how excited I was to see these pairs come out here, and then the last pair that walks in here, you're like, wow, why couldn't they have been in a different split? Because yeah, I mean, and that's the beauty thing about coming up this deal is it's just about time you think you have it all figured out, then you get smacked in the face with that one that you didn't see. And you're like, well, no, that one I love ain't winning. She, this one that just showed up might be slapping them all in the face come the Supreme deal.
And I'd 100% agree. I love this pair, but I hadn't seen that pair yet.
I neither.
Seen her udder, and I tell you, like,
It's fun, isn't it?
She just kind of slapped me in the face, and I was like, man, that's a badass pair. And I watched this heifer shows of bred, and I loved her. Like, I was a team supporter of this first pair that came in when she was a bred heifer, and I see the size of that bull calf, and she's producing, and then that second pair, or that last pair comes in, and I mean, just hits you like a freight train. Big broody cow, big middled, like really, really well uddered, and
But it's fun, isn't it? Because we're looking at two pair in between. You're like, well, heck, I'd take them things and put them in my herd, wouldn't you?
oh, all day long you'd take them things and put them in your herd and make them part of your herd. If you can raise calves that look like that and have females that are that functional and still that good looking while raising calves that big, those are females you want in your herd.
Well, that's a good point right there. You talked about visiting with Ty Wilson and saying, how could these commercials compete with these purebreds? You look at that cow at the back there. I know that cow very well. The bottom side is that Scream 974G, which arguably is one of the best producing, best looking cows I think Rancier Farms ever made. And she's a density, shaft density, who is known female maker. It's like, that is just a stacked pedigree. You can't look at a cow like that and say, yeah, she's just a commercial though. She's probably not going to work. Like,
No, and she will, and that's
Exactly.
but that's why when I gave Ty an unequivocal no, that they the crossbreds should not easily be better. Can they? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not.
Coming from a crossbred guy,
Yeah,
I think that
but you don't give up on a purebred. Just saying, oh, there's no way. No, there's always a way. Yes, will you get outdone every now and then? But no, where is the genomics are always gonna benefit purebred cattle. We're always worried about. And hey, when I say I worry, I'm not saying anybody else is wrong. Where I worry about is if we take that heterosis away from a purebred from a commercial breeder, where do they have to go? We need to allow that commercial breeder to have that heterosis.
we need purebred cattle to make. We need purebred cattle.
Another
to make
really
purebred
competitive
calves.
class of cow-calf pairs here in the commercial show. I think the pair that wins the class does so for us quite handily. I mean, you love the cow. She's broody. She's feminine. She's got a really, really good udder shape. Her teats are right. I think just a really complete cow, and she's doing a really good job with her bull calf. He's got some extension up through his front. He's really stout when you get in behind him. I think a really, really high quality pair to go ahead and start the class. The black and white cow here next, another really nice pair. She's doing a good job on her heifer calf. I think when you study her from behind, she just doesn't quite have the true rib shape and rib capacity as the cow in front, and I'd like to refine her teat size just a little bit, but another really, really solid pair to go ahead and be second. Pair here in third, I think a cow that's doing a really good job on her heifer calf. You can see the heifer calf's big-bodied and stout just like Mama. I think with this cow, I'd just like to give her some more extension up through her head and her neck and refine her udder a little bit to compete with the pairs that place a bit higher, but really nice cow doing a really good job on her heifer calf. Rounding out the class, the Black Baldy cow, I think comparatively she probably has the smallest calf in class. A female that I would just like to change her foot shape a little bit, give her a little extra heel there on her hind legs. Female that I think does have a really nice udder. For that young lady, a really cowy type of female, once again, just like to change her foot structure.
In this second split, a commercial 2-year-old pairs. First place in this class, 199. The entry for Cade Rance here. RF Scream, 4126. Calf, RF Tokyo Rose, 673 at side. Second in class, 196 for Blake Fisk. Fisk Suzy Q, 415M. And calf, RLC Boogie, 602P at side. Third in class was Maddie Ference. Fourth was Erica Hansen. We now bring back the top two from each of the two splits for our commercial 2-year-old champion drive. From split 1, first place was 192 Reed Howell with Fairland Essence 10M and calf. Fairland sold out 1P at side. Second in that split was 194 for Peyton Verbonic. GLL Miss Page 427M and calf. Miss Penelope 427P at side. From our second split, first place there was 199 for Cade Rance here, RF Scream 4126, calf RF Tokyo Rose 673 at side. Second in that split went to 196 Blake Fisk with Fisk Suzy Q 415M and calf RLC Boogie 602P at side. Your champion commercial 2-year-old drive.
One more thing I want to add too with the commercial side of it too is, like, I can say that with that cow over there, Ranciers, I know they've told a lot of people one of the things that really helped their herd grow forward is a good embryo program. Well, you're not putting a lot of your embryos back in, hopefully not in your purebreds. Like, you need a good commercial herd to put those embryos in, because I mean, an average commercial cow is not going to raise a good purebred calf for you still.
No, not generally. And there again, the more intense you are on your entire cow program, the better. You know, I mean, you don't. You know, I always remember, you know, when Kirby Day was showing, and I mean, without doubt, they're the only reason that we're heavily involved in the Hereford deal, that like we are now. And we go up to Don Moeller's, and we go up there and look at 3 fall heifer calves. And we drive around and we see these fall heifer calves out there, and we see this cow, and she's carrying the same ear tag as the same donor ear tag as these heifer calves. And I asked Don Moeller, I'm like, hey, what's the story on that one? He's like, what's the mother of those heifer calves? I'm like, but she's got a recip tag in her. He's like, she didn't do what I want her to, so she got to be a recip this year. And that
again, it's a big challenge for these juniors to bring out pairs like this, of this caliber, this quality, and stuff. So let's give them all a round of applause here. They're very high quality individuals. So Maddie and I are again leaning towards a couple pairs here we want to use for Grand Reserve. So she's going to go do that now.
Grand champion commercial 2-year-old goes to Cade Rance here with RF Scream 4126 and her calf RF Tokyo Rose 473 at side. Your reserve champion 2-year-old pair goes to Reed Howell with Fairland Essence 10M and calf Fairland sold out 1P at side. We'll see them back in the champion drive. We now welcome in Class 25, the commercial mature pair class. Entry 200 is Janaea Sobkow with NLF Baby Jane 305L and CAF Baby Jane's Little Jane 101P at side. 202 is an entry from Aubrey Fraser, NUH Starflight 11J and CAF Supernova at side.
I know. Tell you what, the Northline crew is really lacking on their dirty drink consumption today. But dirty sodas. What an incredible 2-year-old drive there was. We have a mature cow drive out here, and wow, like how many guys wouldn't love to have matures like this run around their pasture? I mean, it's flat incredible, isn't it?
Well, that's what I was, saying earlier. Like, if you tell me you can sincerely say that you wouldn't want these cows in your herd at home, then I'd like to see your herd, because I'd take these home in a heartbeat.
As a club calf guy, and I don't want to hurt you on what you might offer on her, but what would you give to have that smoky heifer calf in your herd?
I mean, in today's world, where do you stop?
I don't know.
It's getting crazy in a good way.
That's a pretty incredible individual. Be out here on a cow. I mean, look at that hip structure. I'm not saying that pair needs to win this. We're gonna let our judges decide it. That's an incredible individual, isn't it?
You can tell me how you feel, Mark. I like you.
I keep it hidden.
Yeah.
I know in all my years in this, wow, it's hard to build one like that. And I'm not saying that pair needs to win. I'm just saying that is super, super impressive to see that being brought out here and displaying.
Just 2 entries here in our mature cow class. We're going to go ahead and use this black pair to go ahead and win. I think for us, when you study the cow, I think she's just a little more functional and a little more complete than the second place cow. She's doing a really good job on this March heifer calf. I prefer the udder to this female. Just a really nice pair, I think, that complement one another and go ahead to win this class. Actually, a 6-year-old cow here in second with a March-born heifer calf. The heifer calf looks just like Mama. They're both stout. They have lots of shape over their top. I think for us, they just don't quite balance up as good as the top place pair. I'd like to give her a little more body and a little more dimension to go ahead and win. But I commend this young lady for dragging out a 6-year-old cow. That's no easy feat.
So the champion commercial.
So right there, I hope Nikki just informed me that as much as I was going on about that Charlet calf, the pair that wins that class is a percentage Highland that my brother-in-law raises. So did not know that, and incredible pair, but it shows you the incredible depth that I think there is up here. Like, wow, if you can't come up here and find something that works for you, then you're not looking hard enough. I mean, there's so many incredible females raised up here.
Well, look what's coming back into the ring right now. Like, this is, the Grand Drive of commercials. And this is impressive. A summer show, too. These cattle can be haired up like they are and just
River
full
Rock
already and
Airlines,
moving like they are.
606P.
It's amazing.
Grand champion.
It is, and they're. I think Nikki has. I think Nikki has us on and everybody off. My wife's already told me that I'm not needed next year. She thinks she can bring the kids up here, and so I'm auditioning my replacements for next year. I'm truly going to miss this because wow, it is such a fun thing to watch, a fun thing to be a part of. You see so many cattle that wow. If I was feeding any of them, I would be hardcore mad that they didn't win. but I can understand why they haven't. I gotta say, in the years I've been coming up here, I think this is one of the more straight down the middle jobs evaluating cattle I've seen. Maybe it's just me, but I truly do believe that.
Well, I think that's the beauty of the cattle industry. Like we're saying, they're always getting better. You know, we're always bringing better genetics out here, and so to be able to see what people have done with a couple years of work here, from the Reed Howell down to the heifer calves, it's incredible. Like, it really is incredible.
All I gotta say is like a wicked set of cows. Really good quality all the way through, and like Mark said, he's always got to be right, so I'd say it is the best set of cows you've seen.
I mean, with that being said, I think we all probably know where we're going to end up in this champion drive, but I don't believe that we have a champion standing out here that will not show up here next year. I truly do believe in the soundness, the structure. I mean, it's going to be a dogfight next year. I mean, I tell you what, I don't want to try to bring one that hadn't been here. I mean, man alive, like look at these things, like look, the heifer calves. We got 1, 2, 3 yearling divisions, and man alive, like I'd feed any one of these reserves. Like it's incredible cattle, are they not?
I would agree.
I mean, I just think, holy man, you know, and I, like I said, I think I know where we're going to end up, and I'm 100% on board with it. I do appreciate that we have 2 judges that have been, whether it's with your values or not, they have been very, very consistent with their values.
I think one of the more consistent shows I've seen. Like it's like,
ladies and gentlemen,
with the exception
juniors,
of
I
one
think
or
this
two
would be a
classes,
great
I think
time
I
for us
picked
to
the same
give
as
a
them
big
all
round
day,
of
or knew what they
applause
would pick.
to
I'd say, okay,
Jay
this
and
one's gonna win, or this
Madison
one's
for
gonna win.
doing the adjudication duties today. Let's put our hands together.
I really
and thank
appreciate
them for
how
a great job.
they know what they want, they stick with what they want, and that's what they're choosing.
And they've moved the biggest show here in a while through here fairly expeditiously because there's not been a lot of question in what they want.
Well, Matt and I are really happy with the lineup we have out here for the final drive. Excellent set of commercial cattle today. I won't keep us long. It's the cattle been out here a long time, but just want to say thanks to the Bashaw Ag Society Show Committee and all the people and volunteers that make this show go. This was our family's summer holiday when we came, and it was our favorite show to come to, and we built lifelong friendships out of this, and we really appreciate the job you guys are doing to develop the next generation of agriculture. So thanks again, and applause goes to the Bashaw Ag Society Show Committee. Let's give them a big round of applause and all the volunteers. So right from the front to the back end, I think we have some really high quality females today. We're not going to drag this on too much longer, and I appreciate and feel honored to judge alongside my daughter Maddie today. So she's going to go out and pick the grand and reserve champion.
Your grand champion commercial female, the 2-year-old pair from Cade Ranch here, RF Scream 4126 and calf RF Tokyo Rose 673 at side. And your reserve grand champion commercial female, the junior yearling heifer from Lily Howell, Fairland Glamour 2N. We'll have Cade and Lily over to the backdrop. We'll send Jay and Madison over there for some photos. Ladies and gentlemen, a 25-minute break, and we'll move into the Supreme Quest.
Well, that gives a lot of us a lot of time to impart lack of knowledge on everybody out there that is, I guess, our prerogative at this point. Wow. I mean, how impressive was it to see that group of females out here?
Say, when you talked about passion for this business earlier, I don't know how you can look at that and not want to go home and just breed better and do better and just work better on your own cattle.
Well, as a Mormon, you're not allowed to have a Woody, but I mean, you almost got to have a Woody on over, don't you? I mean,
there's no laws against that.
Is there not? Well, amen, brother. Amen. He's got to go say several Hail Marys after that, but it'll be all right. He ain't gonna drink no pop or no beer. But with that being said, if you cannot be excited about that lineup, then I don't know what gets you. I don't know what gets you up in the morning. I truly don't. And that was a fun group of cattle. It is a great set of exhibitors. And really and truly, I didn't have a doubt in my mind when they walked out there where they were going because of what the type of cattle they've used all day long.
Yeah.
Now, hey, we all like to argue, and we I mean that is what makes this business fun is we can debate and argue all, but I think if you were sitting on the sidelines today, I think you could have picked those champions as they come out there from the first couple of classes, and hey, I like that. I truly do. I do. You know, hey, we need that more.
Well, like you said, like you can argue or say with this or that, but that's one thing I like about the States is having your multiple arenas. At some of those jackpot shows, you go in one arena and you're fifth in class, and you go to the next arena 10 minutes later and you're first in class. It just shows you right there that it is one man's opinion. It's the same calf the same day, but
truly, yeah,
they stand in two different spots. So I think that's the beauty of it, though. Like if it wasn't for that, why would we even do it?
Well, exactly.
Just stick your picture in and
well, yeah. I mean, I think you do have you do have to have different opinions. You do, and you know what what's going to happen. And I'm going to say this with 100% confidence. I'm going to say there's 15 females, maybe 20, that did not end up in the champion drive here today. That from the time they walked out of the ring, there is a plan going forward.
Oh yeah.
And it's not going to prove these guys wrong. It's going to be a testament to their ability to feed and show people what their cattle are. And when we get to November, October, I don't know that it's going to change a ton, but it's going to get tough.
Yeah.
Going to get real tough. And that is the beauty of this business. It's going to get fun. I hate the fact that I can't be up here for it. We have to attend our business. This is one time a year. Oh, yeah. I don't think so, brother. I'd like to think so.
Be around then.
Well, I know you'd always be around, but I don't know. I don't know if there's enough people who are willing to pay us what we do down there. Like we are fortunate to live in the greatest show cow area in the world. I mean, you can argue how you want. The Midwest is incredible. They have a club calf industry like nobody's business. But where we live, we have 7, 8 major shows. I mean, if you've ever come to Houston or Fort Worth, we take the hair off them, we leave the hair on them, and it's awfully hard to argue against the depth of quality that not we produce, the incredible subset of the industry that we're not even a part of. And so, as much as I love it up here and I hate sweating, I would move up here in a heartbeat. But I don't think I could raise my family in the manner that I want to up here compared to the harshest environment with the greatest revenue there is. And that's no slight on the great people up here, the amazing friends I have, the incredible industry they have up here. It's just not my skill set. And with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to the guy that's only been to Texas once. I think in a very short amount of time, he realized where he needed to be in this world. Not many people know Lee Jensen. Lee Jensen has been a lifelong friend of mine from the time he came down. Scared to death of snakes.
Mark's claustrophobic.
Yeah. Well, yeah. When I have a bad man laying on top of me, yeah, I'm scared of dying. It's like, I'm going to turn it over to Lee Jensen for just a minute. Just just give us a little bit of perspective on a guy that does not come from multi-generational beef side of it. Multi-generational ag, but not necessarily beef, and just what inspires him, in this industry.
Thanks, Mark. And thanks for those kind words. I think, just for me, especially when you go down to Texas, one thing I got to give a shout out to them is the hospitality. I know when we went to junior nationals, you're separated by your state. And I remember every single morning, I think it was GKB, they gave us breakfast every single morning. You go down the stall. The one thing about me, I love my dirty sodas, actual dirty sodas. Every single stall down there had a good gold Dr. Pepper for me, and they're all happy to share. And so I have to give a shout out to Texans. It's always yes, sir, yes, ma'am. They raise their kids right down there. But no, for me, the passion of this is just I love competition. Like Mark said, there's so many people out there who can feed, can fit, can breed them, can raise them, and I think that's just the beauty of the competition. I grew up playing sports. I loved, obviously I was a little kid from Canada. NHL was the goal. And I learned pretty quickly that was not happening. And so, but I still love to compete, and every single year you raise the one that you think you have that's going to do it, and sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. And it depends on the judge, it depends on your day, it depends on how the cow acts that day. But with that being said, I love learning, I love the friends I've made. I think, people always give me a hard time for being a steer jock, as they say. But it gave me some of my best friends in this business just from them either showing the steer and I gave, I said, hi, I like your steer, or I had a steer and I said, hey, can you come help me on the steer? And they said, yeah. And I still hopefully have a lot of life left in this industry of trying to make something of a name of myself. But I think for me, I love the desire and the competition of it, and the friends I make and the friends that help. We talk about making the NHL, but I don't know too many teams that are shaking hands, or at least in a happy way after they win. But,
listen, I don't want to.
High five over
here. I don't want to get too far off in the weeds, but Lee came down and helped us, and there again, pretty sure INS ain't gonna be all about this, but he came down and helped us for a little bit, and then because of Lee's beliefs, Lee stepped away from it for what, 3 to 5 years?
2 years on an LDS mission.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't even imagine, the amount of commitment that it would take to go and do that and then come back and want to participate in this and not feel like you've lost any ground. I mean, we don't talk about it much. Obviously, anybody can tell you this hung around as much. We don't talk about it much, but we are extremely faith-based, I think, organization throughout. We all seem to rally around our friends and family in hard times. We don't necessarily talk about it enough when everything's good. I'm extremely inspired when we have, our friends and family that are way more faith-based than what we tend to be on a daily basis, that can sit in here and go, you know what, hey, y'all are still the same type of people that we want to deal with. And so you know, that may be getting off in the weeds a little bit. I know we're talking about cattle here and all that. We're taking pictures of our commercials before we get into I guess the culmination of this, the supreme side of it. You know, I guess this is what everybody waits for. Would you not say? What's coming up? The end of the summer. This probably marks the end of the summer for everybody up here, right?
Yeah, the end of the junior show. Like there's still one more junior show out in Saskatchewan. I believe it's next week or the week after. But that kind of wraps up junior shows here in Canada Western Canada for sure.
Yeah, and so I mean we're I guess we're sitting here at the culmination of a I don't know, maybe a year-long quest. You know, so many of these, like we talked about earlier, so many of those cattle are going to go on and compete at Edmonton and Agribition and you know go on to be great donors and all that. You know, it does seem to be one of those things for me that I like coming up here. Thank you, sir. I like coming up here, and I like I like inviting a lot of my friends that have been there through all the battles with me to come up here and visit a little bit. I wish I could get more of them up here. It's amazing how many confident people get so shy when you want to put a mic on them. But that's all right, you know. I mean, there's a lot of people a little bit shy, you know.
I'm just shy in the presence of the great Mark Kelly.
I don't think that has anything to do with it.
It is for me.
It has nothing to do with that.
I second that too. Mark Kelly.
Hey, well, wait a minute. Well, I'll tell you what. There again, we're probably going to put him on the spot. There again, maybe not the way he wants put on it, but I do want a certain individual to. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna. Yeah, we're gonna put this thing off for just a minute because I do want a very good friend of mine to talk about another great friend of mine that we've lost and so we're gonna.
Okay, if anybody in the immediate area has a USB block that we can borrow, that would be much appreciated.
If they really need it.